welcome to the Boise State Esports Arena as we get ready to jump into day 3 of the Boise Esports Championships. We have had some great action-packed tournaments throughout the week so far in Overwatch, Apex, Super Smash Bros, and Valorant. And today, we're going to cap off this awesome event with Rocket League. Now, we will have a full day of events with teams going at each other to compete to be able to win the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place trophies. My name is Audrey Norris with Amelia and Emiliano here to call all the action from the studio as we get ready for our first match of the day. Middleton versus Twin Falls. Now, we do know a little bit of information, so this is the time to talk about it and learn what we know about the teams.
Yeah, certainly exciting. I was actually just talking with them a little bit ago, and so much excitement in the arena. We saw some of the gameplay, amazing passing skills. I saw this fantastic pass to center and straight into the goal from waterfall down. It was beautiful shot. Sorry, I'm not even describing it well enough.
It's okay. It's hard to put into words, right? But that's why we're going to be able to watch the awesome gameplay in a little bit here.
Yes. Overall, Middleton has had a fantastic season, undefeated, only 2 games dropped against Twin Falls. Very similar, only 1 game, 1 set lost. I see pretty good gameplay in our future.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting when we actually look at like the seedings for the teams, right? They look very like one-sided, right? Middleton is the 2nd seeded team and Twin Falls is the 7th, but when we look at the records, like you mentioned, they actually show that these teams might have a little bit more of a clash today, as Twin Falls seems to be maybe that sleeper agent dark horse where they might actually have a better showing than the record would suggest. And you know, as we take a look actually at those statistics today, we can see what the matchups are going to be like. As you can see, quarterfinals, semifinals, into the championships here. And as I was mentioning, it's 2nd and 7th seeding with the other teams getting ready to go in. I'm excited to see how that's all going to go. And I'd love to hear from our resident Rocket League player on his thoughts for the matchups today.
Yeah, I think today's going to be quite a dogfight, to be honest. I had the privilege of like watching both of the teams. I was helping them with like tech stuff and just like watching them play and stuff like that, and they seem like around the same skill level. I think if I were to say anybody's gonna do pretty well, I feel like Middleton came very, very prepared. I felt like they knew what they were doing, knew what they were talking about. On the same token, though, Twin Falls also has a great coach. I saw them just also like having fun though. Like they're having fun. They want to get into the flow state. They know what they're talking about. They know what they're doing. I would say for a big difference is like they might get in the flow state a little bit quicker, just because they look like they're having so much fun and they're soaking in the moment and taking in where they are and who they're with.
And honestly, what a great moment to have, right? Like, this is a championship in an arena, full production, tons of stuff going on, teams going at each other back to back. And that's part of what's so fun about a championship like this for these high schoolers. And honestly, what a great experience that they're going to get out of it. With that, though, as it's the first game of the day, we got to make a prediction, see what we think might be the ultimate record that we're going to see from this first match. So not only wins, but maybe, you know, we can do something fun like who's going to get the first hat trick. That's a good one to start with. So who do you think is going to win and who's going to get the first hat trick?
First hat trick, I believe it's probably going to be, I'm going to say specific player, Zebra on Middleton. He was doing a lot of funky stuff. But I think first game's going to go Middleton. It's going to be real close. I don't even think we're going to get to a 3rd goal on either team. It's going to be real tight.
All right, tight. What do you think?
I don't know. I like both of these.
That's okay.
I would say somebody on Middleton I can see getting a hat trick.
Okay.
But I have Twin Falls coming out on top.
All right.
Yeah.
Twin Falls
I feel
coming out
like they
on top.
have such a good dynamic and everything.
All right, so we've got our back and forth there. We've got the hat trick on Middleton is the primary thought here. I think that's a pretty good spot, Middleton getting the hat trick. I've heard a lot about them from Danner, who was my co-caster yesterday, because he is a big fan of them. But now that we've got predictions out of the way and some thoughts, we got to throw it to the desk and see what they think is going to be the prediction and get us ready for this awesome matchup.
Thank you so much, Audrey. Welcome to the front desk. I am your host, AJ Pepley, and I am joined by Carson Cummins, and I am actually very excited to see what happens so far today. Starting things off with Middleton and Twin Falls. Now, we've heard a lot from the studio so far today, but I do have to ask you, Carson, what about, I heard you talking to all the players before we got started, and what about their specific standings or their past experiences? What do you think will make this a really exciting game, and what do you kind of envision with it?
Yeah, thank you, AJ. I think it's going to be a great matchup. Both teams just seem like they flow really good together. I was talking to Middleton, ranking Seed 2, average Champ 2, Champ 3 players. They were playing really crazy. Their coach was feeling like really good about this game. And Twin Falls, I was asking them a little bit lower on the seeding bracket, but they're definitely not someone to count out. They don't play threes often, but they play it together, and they're a strong team with the average ranking around Diamond 3. So I think it could go really just either way against this matchup, and either team could come out on top.
I'm really looking forward to see how that turns out, but right now we're going to get into Doc's keys of the game in Rocket League. Bump opponents to disrupt, understand rotations, demo to disrupt, and create mistakes. I've noticed a big thing about Rocket League is all about trying to fake out your opponents, Since there's so few players on either side, it's really good to try and get in their heads a little bit, So much of esports is all about that headspace, and if you're able to catch them off guard, if you're able to disrupt it like we see in the keys, then man, you're going to get yourself a lot of good opportunities to get a lot of really good goals and a lot of good shots and just really get yourself going. But for now, we are going to get started. Middleton versus Twin Falls in our very first match of tonight. I am really looking forward to see how this starts out. I know we mentioned hat tricks over in the studio, and a lot of our members seem to be very split about how things are going to go. Some people say it's going to go really easy for one team. Some people say they have no idea. But for now, we'll have to find out as we get started. Get a good look at Samurai trying to start on the defense, and a good aerial from Zebra. Ooh, but a demo to start things off. Perminator getting that very first demo. Already trying to keep things exciting as the ball gets tossed in the air.
Zebra tries to get that down into the goal, but is stopped. And Samurai is there to take another shot, going off the crossbar, though.
Fantastic block. We've got a lot of back and forth happening so far. Zebra trying to get the aerial, pushing it slowly towards Twin Falls goal, but Mega is on the defensive right now. Suki there to back him up. Perm back on the defense, going up against the backboard, just trying to get as far away from the goal as possible. With only partial luck, another demo from Samurai onto Goat.
Middleton is doing a great job of keeping this aggression up, not letting the ball get past onto their side of the field. Twin Falls is just having to defend these shots, and they're doing a great job at that as well. Suki is trying to get a little bit onto this ball. The first shot actually going on for Twin Falls.
Ooh, there's a bit of a pinch there. Multiple players tried to hit the ball at the exact same time, but because of that, it didn't really go anywhere. Goat with a good bump, like we mentioned in the keys, to try and disrupt the enemy team, but wasn't able to find much out of that. Only got the first goal. Yummy Goat starting things off. Twin Falls with the first of the first round. We saw a lot of back and forth there for a little bit. We see almost a dramatic entrance from Yummy Goat, charging directly towards the ball, hitting it right out of the air and straight into the goal. Fantastic start for Twin Falls. Ooh, and a demo to start things off, too. Goat is on a rampage right now, getting a bunch of these goals and demos, just really being, really just getting up in there and causing as many problems as possible.
Yeah, Twin Falls playing it smart here, trying to take it back and reset. Wanted to keep this pressure on after that first goal. And they're keeping the pressure on perfectly. Middleton is going to have to change up what they're doing currently. A bump comes out onto Zebra, stopping them. Able to make the save, though.
Ooh, yeah, that was really solid. But we see Suki also doing their best to try and hit the ball, getting stuck on the wall there for a little bit as the physics works against them. Fortunately, they're able to get it away from their goal, but then it's a lot of back and forth as Goat presses forward again. The ball gets real close to the goal, but a fantastic block from Zebra, but immediately afterwards, Version Mega with a fantastic goal. Twin Falls up to 2 now. That was a fantastic push forward. I really thought Zebra was going to get that block, but we saw that Version Mega was getting up there, getting in their faces, and really working well together with the rest of their team, allowing them now to go 2-0. Twin Falls in the lead.
Yeah, the Twin Falls players are just putting their positioning perfectly, always there to make that shot once their teammate gets it for a pass. Zebra trying to get one of his own, but it is saved by Perminator. Trying to keep the aggression up, taking it slow. Suki is able to clear it though.
You see Yummy Goat trying to block the ball, keeping it away from their goal, but Samurai is pushing really forward, really far forward, really fast. Zebra trying to back him up, but Perm is really just staying on this ball as much as they possibly can. Samurai boosting all across the map, just trying their best to keep the ball away from their goal. A lot of back and forth happening so far. Perm and Zebra both kind of locked on the ball right now. Zebra trying to go from the goal, but a great block from Perm.
Both teams keeping the speed of play in a very methodic kind of rhythm to it.
Ooh.
Making it hard to read their attacks.
You see Version hitting that aerial, just trying to dribble the ball slowly but surely towards Middleton's goal, but another great block. We're seeing a lot of high defense off of Twin Falls here, and that's really working to their advantage. Ooh, a great dribble there from Zebra, but just barely blocked as all three of Twin Falls members were directly there, ready to keep it away as soon as they possibly could. Suki starts pushing forward again. Zebra with a great hit and getting it into the goal. Zebra getting the first point for Middleton, now bringing things 1-2. This could be their chance to make it back and match Middleton's points.
That is actually a great shot, getting that angle, flipping the car upside down to get the power he needed.
It's almost like trying to make it fancy when you're trying to get that goal, you know?
That's what
you got to be
like.
stylish at the same time.
Looks like they're doing extra work sometimes just to make it look cool.
I cannot blame them. Ooh, Perminator starting to push towards Middleton's goal, but immediately afterwards, Suki bounces it right back. All three of Twin Falls players are in the exact same spot, and that could give Middleton a chance to push forward. Zebra, fantastic block, but immediately afterwards, Perminator jumping straight in there, getting another goal. Twin Falls is on fire right now, getting these goals, constantly pushing forward at every single opportunity. I couldn't even tell that that goal was happening from that distance. Fantastic work from Twin Falls, currently up 2 points against Middleton.
It's like I was saying, that positioning is just perfect for the Twin Falls players. There's always someone there to take another shot once it gets saved, and there's just nothing.
Oh, look at that. Right out of the gate, Perminator with yet another goal. We could be getting ourselves really close to a hat trick so far. That could be really exciting. Man, that was a fast round. That was such a good play from Twin Falls, just being ready and willing to do everything they can to get that ball in the goal, and that worked out perfectly.
Really good quick reaction time to go for that shot. Ooh. Kickoff goes in favor of Twin Falls.
Ooh, that
Samurai
was close.
Able to get it off net.
You see everyone chasing after the ball as it goes towards midfield, but Zebra with a fantastic touch, pushing it towards the Twin Falls goal. So far, the rest of the team was there and ready. Samurai trying to hit the aerial, but not much was able to come out of that. With 1 minute remaining, they do not have much time to win this first game. Oh, a great hit from Zebra, but blocked by Perminator. There's a lot of really dangerous plays happening right now as both teams are really playing their absolute best as the clock counts down to about 40 seconds. Perminator trying to get on the wall, but it gets pinched away from him. Yummy Goat now trying to go after it as it flies through the air, but Samurai is there to catch him off guard. The ball slowly bounces towards the goal, but Perminator once again on the defense. Such a versatile player, going back and forth, doing everything they can. It slowly bounces towards the goal, and another one, the first hat trick of the day so far. Perminator doing absolutely fantastic on both defense and offense. Look at that slight touch to bounce it forward and take claim of that goal.
What a great way to get that hat trick. That might have been the nail in the coffin to end this first round. A 5-1, currently 22 seconds left. It's going to be very hard for Middleton to come back from this.
At this point, all they got to do is just be disruptive and keep the ball away from Middleton. And it's going pretty well so far. Bounces off the crossbar, extremely close to the goal. 2 saves from Middleton. Twin Falls nearly getting yet another point, but they're able to keep it away. Demo onto Zebra. The ball gets launched towards the goal 1 second until it hits the ground. Just barely keeping it in the air as much as they possibly can. Sugi trying to keep it up. This is really long. They're really just doing their best to make sure it doesn't touch. Yummy Goat launching it towards the ground, doing their best, but another aerial out of Suki. Everyone's just flying around, doing their best to keep it going. But Twin Falls finishes off game 1, 5-1. Fantastic start from them.
Yeah, what a great round. So many saves, so many shots from every team.
Absolutely. I really just want to highlight Perminator, though. Obviously, you could stick with the hat trick and make things simple, but looking at that, look at how many saves, how many shots were made. So many great things, but now we want to talk about ICCU. Thanks to ICCU for their continued support of Boise State esports. Thanks to ICCU, Boise State esports has won multiple national championships and piled up more than 1,500 wins. ICCU, looking after your daily balance. Visit ICCU.com. But yeah, that was a fantastic start to the day so far. That was so incredibly exciting. Things are very, very mixed at the start, but then out of nowhere, Twin Falls just came out of left field and started hitting shot after shot after shot, but still staying high on that defense. Middleton, they were doing their best, but there was just something about Twin Falls, something in them snapped after about that 2-minute mark, and suddenly they became an absolute beast. What do you think Middleton's gonna have to do about that?
They kind of got into a rhythm. I think Middleton, I wouldn't count them out at all.
Oh no, absolutely
They will definitely. It kind of just became one of those games where Twin Falls' positioning was just perfect, almost in every sense that they needed to. Middleton just needs to slow it down a little bit and fix their rotations, and they should be able to get those goals in. They had the pressure on. They just couldn't lock in those final shots to get it through the net.
Well, let's see if they can lock in. Like you said, going on to game 2. So far, 1-0. Best of 7. Remember, so we've still got quite a lot left to go. We're starting things off. Samurai getting that first touch, but immediately getting bounced back by Yummy Go as they immediately keep the pressure high towards Middleton's goal. We see Zebra sitting there in the goal with a great save to start things off as Version Mega tries their absolute best to hit it towards. But Zebra is now being backed up by the rest of their team as they launch it towards Twin Falls' goal, extremely close to hitting it right in the goal, but it bounced right off that crossbar.
You can see Middleton started off very similar as they did the first match, keeping the aggression on as much as they can.
See them pushing forward as it bounces towards the middle of the goal, the middle of the field. Perm just staying on that ball, absolutely ready when necessary, but Samurai getting that first demo to start off game 2. A great save there from Yummy Go as it got so close to hitting that goal. But Samurai right back in there again. Oh, just barely blocked, but Samurai keeps going, pushes it directly into the goal, starting things off Middleton with the first point. Man, that was great, just watching him keep pushing forward even when Yummy Go blocked it 2 separate times. That is some really, really important ideas of pushing forward.
Yeah, they have some great saves, but it's hard when the pressure is just endless.
Yeah, that persistence was on point. Starting things off, the ball remains towards the middle of the field as both teams bounce it back and forth. Slowly starts getting launched towards one side, but it's very back and forth, but Samurai tries their best to save it, but Yummy Go getting that goal, getting things 1-1 after our first minute of the game. That was so centered for like the first 30 seconds of that match, but out of nowhere, everyone just got clubbed towards Middleton's side, and then Yummy Go securing that goal.
Yeah, I think Samurai just accidentally flipped the wrong way there. Unfortunate kind of series of events that went down.
It's always just those little tiny mistakes that cause so much to happen. You have to be so perfect with how you're moving these cards, don't you?
You really do.
We see Zebra keeping the pressure high, trying to get it towards Twin Falls' goal, but it's being blocked by the rest of their team. Version Mega starting to push it towards Middleton's goal on the flip side, but the rest of them have almost full boost, ready to do what they have to get that ball away from their side. But Go continuing keeping that pressure high, continuing to push forward. Ooh, and a great fake out from Samurai, launching it towards Twin Falls' goal. But then the rest of them were there on defense. I keep highlighting that defense. It's so incredibly important that they're flipping between both sides. Very versatile gameplay.
It's keeping both teams on offense and defense. They have to be locked in on both sides.
Oh, we see that launch.
Gets it.
Go with yet another goal already at 2. Once again, we're getting ourselves really close to a hat trick, and this is so early on into the match. Last time we saw that happening as we got further and further, but so far this is really powerful. From both teams, 1-2 in the first 2 minutes. That means that they've been doing so much to get these goals.
It just seems like these goals slide in with just the slightest mistake in a defensive rotation. And Samurai wants to get one back for himself, goes for the pass, and Zebra trying to do something with it.
They're having to use a lot of their boost to keep control of the ball, but just barely missed. And Suki getting another goal, keeping it 2-2. That was great. I was honestly worried seeing them lose all of that boost, but such a good fake out. Suki managing to just barely touch it as Version was charging towards it. Man, what an incredible game! What an incredible play right there.
They played that one perfectly. All 3 of them having a part in that goal.
I love to see how they're playing together and how they're all using their specific strengths and all their resources. And oh man, I couldn't even tell who flew past right there. Believe that was Zebra, just trying their best to get control of the ball, but Twin Falls is doing a great job. But now we see Middleton is doing their best to try and make sure that the ball can't go anywhere, bouncing it right above the goal. Suki hitting it towards the goal, and yet again getting another point. Middleton is now in the lead, going 3-2. Another point from Suki. Look at that. We've got 2 contenders for a hat trick so far. I bet the studio is awfully surprised seeing how fast this is going, because that was such a point of contention for them.
I love that we're seeing these flashy tricks, but it's really the super simple mechanics that are getting these goals for both teams.
Well, we'll see if they can continue to be flashy, or if they really just have to lock down on doing the simplest but best ideas that they can. Version gets taken down by Suki in the first demo of this round. Zebra regains control of the ball after being passed to Suki. Now Samurai is going after it. We see how much teamwork is going on with Middleton, just passing the ball back and forth, using their resources when they can, and a great shot from Zebra. Now up 4-2. They are now even further in the lead, 2 points ahead. Middleton has managed to lock down their strategy. I don't know what they did, but maybe you inspired a bit of confidence in them with that idea.
They've realized that these pass plays and using this teamwork is really what gets through these defenses.
Absolutely. It's so hard to tell when you're watching, but they are working together constantly. Both teams even. We see it currently over on Twin Falls side of the field. Samurai just getting it up in there and getting in Goat's face, getting a good demolition. You see Zebra and Suki working together, just barely missing the goal as Perminator gets a great save. Goat doing their best, Perm pushing forward, both of them working together, but we see Middleton's players just being ready. Perm doing their best to push forward, Zebra trying to block it, Goat dribbling it on the ground, but Suki gains control of it. Goat working together with them, Samurai trying to get that goal, but isn't able to find much so far. Samurai pushing even back towards Twin Falls side yet again, and Samurai getting that goal, bringing them up to 5. It is great to see each of the players on Middleton's side, each being able to do both offense and defense, and now each of them even have a goal of their own.
They're holding Twin Falls back perfectly. They're taking the boost. They're starving them. They're making them not have anything to work with. And they've really just found their rhythm in this game.
Ooh, and a great start. Samurai immediately launching it towards Twin Falls side and then taking out Perm with a demolition. They are really, really angry, just trying to get these goals as fast as they possibly can.
They don't have a lot of time to work with only a little over a minute left. Twin Falls got something.
Oh man, that was close. Yummy Goat with that great shot. Perm to back it up, but man, this defense is incredible from Middleton.
A little bit of a clump in this corner. Just trying to get this ball out. Suki able to finally get the clear, but Yummy is there.
1 minute remaining on the clock. People are just doing their best. Twin Falls has very little time to work with. It is entirely possible, but man, with how Middleton is playing, they are not giving them a chance to fight back. Just continually pushing the ball further and further from the place they want it to be. Now Zebra trying to go for the shot. Saved by Version Mega, but it bounces off the crossbar and hits Samurai into the goal, getting us our first hat trick of the second game.
Middleton has taken a number out of Twin Falls' book. The rotations on offense are just perfect with a teammate always there to finish off this goal.
Absolutely, they're being so resourceful with their boost. Now up 4 points with only 30 seconds on the clock. Twin Falls has to play perfectly if they want a chance to win this, but we're only down to 30 seconds now. Not much time left. Suki trying to go for the shot, but blocked by Version, who now starts dribbling it towards the goal.
Great flick that sadly gets deflected by the crossbar.
It's always the crossbar. That's always the biggest contender for getting these goals.
It's always the greatest fourth defender.
We've got 10 seconds left on the clock. It's pretty unlikely that they're going to be able to get these points. It's probably going to be going to Middleton, especially as Samurai just tries the best to keep it on the ground. Perm tries to go for that final shot, but it gets launched towards the ground, and Middleton winning the second game of the day. Now bringing things 1-1. Fantastic work and such an incredible comeback from Middleton.
You can see the demo rotations coming out very heavy from Middleton. Samurai with 3 of his own. That really messes up their defensive rotations, and I think that might have been used to get a lot of the goals that they were able to take from Twin Falls.
Just like we said with Dogs Keys, it's all about disruption. And man, we saw Middleton taking every single possible chance they could to cause that chaos. Maybe that's what they need. I imagine that's starting to look like Middleton's style almost, just being chaotic a little bit. And hey, I got no issues with that. I love seeing a little bit of chaos here and there, and they are definitely showing that so far. But now I'm excited to see. We've seen great gameplay from Twin Falls and great gameplay from Middleton. And now we're seeing their strengths and weaknesses and how they're trying to be versatile with how they play.
It was almost a complete swap from Game 1 to Game 2. So that really just makes me feel that any team can take this match.
It's very, very close. I'm so glad to see that, because whenever we have these close matches, that's always what makes it exciting, and that's what always makes it interesting, because you can root for either side, and there's no doubt in your mind. And I have no doubt in my mind that we're going to keep going on here for a while as both teams continue to show their prowess. It's all about Game 3.
It's all about who finds their rhythm first and who's able to get through those defenses and just take a hold of this game. It seems like once a team gets a big lead, it's hard to take it back from them.
Well, we can't know that for sure just yet. We've gotten two pretty good examples of keeping that exciting, constant pressure, but maybe we'll be seeing a little bit more back and forth as we get further and both teams get comfortable. Starting things off, Perminator with control of the ball, just doing their best to launch it towards Middleton's goal and doing a pretty good job, but Suki is there at the ready, launching it back towards center field. You see Version backing it up, ready to be defensive if necessary, and it's a good thing they are, because Suki launches it towards the goal, and they were absolutely ready to block the ball. Fantastic save, but Suki keeps the pressure high, keeps pushing forward. They know that just one block isn't enough to stop them.
Yeah, the only problems they're getting here is a little double commits here and there, but it might work in their favor with Twin Falls having the pressure on.
Ooh, great shot from Version. Zebra's doing their best to push forward, but they were just there with the defense. Perm getting that full boost, ready to whip around and keep the ball away from their goal, going up against the wall above the crossbar. But Suki comes out of left field and getting that first goal. Fantastic shot from Suki. I was not ready for that in the slightest. I thought Perminator had that in the bag, but look at that, just bouncing right off the ground, hitting it into the crossbar, and I believe it bounced off of Goat. That is tragic.
Unfortunate placement there for Goat.
Man, but you can't really be prepared for that. It just happens, and you can't really do much about it.
You can't let that one get to you. That was just unlucky.
And we see them trying to make a name for themselves, just immediately getting up there in their faces and starting to gain control of the ball, and a great shot towards the goal. Suki just with a barely blocking it out of nowhere. Man, I thought it was going in. Version Mega with another great shot. They are keeping the pressure high. Just so many shots towards the goal. Demo onto Perm, keeping it up with that disruption and that chaos like we mentioned before.
The Twin Falls is playing very slow and fast at the same time, keeping these shots up. Perminator waiting to get this save, but Version clears it downfield. Samurai ready for the catch and takes it up the wall. Gonna go for something flashy, goes for the pass. Zebra is there, but blocked by Perminator.
Man, I saw that full boost refill. I was expecting something good, but man, Twin Falls is just coming back, showing off the defensive prowess here, just being ready at every single spot. Perm pushing forward, trying to get the ball away from their goal, but Zebra is just there, doing their best to continue taking control of that ball. We're seeing a lot more back and forth, actually, like we mentioned here before the game started. Both teams have gotten comfortable and confident in their abilities, and so that's making these things take a lot longer. We're at 3 minutes, 2 minutes down, and only one goal has happened so far.
Definitely the slowest game we've had. Samurai going for something crazy here. Gets the flip reset, but is blocked by Perminator. Another follow-up shot. Suki gets the pass to Zebra, and he finishes it.
Another goal, pushing things forward. They're currently in the lead. We have a fantastic start from Middleton yet again. Man, Yummy Goat just barely missing that block. That was a really, really precise shot that got placed there.
And that was perfect placement for the pass and the shot there. Almost impossible to save that.
Love seeing the teamwork. Ooh, starting things off. Perm getting the demolition onto Zebra. Ooh, but it bounces off the crossbar. My heart leapt there for a second. I was worried that was going to be another shot out of nowhere. Perm doesn't have any boost, but they had control of the ball, starting to push it even further towards Middleton's goal. But Suki knows exactly where the ball is going up against the wall, and doing their best to keep it away from the goal. Version now trying to take control as it's stuck in center field. Perm launching it really far towards the other side of the field. Suki now using the aerial to their advantage, but a great shot, almost getting it into the goal, but not quite enough.
Yeah, no one's there to take control of it. Suki going for an aerial play, gets the flip reset, gets over the defender.
Oh, but a great blocked from Mega. That was a really good shot, but they were slow, didn't have, they had, enemy team had plenty of time to work with.
Middleton's really showing the mechanics here. Another shot.
Ooh.
Going off the backboard. Zebra is there to
and
finish
there it
it.
goes. Wow, that is 3 points from Middleton. Zebra with 2 of them so far. Fantastic teamwork from Middleton. So far, I'm seeing that Middleton, they just needed a second to get confident, get comfortable, and then they just managed to get exactly what they need, started working together using those resources.
They're kind of showing that mechanical prowess here now. And it's great to watch. Zebra going for another one. Gets rejected.
Great block out of the sky. I believe that was by Perm. Now Samurai's ready on the ground, but Yummy Goat takes control of the ball. Zebra, though, right as I say that, takes control. Wanted to get that hat trick in the 3rd game, but Perm is just ready and willing to take that ball. They have a lot of boosts to work with. They launch it towards Middleton's goal, and there it goes. First point for Twin Falls as we launch down to a minute and a half left on the clock. They've got a little bit of time left, but it's not too much of a difference left. So if they just play really well in the last bit of time that they have left, they could take control of this round.
The confidence might be getting to Middleton. A little bit of a mess up in those defensive rotations. Was able to let that one slip through.
It's all about that mindset, isn't it? Yummy getting taken down by Samurai, keeping things a little chaotic as Zebra gets that air dribble launching towards the goal, but isn't able to keep perfect control as it bounces off the side. Suki doing their best to back them up, but both Go and Perm are there. Inversion trying to get that offense, just pushing it towards the enemy tide. Suki doing their best to keep on the defense. Zebra hitting it up against the wall and trying to get an aerial dribble, but they run out of boost and aren't able to reach it.
Suki was the last man back. Clears it back into the corner. The net is open, but they're able to get it cleared. A little bit of a double commit there.
I saw both of them crash into each other when they went for that block, but it worked out. Getting down to 45 seconds on the clock.
Slowing it down. Samurai gets it past 1, but Perminator is there. Perminator wants something for himself.
You see that boost, full boost refill, getting them further and further away from their own goal, because trying to take control of it, but now there's 30 seconds left, and both teams are playing pretty defensively. It's leaning more towards midfield yet again.
No one wanted to give anything up in these last seconds of the game. Twin Falls needs something quick.
Well, they got that block, but they were down to 10 seconds now. They have to get 2 goals in perfect succession. But Zebra just wanted to keep it away from them. That's all they have to do, and they're launching it towards the ground. As soon as it hits the ground, the game is over, and it's theirs. We see Yummy trying to hit it. Perminator bouncing it off the ground. Samurai taking control of it in the air, running out of boost, but Suki launches it towards the ground, and Middleton takes the 2nd game, is now in the lead, 2-1.
You just loved.
That was an incredible play from Middleton. Suki, we can definitely highlight Suki's gameplay out of that one. 5 different shots, lots of saves, lots of assists. But now we have to take a look at Whole Being Massage, combining the best of the day spa experience with effective therapeutic massage. Check out their multiple styles and expertise today. Whole Being Massage, supporting your health and well-being through holistic, personalized bodywork. That was such an incredible game, and I'm really noticing. We were talking a little bit how Middleton was a bit of a scary team before we got started, and we're definitely seeing that more and more as they continue to push forward and now gain the lead. Twin Falls with a great start, but now Middleton, they're really just locking down their strategies, and it's making them so difficult to go up against.
Yeah, we were talking about the basics early on, and that 3rd game right there, they really pushed the basics away, kept them where they needed them, and took the mechanics and just took it to the next level with the aerials, the flip resets, everything coming through exactly where they needed it. Twin Falls just had a tough time defending against them.
Yeah, but they shouldn't give up just yet. It's best of 7. They've still got lots of time left to work with, and they can't let this get to their heads. I know it's so important to focus on the gameplay and the strategies, but it's all about that mindset too. And Middleton can't get too cocky either. They've really got to make sure that they continue to stay locked in as best as they possibly can.
We know Twin Falls can take this too.
Starting things off, it's about towards center field, but Samurai launching it towards the goal. Zebra there to back it up. Suki going up against the crossbar, but it gets launched towards their goal now. We see Version using that full boost that they had to try and hit it out of the air. Samurai doing their best to regain control, but just barely skimmed up against the side of it.
Samurai getting a weird touch on it. Perfect pass to Suki.
Look
Almost
at
gets
that.
it through. Zebra trying to do something with it, but Pernator clears it downfield. Suki grabs the boost. Gets an awkward touch on it, though. Luckily, Samurai is there for the help.
Good teamwork on Middleton, just passing it back and forth. Even if they're not prepared for it, they're primed and ready to take control of the ball if they see that their teammates aren't able to get what they need out of it, out of their plays. Getting close to about a minute down in the match. So far, we've only had a demolition and a shot, but it's been pretty even, going back and forth between both sides.
No one wants to give up that first goal.
But there's another one. Ooh, 2 demolitions back to back. People are awfully angry at each other.
Trading them out. You can't let that go unchecked.
Oh, but Version trying to launch forward, but gets saved by Zebra, who is primed and ready at their goal. Perm pushing it forward yet again, but Suki regaining control. Oh, but look at that. Yummy Go is launching it towards the goal again. Really just taking control of the ball, but Zebra now bringing it up against the wall and being able to get that aerial dribble. Oh, but they're not able to block it, but Perm is there ready. Getting another good save, but Suki is there, able to launch it towards the goal, getting the first point of the match after a minute and a half. Look at that play. There were so many blocks, but they kept the pressure high, hitting it towards their goal again and again and again. Man, you can't keep playing up against that if the pressure's that high.
The speed from Suki was just perfect there. Beating the opponent and just slipping it right through.
Man, oh, might have some technical difficulties. Something's going on. We see Zebra just driving around having a good time.
Looking like it.
Yeah, maybe they just wanted to give themselves a bit of a break, you know? It's been a really constant chaos, you know? And there's a lot going on.
Stress is high. You gotta just slow down sometimes.
Yeah, I imagine as soon as we get things figured out, I don't know specifically what's going on, but hey, I see them trying to figure some things out in the back, both coaches talking to each other. It's good to have that good sportsmanship, you know?
Gives them a chance to talk through things.
Maybe this is their break, you know? They're like, hey, we need a second. Maybe Twin Falls wants to talk about something that they can change. Maybe Middleton just wants to make sure that they don't get too cocky, whatever it is.
It's a lucky timeout. There's already 5 demos across this game.
Maybe things are going to get started up again as we see the camera being taken onto our players yet again. It seems like we are starting things back up. We lost about a minute on the clock, but fortunately there's a very small lead from Middleton, so it shouldn't be too much of a big deal for either team. Just glad to see that we're getting back into the game after only a short delay.
Twin Falls already keeping the aggression. Terminator just driving it back and forth, trying to make something work.
Ooh, they're doing a good job at trying to get it towards the goal, but weren't able to get anything just yet. Both Samurai and Sugi are locked on the ball, trying their best to gain control, but Version launching it towards the goal, but a pinch block from both Zebra and Suki. Suki gaining the credit, but you got to make sure Samurai gets that credit too. They both work together on that. But Yummy Go gets up in there and gets a goal, balancing things out 1-to-1. That was incredible.
That was almost a perfect shot. Permator getting the air dribble bump, and Go is able to just slide it right in.
I noticed right there at the end, they picked up that boost right up against the goal, and they were able to use that in that last second to get that just final push towards the goal. Fantastic use of resources.
Perfect teamwork. Go able to get the full boost and take control of the ball. Suki tries to stop him, but Go is just taking it all the way down.
Ooh, we see Samurai trying to block Suki with another good one as Perminator gets right up in their faces, but just barely blocked. Zebra getting that aerial dribble. But Perm once again keeping the pressure high. Goat to back them up. They're both pushing forward, but Suki has that full boost, but Version Mega every single time coming out of nowhere to launch that ball forward. They're always coming from the back of the field to regain control for their team. Fantastic teamwork.
They're keeping that speed up, not letting anyone stop and think. Getting it onto the Twin Falls side now. Version will get that boost and be able to take it up.
Ooh,
can he do something with it?
A minute left
is
on
there.
The clock.
Gets cleared away.
Suki regaining control of the ball. It gets launched past the goal, but isn't able to get quite in there. Doing their best to launch it in the goal, but Yummy is just keeping high on that defensive strategy. Version going up against the wall and even onto the ceiling. But Zebra and Samurai with nearly full boost were there with the ball. Yummy trying to get that launch into the goal, but isn't able to find much. Version completely locked onto that ball, doing their best to launch it into Middleton's goal and try and get that advantage. And speaking of advantage, getting that demolition onto Samurai, but it's immediately passed back onto Yummy. Man, there's a lot of stuff happening right now. Lots of shots. Suki gaining the lead for their team now 2-1 with only 17 seconds left. Twin Falls just has to get up in there and get another goal if they want to bring it into overtime.
Go getting a bump onto his own teammate.
Oh, that is rough.
That is unfortunate. Suki able to capitalize on it. Only 17 seconds. It's not over yet, though.
No, they've got a chance. It's only one goal if they want to bring it into overtime. It's going to be some very, very hyper-specific, high-precision gameplay. Oh, but that's a rough start. And it gets launched into the goal again. Zebra getting that point, the third one for Middleton. Things are looking pretty rough for Twin Falls as they are now at a 2-point deficit. And there's only a few seconds left on the clock.
You could tell the nerves were high there for Twin Falls. It's a scary thing with only such short time to try and make a comeback.
It's possible, though. It's not possible. You can't give up just yet.
Ooh, not a bad start.
Things stick in the middle. That's kind of what they need. But, oh, man, Samurai and Zebra are able to take control.
That will be the game.
Well, unless they're able to bounce it and keep it in the air, they're doing their absolute best. But there we go. Middleton taking game 4. Now 3-1. And to match point. Look at that, Middleton. Man, they are just doing that full reverse sweep, losing that first game, but immediately snapping back. And man, Suki, Zebra, and Samurai, all three of them, they really kept the pressure high. But you can see Perminator, Version Mega, Yummy Go, all three of them, they were doing so good on that defense and doing so good at making sure that they could balance things out. These points have been getting less and less and less as the games have gone forward. Shows that both teams are getting more and more and more confident and more and more and more locked in on their strategies.
They're getting a lot better feel of their opponents. And you can see Twin Falls, they were really upping the game with those demos, trying to mess up their rotations in any way that they could. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get it through those defenses, but I still see this game going anyway, even though it is 3-1 right now. On match point.
All Middleton has to do is keep this good strategy that they've had so far going as best as they can. Twin Falls, they've got to think of something fast if they want to take this game. They did good at trying to make a comeback there, but Middleton just had that out of left field 2 points at the same time.
Game 5 here on Neo Tokyo. A map some people love, some people hate.
Well, unfortunately for the people that hate it, that's where we are, and this could be the final map we see for this rotation.
Unless Twin Falls can figure something out.
Yeah. Oh, but a great start. The Version immediately there on the defense. Seems like we might be on a different map than we expected. So, to all the haters out there, hey, we got to change it for you
guys.
You see a bit of back and forth from both teams. All three of Twin Falls there on the defense. Yummy slowly pushing it forward, but Zebra coming in hot, being able to take the control away from Twin Falls and launching it towards the goal. Zebra just trying their best to get it launched into the goal, getting them their first point. Twin Falls not able to get a good defensive shot and starting things off pretty strong for Middleton as we get the first point. I believe in only the first 30 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I just have to highlight Zebra. His air control, he is something to just impossibly beat in that air.
Oh yeah, it's such a difficult thing to master, but there's definitely been so much time and effort put into those air dribbles. Speaking of Zebra, a good block onto Perminator, who tried to get it launched into the goal. Samurai doing their best to block it, just barely. But Yummy gets a full boost and is going to do their best to take control of that. Version backing them up with a very, very high boost meter. Perm doing the same. They are definitely trying to take advantage of those resources. Version trying to go for the shot, but Suki blocking it up against the crossbar. Perm trying to regain control, but Samurai has very little boost, and they're not able to control it. Same with Zebra and Suki, all three of them. Yummy trying to go for the shot. Bounces off the crossbar, but Yummy Go able to get that first point. Now 1-1 in the first minute of the match. Look at that. They are able to get up in there and get that point. I was actually kind of scared that Perminator was going to bounce it out by accident, but no, they had that precision that they needed.
Twin Falls is just upping the pressure like crazy here, not wanting to go home without a fight.
They definitely have really, really high nerves, and the stakes are high. This is their last chance to be able to make a change for themselves and start to make that reverse sweep for themselves. Oh, a great block from Perminator. Zebra trying to take that control in the air like we've been highlighting. But man, they must have heard us from the desk and noticed that they need to watch the air a bit better.
And you got to watch those passes. Is almost perfect every time. Middleton turning up the pressure.
Ooh, good pinch. Zebra was trying to get that shot, but Perm was there at the ready. Speaking of Perm, getting that demo onto Suki. maybe just trying to cause that disruption that Middleton's been so hyper-focused on. Ooh, a good shot into the ceiling by Version, just trying to get it away from the rest of the team, but Perm gets taken down by Zebra. They've got a very open shot and are able to get the goal with absolutely no defense. No issue for them to even, like, they were able to roll it pretty slowly. They just managed to snap and get it towards the enemy side.
Yeah, rotations, I think, got a little mess up there for Twin Falls, and then got an unlucky touch that had 0 power on it. Don't even know how.
It's okay, though. They got lots of time to work with. Can't give up just yet.
Version wanting to do something with it, got full boost, taking it really slow though, and Zebra is able to stop him.
See the rest of Twin Falls ready to defend the goal, but Suki out of the ground, just coming straight forward, getting at that really precise shot just right between all the Twin Falls players. It was so hard to tell, but look at all 3 of them, and in between, they had like a triangle formation, and right through the center. That was stylish if I've ever seen it.
What a cinematic goal. Great pass off the ceiling there from Zebra.
Ooh, trying to start things off. Pinches from both teams. Samurai, unfortunately, was there as it got launched towards Middleton's goal. They were in the back, ready to block it. Ooh, getting it towards the goal, but Yummy was there to back it up with Version in the back line, up playing that goalie position. Ooh, Perm gets that shot almost towards the goal. Isn't able to quite find much.
The bump's coming through. Going back and forth. Middleton trying to go for a shot. Can't get it cleared.
Oh, it's so incredibly close. Suki tries to get the shot, but Version's really fast. That's what I've always been able to notice. Whenever they're in shot, they're just speeding by the camera, ready to get those shots from a distance. Suki trying to get the shot, blocked by Perm. So close with so many of these shots. The pressure is so high onto Twin Falls. They're doing a great job at keeping their defensive strategies up. Both Yummy and Suki going into the sky, trying to get that aerial control. Perm is able to back them up. Version trying to get that shot. Just barely bounces off the crossbow. All 3 of Middleton's players are there, trying to launch it towards Twin Falls' goal and are able to regain control of it. Perm and Version are all there at the ready. Yummy Goat currently following the ball as best as they possibly can.
Version gets the clear, but Zebra is there to send it right back. Suki goes for the shot.
Look at
gets
that,
it
right into the goal. That's a 4th point from Middleton as we're down to 1.5 minutes left on the match. Look at that. What a fantastic play.
What an angle.
Barely hit that ball, but there's just enough momentum to keep it going into the goal. That was such a precise shot.
The passes are just so hard to read here from Middleton.
They're very chaotic. I want to keep highlighting it. They're chaotic, and that's what makes it so hard for them, for Twin Falls to fight up against.
A little bit of a mess up here. Bumps coming back and forth. The ball hasn't moved much.
You don't see that very often, where it's just kind of stuck in one vertical axis. It doesn't really go
6 people go after it.
Finally starting to make a move, but then it bounces right back to its old position. Now it's kind of stuck in this corner. Samurai's trying to dribble it, but Yummy Goat coming out of nowhere, taking control of the ball. Now launching it into the air. Version able to use that placement in the back line to gain control, but Samurai, 1 minute left in the match. Twin Falls has to get 3 points. They've got to lock in here. Perm getting a pretty good shot. Will Samurai be able to block it? Just barely able to keep it away from the goal as Perm gets that shot. And now Zebra is able to retake control as it gets launched towards center field.
It was a great attempt. They really have to pick up the pace. 40 seconds left. It's not over yet.
Whoa, and a demo onto Version. That's not what you want to see. They're just trying to make sure they, at this point, Middleton just has to keep it away from Twin Falls. Perm trying to regain control, but isn't able to find much. Launches back towards them. Gets a double demo. He is locked on to getting this ball. Both Suki and Samurai are taken down, but there's a short respawn cooldown. So they're already back in the game and at the ready. There's a short disruption and another one onto Suki. That's just multiple takedowns back to back to back. Not able to find much out of it though, because the rest of Middleton is immediately getting back in the game as soon as they respawn. 1 second left on the clock. It's launched towards the ground, and there we go. Middleton taking the game for themselves. Fantastic work from both teams. But man, Middleton, they really took a name for themselves after that first one. Congratulations. They will be continuing on in the bracket.
That makes me really excited to see what goes on with the rest of these teams. If that was 2 and 7 in seeding,
wow,
I can't even imagine what the other teams are going to look like. Such a great game.
Might be seeing some overtime as we continue forward. But yeah, 4-1. Twin Falls, they had such a great start though, and I really want to highlight that. They started off so strong, just getting so many of those goals and making sure Middleton wasn't aware of it. But then Middleton, they adapted immediately and were able to now take control, use their rotations, and it was just so impressive. And I'm so glad to see how well things went. We've got lots of t-shirts out in the lobby for those of you who want to get a t-shirt based off of our high school esports state championship. Now is the time. Getting a nice view on what the good old process. It's a little hot afterwards. Don't touch it too quickly else you might burn yourself. So then after you get that shirt for yourself, you're going to be able to take control of knowing that you've been at this place ready to support all of our teams throughout this lovely thing we've gone so far. But we'd like to go over to the studio. We've got an interview, and I'm really excited to see who it is, so I'd like to take it over to the studio.
Well, it's not quite to the studio. It's actually right behind you. If you turn around, we're interviewing Middleton's head coach here after a nice win. Want to kind of get your thoughts first on the win, and then we'll go into some questions.
Honestly, the win was great. I mean, the boys played great. They played amazing. They adapted really well to Twin Falls' play style, especially after that first game. And overall, I mean, they played great.
Tell us about what changed after that first game, right? Your team struggled in that first game, and then there was a switch that flipped, and you guys just kind of locked in. What happened?
I think in that first game, it was really just a lot about we were getting outpaced. They were beating us to the ball a lot. They were also doing a lot of bumps and demos. They're a really aggressive team, but I think after that first game, I told them, we got to lock in. We got to make those challenges faster, and we have to get our own disruption in there, especially on defense, and I think overall that worked out.
So, looking forward now, you guys stay on stage. You're into the state semifinals. What's the vibe in the team? How's everyone feeling?
Everyone's feeling great. We're all pumped. We're all excited. I think our second round is going to be, I think it's going to be even better. I think we're going to be seeing even a better Middleton out of this. And, our goal is the grand finals.
Very nice. You feel like you got a shot?
I feel like a really good shot.
Hey, that's what we like to hear. Well, we're going to get you out of here on this. What has been the best experience so far for your guys? I know they've only been here for a couple hours, but what has been the most impactful thing for them so far at these 2025 state championships?
I think just being on stage right off the bat, I think getting them this experience has really elevated their play style a lot. I think getting them in this situation, I'm seeing the best out of them right now.
I love that. Well, hey, thank you so much for taking some time. Congratulations on your first round win. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw it back to Audrey and the crew in the studio, so we'll catch you guys here for another interview later.
All right, back in the studio after our first of the matches of the day with Middleton taking home the win.
Good job,
though
yeah,
Twin
good
Falls
job.
overall getting a really strong start at the beginning. So, I think there was just a lot of interesting momentum shifts throughout that entire match.
Oh yeah, completely. Momentum was definitely in favor of Twin Falls in that beginning, but once, as you were saying earlier, I heard you were talking about it, completely agree. After first game, Middleton really settled into their rotations. They got back that momentum. They started building into it, and they were just taking off from there.
Yeah, honestly, Twin Falls came out hot, but Middleton had a lot more passion. I was out there for a little bit. They seemed like they really wanted it. After the game 1 loss, I could tell it really affected them in a way where they're like, all right, no, we need to tee up, we need to focus up, lock in. I saw a kid take off his sweatshirt, he wanted to get comfortable, and if somebody wants to get comfortable while playing, it means they want to take it seriously.
Yeah, and it's great to see those mindset shifts, especially in such a high stakes environment. And looking at just some of the highlights and clips that throughout that, there was a lot of great moments throughout the game. And so just taking a look at it while we're getting ready to go into it, we can see, we were mentioning a couple players. There's you mentioned Samurai at the beginning, but Zebra, but Samurai also had some really good moments. That's one right there, as well as Suki. Honestly, all of the players had some really strong moments in the game, though I believe you mentioned, Emiliano, that you noticed Zebra had some great control of the car throughout the match.
Yeah, honestly, I would say my favorite player was Zebra. Zebra looked really comfortable out there. He has really good ball control. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to stay behind the ball effectively and just apply pressure to the opponents. Just kind of suffocate them offensively, and just the defense couldn't handle him. I would say he's very fast, and Yeah.
Always where he needed
He's
to be.
He's a star.
Yeah,
He's a
it was
star in
great.
my eyes. I would say, like, if anybody's watching this, you gotta watch out for my boy Zebra, because he's gonna do some damage.
All right, you heard it from Durtho right there. Zebra's the player to watch. And, you know, I do also want to give a quick shout out to Perminator on the Twin Falls team. Just the amount of saves, demos, and shots that they were taking, they were really helping Twin Falls stick with it throughout the rest of the rounds, although they weren't able to take them. Big part of what was helping Twin Falls stick around that entire time. So I want to give a shout out there as well.
Perminator was definitely a player to watch, and I feel that Zebra knew that because they were often the ones clashing against each other, trying to fight for that ball. Perminator, with those demos, as you were saying, he was trying to set it up so that Twin Falls can actually take back some control of the field, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I mean, either way, you know, congratulations to Middleton. They're able to continue forward, sticking on the stage, and it's not over for Twin Falls yet. They can shake it off and continue as we look through the rest of our schedule for the day. Now, we do know who is going to be going up next against our current team on stage here, which is going to be Bishop Kelly, which, you know, we'll talk about it a little bit after the break, but to talk about the fun of this match is that Bishop Kelly actually beat their opponent with just 2 players. So this next matchup that we'll go to right after the break will be one to watch.
Let me show you what I got.
With the Dairy West Fueling Station, we really wanted to create a place that our players could come and be fueled and hydrated in a healthy way, fuel their minds, fuel their bodies so they can compete at the highest level. Dairy West has really allowed us to do that, and we're excited to see what this space turns into. This is only phase 1. There's many iterations to come. It's truly unique in college esports, and we're excited to see how that continues to evolve. We're really thankful for Dairy West's support and look forward to continue working with them.
Let me show you what I got.
Home is where you hang your hat, snuggle up, hide out. Home is when you're with the ones you love. It isn't just a place, it's a state of mind. At Idaho Central Credit Union, our home is Idaho. We grew up here, and we're proud to help more Idahoans with their home loan than any other financial institution. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe home is where you make it.
It's me, your Idaho Central Credit Union app. Rough morning. Is that a mobile deposit? I got this. Beat it, Charlie. We're making money moves here. Cha-ching. And done.
Charlie, come on, outside.
Sorry about the mess. I'd help if I had hands. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket. Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great. Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
In the keys to try and disrupt the enemy team, but wasn't able to find much out of that. Only got the first goal. Yummy Goat starting things off. Twin Falls with the first of the first round. We saw a lot of back and forth there for a little bit. We see in the keys to try and disrupt the enemy team, but wasn't able to find much out of that. Only got the first goal. Yummy Goat starting things off. Twin Falls with the first of the first round. Saw a lot of back and forth there for a little bit. We see pushing forward again. Zebra with a great hit and getting it into the goal. Zebra getting the first point for Middleton. Now bringing things 1-2. This could be their chance to make it back and match Middleton's points.
That is actually a great shot, getting that in.
Pushing forward again. Zebra with a great hit and getting it into the goal. Zebra getting the first point for Middleton. Now bringing things 1-2. This could be their chance to make it back and match Middleton's points.
That is actually a great shot, getting that
Tile player going back and forth, doing everything they can. It slowly bounces towards the goal. And another one, the first hat trick of the day so far. Terminator doing absolutely fantastic on both defense and offense. Look at that slight touch to bounce it forward. Right back in there again. Oh, just barely blocked, but Samurai keeps going. Pushes it directly into the goal. Starting things off, Middleton with the first point. Man, that was great, just watching him keep pushing forward even when Yummy Goat blocked it 2 separate times. That right back in there again. Oh, just barely blocked, but Samurai keeps going, pushes it directly into the goal. Starting things off, Middleton with the first point. Man, that was great, just watching him keep pushing forward even when Yummy Goat blocked it 2 separate times. That towards the goal, and yet again getting another point. Middleton is now in the lead, going 3-2. Another point from Suki. Look at that. We've got 2 contenders for a hat trick so far. I bet the studio is awfully surprised seeing how fast. Towards the goal, and yet again getting another point. Middleton is now in the lead, going 3-2. Another point from Suki. Look at that. We've got 2 contenders for a hat trick so far. I bet the studio is awfully surprised seeing how fast. Saved by Version Mega, but it bounces off the crossbar and hits Samurai into the goal, getting us our first hat trick of the second game.
Middleton has taken a number out of Twin Falls' book. The rotations on offense are just blocked by Terminator. Another follow-up shot. Suki gets the pass to Zebra and he finishes it.
Another goal. Pushing things forward. They're currently in the lead. We have a fantastic start from Middleton yet again. Man, Yummy Goat just barely
blocked by Terminator. Another follow-up shot. Suki gets the pass to Zebra and he finishes it.
Another goal. Pushing things forward. They're currently in the lead. We have a fantastic start from Middleton yet again. Man, Yummy Goat just barely. Man, there's a lot of stuff happening right now. Lots of shots. Suki gaining the lead for their team now 2-1 with only 17 seconds left. Twin Falls just has to get up in there and get another goal if they want to bring it into overtime. Yummy trying to go for the shot. Bounces off the crossbar, but Yummy Goat able to get that first point. Now 1-1 in the first minute of the match. Look at that. They are able to get up in there and get that point. I was actually kind of scared that Terminator was going to bounce it out by accident, but no.
Gets the clear, but Zebra is there to send it right back. Suki goes for the shot.
Look at that. Right into the goal. That's a 4th point from Middleton as we're down to 1.5 minutes left on the match. Look at that. What a fantastic play.
What an angle.
Barely
gets the clear, but Zebra is there to send it right back. Suki goes for the shot.
Look at that. Right into the goal. That's a 4th point from Middleton as we're down to 1.5 minutes left on the match. Look at that. What a fantastic play. What a
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Studio as we continue our coverage of the Rocket League Idaho State Championships. We just got back from watching Middleton versus Twin Falls, where Middleton was able to take the match 4-1, and now we continue to watch their games as they go up against their next opponent, Bishop Kelly, who has a very interesting challenge to overcome today as they are currently working with 2 players. However, they did manage to defeat their previous opponent, which was Compass, with said 2 players. So they're not out of it yet, but this will be an interesting challenge for them going up against one of the stronger teams that is currently in this championship so far.
It's certainly going to be a rough match for Bishop Kelly. They're going to have to fight and fight hard. And as you were saying, 2 players, maybe they're getting their 3rd back soon?
We've heard that they're en route, so either they might show up at the beginning or they might not be here. So either way, they're currently with 2, hoping to get the 3rd player.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit of the BK guys, the 2 that were there, and they look really, really solid. From what I've seen so far, walking around, looking at other teams, one of their players, I don't really remember his name, solid kid though.
Yeah?
Wow, watching him, he was doing an air dribble gauntlet, or a dribble gauntlet, and I was like, okay, he has really good control of his car. He knows what he's doing. So he I feel like can pull something out for sure.
Yeah. You brought up Zebra in the previous matchup, and so you're talking about this player from Bishop Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
So with that frame of reference, would you say they're like comparable, one stronger than the other?
I don't know, because I haven't seen one of them play yet, but I would say Zebra is so far like a star player that I've seen, and I'll keep him up there. But this BK squad is something people are going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, so a chance to rival what we've been seeing so far.
I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, I think, regardless, you don't want to be down a player, but from what we've heard about Bishop Kelly, that sounds like an exciting challenge for them to go into, and, a little extra fun for the matchup. If they do manage to take this, that's quite the story to say that they've been able to beat multiple opponents with only 2 players.
The amount of technical skill that would take is impressive, but I think it's quite possible if these 2 players have enough of chemistry between them to get around the Middleton players. As we look at this, Rigby versus Capital is the next matchup for top seed versus 5th.
Yeah, we've also got Skyline and Wood River and Compass Academy and Twin Falls as they're all getting ready to jump in. And as we get a second, we can take a look at the names of the teams. I mean, we're familiar with Middleton and Bishop Kelly here. Man, I feel like they're going for the medal of hardest names to pronounce on the field. We're going to have a lot of fun on desk, I assume, with those. Thank goodness that's not going to be our problem right now.
Not right
but, as we can see, it's currently still 2 and 3. We're going to get that mystery 3rd player at some point, hopefully. But, as we're getting ready to jump into it, that is kind of the name of the game. Middleton has given us a really strong performance so far, and now Bishop Kelly needs to either take over with a even more surprising performance with 2 players, or Middleton will continue their streak so far. So let's cut to the desk and see what they think about this exciting matchup.
Thank you, Audrey. Welcome back to the front desk. Now, going into talking about that 3rd player, we've had a little bit of intel that the player was hypothetically supposed to get here at noon. For those of you who don't know, it is past noon, so I imagine they will be getting here shortly. For now, it seems we will just be sticking to having the 2 players. Maybe they showed up while I was not paying attention. That's entirely possible. But to also focus on pronunciations, thank you, Audrey. I appreciate you making that our problem. We have Aspect and Ecuador on Bishop Kelly's side. And then as soon as we get the 3rd player, we'll have to figure out how that's pronounced when we get there. But so far, I do want to focus on something specific. We were talking, me and Carson were talking about the standings while we were waiting. And so far, both of the games we've seen for Middleton and for Bishop Kelly, respectively, both went 4-1. So, Carson, looking at those stats, do you believe we'll be seeing anything different in terms of how we see the gameplay between both teams, or do you imagine it's going to go kind of similarly to the last one?
I think it would have to be almost completely different. Both these teams seem like they would have the power to just rival each other in both mechanics and just simple rotations. And with 4-1 on each side, I can see this thing going all the way to Game 7.
Well, we'll have to see how that pans out. We're going to be getting starting here soon. Obviously, Middleton has had plenty of time to get set up because they were already here. But Bishop Kelly, they got set up during the break, and I imagine they're just getting the last few things locked down before we get started. But I'm really excited to see how this goes down. There's going to be I imagine we will be going into overtime. Maybe we're going to be seeing more points on either side, or conversely, we can see less points on both sides because both teams do a better job at keeping the ball going back and forth. Really depends on each game, depends on how things go. But I really do hope we get to see more of it more games happen, because the further we get to Game 7, the more exciting it's going to be, because it's more pressure, more excitement, and it's just going to be really, really cool to see how that pans out. Once again, focusing on Doc's keys to the game in Rocket League: get that moral victory, set play style, play to follow up, and understand rotations. 4 different keys than we talked about at the start, but they're all equally important. You, Carson, especially highlighted rotations multiple times, and we've been seeing how well that's played out, watching different parts of the team going towards different spots on the field, rotating between them. I remember highlighting one of the players, I believe, would kind of stick towards the back line and then constantly push forward. Version Mega, that's who it was. Version would constantly be on that goalie position, but then launch forward. That's a great example of rotations. We've seen it with Middleton, and I'm really curious to see how Bishop Kelly manages that, especially if they do end up with only 2 players.
Rotations are going to be very weird for this game, because that was one of the biggest problems with Middleton. They would get caught up in the same corner with all 3 players there, or everyone on the same side of the map.
And once again, this is brought to you by Blue Ribbon Painting. Let us introduce you to the MVPs of painting. With over 90 years of combined experience, they're proud to be Boise's go-to team of local, multi-generational paintings. Ready to level up your home? Visit BlueRibbonPainting.com. Seems we're still waiting on the teams to get up and set up. Both coaches are in the background, as you can see, just making sure everything is locked down and prepared. We want to make sure it's fair for both sides. So I'm okay with them getting set up, maybe doing a bit of a button check right now, making sure that all their controls are exactly what they want, so that way it's as fair as possible.
Making sure it's fair as we're going into a 2v3.
Maybe.
And like we
there was a potential idea that it was going to be online.
I hope.
Potentially. We don't know for sure.
Like we were saying with rotations, the 2's rotations and 3's rotations are completely different. So having to figure out a sweet spot of having only 2 players in a 3's match is very difficult to have that.
You want to go a bit more in depth on the 2 rotations? Because that's something we haven't seen yet today.
Well, 2's rotations are a lot more aggressive. You don't always have that last man able to defend the shots, so you can have a team play going on while still having that backup of someone there in case the ball just gets a bad 50 and shoots down to your side. There's always someone there. In 2's, you kind of make your play, but it's on both sides. The aggression is just very much there, and there's also a lot less team passing plays in 2's. There's a lot more opportunities for solo plays, solo aerials, and just kind of flashier goals. But 3's, you really have to focus on everyone, the rotations, keeping them fluid, or else you leave those openings.
It's definitely a very high stress if you're on that 2-man team, because you just have a lot less room to work with. So if we end up sticking with the 2 teams, I'm going to hit us with an if a lot, because it is really an if, and a lot of us don't know exactly what's happening with that, so I'm terribly sorry. If we end up going to that 2-person team, I guarantee we will be seeing 2 very different kinds of gameplay from both sides, 2 very different kinds of strategies. Middleton, I imagine we won't be seeing much of a difference for them, just given that it worked so incredibly well last time with how they played. But BK, if they really, really want to win on this 2-man team, I mean, they did it before, so whatever we end up seeing with them is likely going to be what we saw with Compass last time.
Yeah, I think Middleton, if it sticks with this 2-man versus 3, they could really capitalize that and take advantage of it, having one person go on a very heavy demo rotation, taking out the little manpower that they actually have.
It would be a bit of a sketchy strategy, because getting taken down 24/7, it is exactly a fun way to play the game. But hey, if Middleton really wants to go on to the 3rd and 4th, then that's going to be what they might have to do. Obviously, we don't know for sure. We haven't seen BK, at least not directly on this stream. They were playing in the background somewhere. Though I do want to highlight, I don't remember which team it was, I'm going to be honest, but a while back I did see another 2-man team. I don't know what it is. They must have something in their strategy or their mindset when they play like crazy and are constantly pushing forward the entire time. And honestly, it might have been BK actually, because these names are pretty familiar to me. But when I saw them play last, they were like scary good, even if there were only 2 of them. I imagine it's just you got to be a lot more focused and put a lot more trust in both yourself and your only other teammate. And so you have to be prepared for little room to error. So maybe it's they're more calculated with their strategies because they know they have less to work with. So I imagine that might be something we see from BK if we hit this 2-man rather than Middleton when it's a lot more just general. You launch it and you trust your team to do what they need to do. It's a lot more direct communication for BK.
I feel like the pressure might also be a little bit less on BK. Like, they're going in already at a disadvantage. People are expecting them to get taken down. So they can just go in having fun with it. And if they win, they pull off something crazy.
You know, it is good to highlight the fun. It is really good to highlight the fun. Because, yes, this is a tournament. And, yes, we're getting closer and closer to the finals. But we're here to have fun, right? We're here to enjoy ourselves. I'm enjoying watching this. I'm sure everybody out there is too. And I imagine Middleton's really enjoying themselves after a really good win. But hopefully Twin Falls remembers that this was just for fun. And they should still be proud of themselves because, man, I would have gotten smoked by them. That's for sure.
That's one thing I always focus whenever I'm playing. I got to have fun with it or else I don't do good.
There's a reason I'm in front of the camera talking to people about the game instead of back there playing the game because that would be a little rough.
That's completely fair.
Now, looking at Ideal Idaho. Ideal Idaho's 529 Education Savings Plan is a great gift any time of the year. Give the gift of education by opening a 529 savings account today at idsaves.org. Ideal Idaho's 529 Education Plan. It's nice that we have so many sponsorships because it's these people. They want to be represented, of course, but it shows that they care about this and their players and this tournament. Because all these high schoolers, they're here to show off their skills, how much effort they put into this, all the different strategies, all the different skills that they've built over time. And so now we have more and more representation at this tournament. And we got lots of people out here in the physical audience too. I'm sure when the camera's pointed at us, you can just kind of see them in the background. Sometimes the camera switches over to them, but we've got a lot of people here, right there. We're seeing that. We've got some people out in the audience. So many people that care about this tournament. So many people that care about supporting the high school players, and I'm really happy about that because we usually focus on college players.
Yeah. I think going into it, who do you think is going to be able to pull this out?
Honestly, I have no clue because, like I said before, with the 2-man thing, those are the scary teams because they don't have as much to lose with only 2 players. So I feel like it's going to go both ways. I mean, considering how Middleton played last time, they were so effective with their rotations and with their versatility and switching between offense and defense. So I have a slight bias towards Middleton, but that's also because we just saw Middleton. So I imagine that could change over time as we get into this next game, as BK shows off why they're also in this tournament and why they were able to beat Cascade with only 2 players.
Yeah, I can't blame you for having a bias towards the people with 3 on their team as opposed to 2, but I really wanted to see how they play if they were able to win their first match against these teams that are all competing at a very high level.
And by a big margin, too.
Yeah, it was. I don't know how the individual scores of each game went, but it was a 4-1 match, which is crazy in a 2v3.
Yeah, I almost want to have them as 2 players, just only because I want to see that different style of gameplay. It's very unique. It's not something you see very often versus the 3-man gameplay. Obviously, at a more realistic level, I do hope that they get their 3rd player to make it a little more fair. But so far, we don't really have that happening just yet. We can kind of see them just kind of driving around, getting themselves prepared mentally, physically, making sure their fingers know what they're doing before they get into the game. But I do hope they get that 3rd player here soon. Whatever reason it is that they weren't able to arrive on time, hopefully they're all right. Hopefully they're okay. Because I do want to see this pan out exactly how we wanted it to. Have it be as fair as possible, so that way we can all have fun.
We do want to see a fair match between each team to really show which team has the skills to take it out on top. Even though the 2v3 would be awesome to watch.
It would be. I do actually have a change of heart, though, because the more that I think about it, Middleton was able to get a 4-1 standing in their last match in a 3v3. But BK got a 4-1 in a 2v3. So it is entirely possible that BK could really take this for themselves, but finally we got everything prepared and ready to go. People cheering in the audience. We're excited to get started. The first match between Middleton and Bishop Kelly. Really excited to see how this pans out.
And it's looking like we're going to
we're already starting by the looks of it.
And we do have a 3v3 by the looks of it, actually, with the third player being Messenger.
Really glad to see. It seems like they were going to be online like we were talking about beforehand. But yeah, to start things up, 3v3, won't be seeing that two-man gameplay, but that's not a big deal because we're still seeing this gameplay. Starting things off, Ecuador was able to get a good save from Middleton, trying to launch towards the goal. Samurai being right up in their faces to start the game off. Getting another good look at them, just trying to push forward. Okay, yes, we did just get confirmation. Messenger is in fact playing remotely. Glad to get that all settled. Speaking of settling, Zebra starting things off with a good first point for the first game. Glad to see things getting started here within the first 45 seconds of the match, I believe. Messenger doing their absolute best to block it, but just barely threading the needle right below him and the ground. And getting things off with Middleton taking the lead.
And the kickoff goes in favor of Middleton yet again. And Suki tries to get it in.
Ooh, that was close. Bouncing off Ecuador and the crossbar at the same time. Zebra trying to get up in there. Suki going in the sky, but bouncing off the crossbar once again. Ecuador with a fantastic save. I was about to cheer for Middleton yet again, but look at that aspect, unrivaled as they go straight for the goal. No one had any boost. No one had any idea what was going on. You could just see him going straight towards the goal.
Yeah,
oh man,
see Zebra having to dodge the bump, and it put him out of rotation, not able to make the save.
What a great start. About a minute in, both teams showing off that they can both get those goals. Sugi with a fantastic start. Ecuador, though, on that defense, ready to block the ball as soon as possible, but immediately afterwards, Sugi and Ecuador took each other out. What an interesting turn of events.
Zebra gets control in the air yet again. The aggression is very high from Middleton. They're keeping the pressure on. Samurai goes up with the ball. Ecuador is there to clear it, though.
Everyone's kind of stuck in the corner except for Zebra on that rotation like we were talking about. Ready to play that defense, and it was a good thing he did because Aspect got up in their faces. Oh, just barely missing the ball from Ecuador. That is tragic. That was such an incredibly close chance to get that in the lead, but Aspect taking control, flipping it directly over the heads of the other players, or windshields, I suppose I should say, of the other players, and it just barely bounces off the crossbar. Aspect with yet another goal, putting them in the lead. Bishop Kelly now up 2-1 at a 1-point advantage.
That angle was as perfect as it could get. I think a little bit further, it could have bounced out from that crossbar.
Definitely would have. That was so close, man. Look at that.
Both teams keeping it up.
Starting things off, bouncing it towards Middleton's goal yet again. Bishop Kelly really loves getting up in their faces and playing their offensive skills so well. And yet we still see Messenger playing back on that defense. I do like how we're seeing the rotations out of them. We see the two-man gameplay with the added goalie. I feel like that's really going to give Bishop Kelly that lead. But right as I say that, Bishop Kelly gets matched as Zebra gets yet another point, putting things 2-2 now. Messenger was not able to get much out of that block as Zebra went right over them, allowing them to secure that second goal.
Yeah, a little bit of an over-rotate there from Bishop Kelly, leaving the back post open.
Getting things started off yet again. Zebra is able to get that first touch. It's still pretty close to the center field, but Ecuador going up against the wall. Good block from Suki, trying to bounce it back towards the enemy side. Bishop Kelly still is trying to keep that offensive rotation while Messenger waits in the back. Ecuador goes right over the windshields of every other car, but it gets blocked by Suki yet again. They're doing their absolute best to keep the pressure high, but they are facing so much contention from Middleton. Oh, and he just barely misses that block, and Samurai is able to secure that point. Now putting them in the lead. Middleton going 3-2.
I might be from being online. You can see Messenger playing very passively, staying in goal, while the other two are pushing out and being a lot more defensive.
It is good to have that defense, though. Oh, look at that. A perfect standstill between the two of them, but Suki's able to push it forward. Getting a good launch. Aspect able to block it. Messenger there at the ready. Oh, and a demolition onto them. Fortunately, they're able to keep it away from their goal, and Ecuador starts dribbling it forward. A good shot, but isn't able to find much. Suki's on that defense. Samurai starts to back it up into the ball, but isn't able to get much out of it. Ecuador launching it towards center field again. Sugi pushes it forward, bounces a little bit off the crossbar, and Aspect takes the control of the ball, taking down Samurai immediately afterwards. Messenger with that defense, Ecuador bouncing it off the wall to regain control, but Sugi causes some disruption yet again. Samurai using that full boost to their advantage, but Ecuador gets up in their faces, launching it towards the goal. Zebra with another incredible block. There's been so many good defensive plays on both sides so far.
Aspect with a good demo rotation, trying to get any bumps he can to slow down Middleton. The pass comes through, and Zebra.
Oh, it's close. It's really close. Oh, but the crossbar saves them from yet another point. That was so close. Everybody was in that goal at the exact same time. It was Samurai regaining control, launching it into the corner. Both him and Ecuador going up against each other. Suki trying to back him up. Ecuador with a good block. 1 minute remaining on the clock. It's very close, still 3-2. Bishop Kelly just has to get another point to match it out yet again.
Still a minute left. Anything can happen. But Middleton keeping the speed up.
Nice thing about Rocket League is a lot of things can happen in such a short amount of time. We could be up to 7 points on either side with only these 40 seconds left, so we really can't tell what's going to happen just yet.
That is very true. Aspect trying to do something with it in the air.
Ooh, and Sugi just barely missing it. Seemingly like skimming right below the ball as it bounced off the ground. Zebra with a good air dribble, blocked by Ecuador, and Aspect starts pushing it forward. Sugi does not have the boost to launch into the air, tries to pick one up off the ground, but gets blocked by another player. Ooh, a takedown onto Aspect puts Bishop Kelly down a player for just a moment. All Middleton has to do is keep the ball away, but they're still continuing to try and launch it towards the goal. Zebra getting a hat trick in the game, able to start things, get the last few points in this matchup. Now they don't have much time left, and things are looking pretty good for Middleton.
The ball control there from Zebra was just absolutely perfect, a perfect air dribble.
And it's been perfect, like so many times. That's the biggest highlight out of Zebra. I know the studio was talking about it before, but yeah, that's such an impressive thing. Aspect getting taken down once again. Things are looking pretty grim. Only 3 seconds left on the clock. It hits the ground, and it's so close, and there we go. Middleton starting things off. First point, 1-0 in our semifinals match.
You can see all the accolades coming in for Middleton. Just seems like they had control of the game way longer, at least offensively. Not really needing that defensive prowess as much.
Yeah, we see Messenger, only one without many accolades, but that's not to say they didn't do their job. Because they were back in the goal, but there were so few points where it was near the goal. So much of the time it was kind of stuck near the middle. But this is brought to you by Information Technology Core. This stream is powered in part by ITC, partner for IT support, cybersecurity, and network solutions. When tech problems strike, ITC keeps your system running so you can stay in the game. But yeah, I really noticed this is a much more even matchup. I'm not saying anything bad about the previous game that we saw. It was still, Twin Falls still did such a good job. But there's a lot more, like, in the middle of the field points, and a lot more, like, really great offensive and defensive plays on both sides happening at the exact same time. So I imagine, like we saw in the last game, the further we get towards match point in that winning round, we're going to get less and less points as both teams get more comfortable.
I'm really excited to see how this entire series goes, and I think it can go either way. Bishop Kelly, Middleton, on to map 2.
Starting things off, the ball goes towards Bishop Kelly's side. Suki trying to get the ball towards the goal, but isn't able to find much so far.
Carries it all the way down, but Zebra is able to shut him down. Aspect.
Ooh, just barely missing it out of the air as it launches back towards center field. Ecuador is trying their best to regain control of the ball. Suki launching it towards, but Messenger playing their role exactly how they're supposed to. Just purely defense is exactly what they need. Aspect regaining control of the ball, pushing it towards Middleton's side, but isn't able to find much as it gets contested by Zebra yet again, launching it into the corner. Aspect still doing their best. Ecuador is there to back them up with full boost, but Suki is just constantly on the ball, locked onto it at every single possible opportunity. Zebra is able to back them up. Ecuador pushing forward with Aspect, but Suki is just immediately on the ball, following that trajectory perfectly.
They're just trying to keep the power on. The shots are just coming in left and right, but none of them can find their way through the defenses of Bishop Kelly.
Still at 0-0 so far in this first minute. Oh, right as I said that, I thought it was going to be counted wrong. But that shot from Zebra just barely hit off that crossbar. A lot of passing between the team. I don't even know if that's intentional or not. The ball is flying all over the place. Ooh, but a demo onto Azpek puts Bishop Kelly at a slight disadvantage. Not really what they want to see right now, but fortunately, he's right back in the game, ready to do exactly what he does. And Ekdor with a fantastic block and launching it back towards Middleton's side.
Zebra catching it to take it up the wall. Wants to try and get this aerial all the way downfield. A little bit too much speed, loses it. Samurai is there to recover for him, though.
Some good rotations from both sides. It's really impressive to see that. Ecuador getting taken down by Tsuki. That is rough. Once again, they are kind of focusing on these demolitions just a little bit. And still no points have been landed so far as we get brought down to 3 minutes on the clock. Getting very close to Middleton's side of the field. Ecuador doing their absolute best to back up the rest of the team. They're not able to find much. Messenger is trying to block the ball. They were able to get it away as Ecuador continues pushing forward and it gets launched back towards Middleton's side of the field. Another demo, but this time on to Middleton from Ecuador. He decided to avenge himself from last time. Good air control from Zero, gets backed up, and immediately Ecuador comes out of left field to back up, pushing the ball forward towards Middleton's goal. Still nothing left. Another 30 seconds has passed, but right as I say that, Ecuador getting things started in game 2. Finally getting that first point and getting the ball rolling, pun intended.
What a perfect pass there.
Wow. Yeah.
And Ecuador able to just capitalize on it and get it right past the defenses.
Man, I'm really glad that we finally saw that point, but it is really interesting how the moment I was talking about both teams getting comfortable, there was just so much back and forth the entire time. But finally, Ecuador was able to get that first point, and we continue to push forward. Middleton, they look like they want to get some vengeance as they continue pushing forward. Samurai coming straight out of the skies, but just barely missed touching that ball, and Azpek starts dribbling it forward. Ooh, another demo onto Ecuador. I mean, speaking of Ecuador, we see him respawn in a pretty good spot as that's exactly what the ball's trajectory was going. Using just a tiny bit of boost to get themselves up into the air and start to take control of the ball. Suki launching it towards their goal. Once again, another block from Ecuador. We almost got like two separate goalies. We got Messenger, the main one, and then Ecuador is just kind of there in the right spot at the right time every single time.
Ecuador just being a brick wall, and Azpek's able to take it all the way downfield, but Suki is there to stop it. Still putting on the pressure.
You see Azpek trying to keep it in that center field as Middleton pushes it forward, and a good shot towards their side. They really just want to keep the ball on the side of Middleton so that way they don't get many chances to make a comeback. Getting closer to a minute left on the clock. And Middleton does not have much to work with. But hey, like we said before, there's still a lot of time. There's a lot of time for a lot of things to happen, so I can't really count them out of this game yet.
The game's never over until the very last seconds.
Mm-hmm. I've seen points happen with 1 second left on the clock as a round starts, so I'm like, I gotta be open to anything.
That's all you need.
Ooh, another demo onto Azpek. Suki is really taking advantage of these demos so far. Getting 3 so far. Is there a hat trick for demolitions? Is that a thing we have?
No, I don't think so. That would be pretty funny, though.
I wonder what we'd call it. I don't know. I'm not in a very... Actually, I shouldn't say I'm not in a punny mood. Speaking of demos, happening yet again. Man, Ecuador taking down Zebra. There are a lot happening back and forth between both teams. Definitely noticing that more from Middleton, but it's a lot of that pent-up anger, I almost feel. Just wanting to take down their opponents. Oh, we see the ball bouncing off the crossbar. I got excited there for a second. But unfortunately, Ecuador is not able to get much out of that launch into the goal. Another takedown. Samurai and Suki both getting a hat trick of demolitions. 10 seconds left on the clock. Ecuador knocks it just barely into the goal, but Zebra is right there on that threshold and isn't able to get much. We count down to 1 second left on the clock, and the second game is over with only 1 point being made, and it goes to Bishop Kelly.
I feel like that was the first time we've seen it come down to 0 seconds and actually have a goal mean something if they get it.
I know, yeah.
Seconds.
That was so close. But man, I really want to highlight the demolitions, especially for Middleton, but on both sides too. Ecuador and Azpek getting a couple of their own. I don't know if that was intentional or if that was like a on the spot strategy that they wanted to bring out, but it didn't really work out in their favor, which I find interesting. Like, basically any other game you play in esports, kills are like such an important thing, but with Rocket League it's such a short cooldown or respawn timer, and it doesn't mean a whole lot because we saw Bishop Kelly still manage to win that game and balance things out 1-1. I really like that about Rocket League because it means that you're actually focusing on the objective more, and you don't really get easily distracted by demolitions very much.
Yeah, there is also the accidental demos.
Oh, of course.
Because you try and just rotate through, get any disruption you can after you do your part in the play, and if you don't get anything, you go out. But sometimes you'll just be rotating out, and you hit someone you didn't even know was there.
It just happens sometimes, yeah. Well, I imagine usually with those accidental demos, then we usually see more stuff like that, but we actually have something going on in the lobby. So I'm going to throw it over to them, and we'll be back to the game here in a minute.
No.
Never mind. I was wrong. I misheard something going on. But we've got some stuff going on with technical difficulties. We're trying to get the lobby set up. So we're just kind of waiting to make sure everyone is prepared and ready before we get started in the next game. We're talking about fairness a lot, and this is still about fairness, making sure that everything goes correctly. So.
Yeah. They clearly are making this, they play with the two-man, and the third man is clearly doing their job. They're definitely playing a lot more of a defensive player than the other two, but it's clearly working out.
Yeah, but now we want to look at Dairy West. If you guys haven't seen, we've had milks all over, even on the front desk too, because it is sponsored by Dairy West. They have been a constant sponsor for Boise State. In fact, Boise State players fuel to win with the Dairy West fueling station, filled with chocolate milk, cheeses, and tons of dairy snacks. Dairy West fuels the Broncos. Maybe I'm going to take a quick sip of my milk that I've had sitting on the desk the entire time. I don't know if people have noticed, but I got myself an organic whole milk, and I believe, Carson, you have a chocolate milk up on stage. Milk. We love having our fuel for our players. Like we focused on that mindset earlier, you got to make sure you get a little bit of mental fuel even. It's a little vague in our little description, getting fuel for our Broncos. But yeah, you want to keep that morale high, and if you get a nice tasty little drink from Dairy West, then that's going to keep people really excited and really enjoying themselves throughout these matchups.
People don't realize how much brain power you got to use in Rocket League.
Oh yeah.
It's shorter than a lot of other games, but unlike other games, it is constant thinking of what's happening next and what you're going to do.
It's really focused on tracking that ball, as I've noticed, because it's really easy for us as casters and everyone else out in the audience to know what's going on because the camera is constantly locked on to the ball at all times. But with the players, that's not how their cameras work typically. Like they have to drive around and focus more specifically on what's going on around them, and so that makes it a little more difficult for them. But they're still playing so incredibly well at the same time.
I could be wrong, but I feel like I saw another Bishop Kelly player on the stage.
Maybe we've got our physical person, or maybe that could have been their coach, or just an audience member. It's really is in fact playing remotely.
That is also a possibility.
Speaking of settling, but as we continue to get things prepared, with a good first point. Highlights for just a moment, maybe just one highlight. I guess there was only 1 point that got made that whole match.
That is very
And
true.
with Rocket League, it is a lot harder to find those highlights in other places because it is really just about the goal, generally. Finding those above all else.
Speaking of settling,
but now we're going back into the highlights yet again. There were a few more situations that I noticed with like great blocks or great rotations. And yeah, we saw that was a pretty impressive pinch right there.
Yeah,
it's not something you see all the time.
That goal was a double commit on the side of Middleton, but Zebra was able to recover and still capitalize off of it.
There's a lot of recovery that goes into Rocket League, like realizing that something went wrong that you didn't need to happen, but you're still able to take advantage of the other resources around you, how much boost you have left, who else is around, like the defensive and offensive capabilities of the rest of your teammates. So it's all about just trusting that your team is there to back you up at all times. And there is a lot of trust that goes into it. And it goes really well because I personally have a hard time noticing like anything other than the main player. But I don't think like that's necessarily an issue because with how Rocket League is played, you focus on the person who's on the ball and then immediately afterwards somebody takes over that spot and switches like a relay race and immediately taking that position up. So it's just constantly cycling who's going after that ball the whole time. Bishop Kelly's a bit of an enigma because they have Messenger consistently on the defensive position. But you still notice it between Aspect and Ecuador. They're just constantly taking each other's places at all times.
And a lot of the decision-making just takes place subconsciously without even thinking about it, like, especially boost. You will just be driving back in your rotations, and you're just grabbing those small boost pads without even thinking about it, knowing you are going to need it.
It's it's unconscious just because they've spent so much time around these maps. They're so familiar. Of course, every match is structured the same way. It's just a cosmetic difference. But they know where all these boost pads are, and they just drive over them subconsciously, I feel, a lot of the time, because they know they're going to need that boost in the future, and they've gotten so used to just making sure they have it filled constantly. Because we saw multiple situations where both having just enough boost managed to save somebody, or not having enough boost managed to cause some problems. Like, there's a lot of aerials that go on, especially with Zebra. And so if Zebra isn't fully stocked on the boost, they won't be able to get that kind of high pressure that they really thrive with.
I'm excited for this next matchup. It feels like Middleton has the unison down a lot better, but Bishop Kelly's able to just find those sweet spots and get those goals. So I'm excited to see where this third map goes.
Well, it seems like things got started off just about 10 or so seconds. As we were transitioning in, we're finally back into this game. We're on to game 3, currently 1-1. A lot could happen in this time.
Still same 3 players for Middleton, or for Bishop Kelly.
It seems like, oh, there's Messenger. I literally look at the list of players right as he got taken down, casually confusing myself. But hey, Messenger is still here to back up the team, playing that defensive role exactly like they're supposed to. Oh, but Suki with a really, really good angle on the goal. Messenger was centered, but hey, they just got right up next to the goal and launched it at max speed. You see him coming out of right field, I suppose I should say this time. Not really giving Messenger much time to react.
Yeah, perfect placement on the far side of the net, not able to get there in time.
Yeah, I think that's what Middleton really has to do their absolute best to focus on, is trying to catch Messenger off guard, because when you have someone consistently in that goal, then it's going to be really easy for them to block it if they have a lot of time to react. So they have to get really close to the goal and find these really, really confusing angles, as they were able to do with that first point.
And Middleton wanting to get this goal in, but the demos and the bumps are perfect from Bishop Kelly.
That was close. Samurai trying to launch it into the goal, but all 3 of the players there to back them up. We see Messenger taking themselves out of the goal to try and push forward just a little bit. Ecuador instead taking their spot, and look at that perfect rotation, getting themselves into the goal, and they knew Messenger wouldn't have enough time and were able to save themselves from being down yet another point. We're now down to about a minute and a half so far in this match, and it's just 1 point. Like we were saying, the further you get into the games, the more comfortable and confident both teams get. And so it's going there's a lot of stagnancy, I think that's a word, with how goals are being placed, because both teams are struggling to make these goals with how much rotating is going on.
Yeah, it's feeling like a lot more back and forth, kind of just booming it downfield. Oh, not able to capitalize at the crossbar, bounces it away. Samurai taking it back to try and just reset and figure something out here. Gets bumped up onto the ceiling, and Suki's able to take it from him.
Now down to 3 minutes on the clock. Azpek is following the ball as best as they can as it gets launched towards their goal, but a great shot, launching it straight to the other side of the field. But Samurai hovered right in midair, just ready to lock on that ball as soon as it reached them, and it worked out perfectly. And immediately afterwards, getting another shot into the goal, Suki to back him up. I was going to talk about the demo, but man, what an incredible shot. They worked so well together to launch the ball into the goal, bringing them now up 2-0.
As you want to say, you want to talk about the demo, I don't know if that goal could have happened without it.
Really, I want to hear more about that, honestly. Just make it quick, though. We're going to get right back
up, and they're not able to get that save there.
Yeah, it's all about that chaos, isn't it? We see it getting launched towards Middleton's side, but they're ready to launch it towards the midfield yet again. Suki taking advantage of the air control with Ziba to back him up. That was a great shot, perfectly angled and right into the goal. Messenger just barely missing that block. That was so incredibly close, but they weren't able to block it, and it's now bringing it up 3-0. Quite the difference so far in points from between this game and the last. Going from a 1-0 to now a 3-0. Middleton, they did something. I don't know what it was, but they did something, and it's giving them such a good advantage.
They're figuring it out, and they're getting those simple shots on that sometimes are just hard to save.
Yeah, I'm thinking that one of the main issues is Messenger doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, because they're not able to reach the ball very fast, and they're able to capitalize on that. Zebra getting another point. Now up 4-0. Man, Bishop Kelly has a lot of space they have to make up if they want to get this point, but I mean, we're only on game 3, so we're not even close to the end just yet.
That shot was actually crazy from Zebra, blocking it, getting a perfect 50 to just send it right down into the net.
See Samurai getting a full boost reset. Now being able to take advantage of that, launching it towards Bishop Kelly's goal. continuing to take advantage of the air. Samurai trying to back them up, but they do miss the ball as Aspect launches it towards Middleton's goal instead.
A pinch goes into the corner. Aspect trying to do something with it, but Suki's there to shut him down.
See Zebra going up into the air with that boost, fully refilled like we were talking about. Getting those aerials is important as long as you have that boost to prepare yourself. Ecuador trying to launch it towards the goal, isn't able to find much with the defensive prowess of Middleton. All three of them are in the exact same spot, ready to block the ball and start pushing it forward towards Bishop Gelly's side of the field.
Had 2 double commits back to back there, but able to recover from it. Zebra barely misses the ball, actually. And that leaves an opening for Ecuador.
There's been a lot of close calls in this game, I've noticed. And speaking of close calls, they did their absolute best to block it, but Aspect went in there, I believe, pinching between all 3 of Middleton's players. I really, oh yeah, look at that, almost in between all 3 of them. It seems like Zebra even got pushed by the ball into the field.
It almost hit every single one of them.
I think it did hit all 3 of the players. Man, that was such a great shot, finally giving Bishop Kelly a bit of a start to their role. And getting a comeback. They still got a little over a minute left on the clock. Aspect doing a great job at kicking it against the field, kicking against the goal and over towards Middleton's side of the field.
Yeah, the lower ball control on the ground from Aspect is actually very good and methodical.
Ooh, but a demo goes on to Aspect, and another one on to Ecuador. All they've got left is Messenger in the goal, but fortunately able to restock on players and restock on boost to regain control immediately. Ecuador jumping out of nowhere. Aspect getting revenge, taking down Zebra. There's some very high-octane gameplay happening right now from both teams. Just constantly getting up in each other's faces, getting a couple demos, getting some good shots onto each other's goals, especially now as it launches towards Bishop Kelly's side. But right as I say that, it gets launched towards center field instead. 30 seconds left on the clock. Oh, and Zebra able to get that hat trick, and Messenger is not able to block it yet again.
Zebra is just collecting these hat tricks every single game.
I know.
Perfect placement.
I feel like what I'm really noticing that makes them stand apart is they're launching into high shots above where Messenger can easily jump to block them. They really have to find those specific angles. But if they're able to get it kind of above that range, that's going to be what they need. And Suki getting a hat trick of their own as we get up to 6-1. This is the highest points we have ever seen out of any game so far today. And man, Middleton is not backing down, just getting these points back to back to back.
It's looking like one of those games that Middleton just has control of, and they just score back to back, like you were saying. I don't think Bishop Kelly should take it too much to heart and just kind of use it as a reset and figure out what they need to do next map.
Yeah, it's really about focusing on that mindset a lot of the time. I'm just going to be frank, they're not going to be able to win this one.
No.
But it's only going to go up 2-1, so they've still got lots of time to work with. Suki getting yet another point, now up 7-1. They just wanted to be flashy there at the end, get that point and get those points as high as they possibly can, and then brag about it. Because,
they wanted the Brazil.
I would brag about it too, honestly.
They wanted the 7-1.
Yeah, and here only 2 seconds left on the clock. It's going to end here very, very shortly. 1 second left, and there it goes, touching the ground. Middleton going up 2-1. Don't believe what you see on the screen. I promise we've seen 2 games before this. But man, look at those medals. Middleton, they've gone into 2 rows on 2 of their players and nearly 3 with their third. They have just been doing so much, keeping the pressure high, taking those shots, taking those demos, getting those saves. Everything you could possibly think of, they were doing that match. And now I believe, like you were saying, this does give Bishop Kelly a good chance to reset and figure out what they were doing wrong, how to adapt, how to be versatile and change it so that way they can match the score yet again. And hopefully for their sake, bring it up 2-2.
Middleton is just playing very well as a team. I've only noticed the few times where they all commit to a ball, they bump each other, and that was where they got their first goal, was just simple mistakes, and Bishop Kelly's able to capitalize on them.
Well, we'll see if they're able to continue to capitalize as we quickly get into the next match. Nice to see we're not having too many technical difficulties as we continue to push forward, because we've still got 2 more games after this. We have yet to decide who is on those teams, but that's not really important right now. What's really important is focusing on the here and now. Middleton versus Bishop Kelly, Game 4.
Really hoping for good things from this match. Chalk up that last match to they just got better openings and took control of it. I've had those games where they just score consistently.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're down for the count. We've still got a long way at least 2 more games have to happen before
we do have a substitution.
Oh, we do. You're right.
Legendary coming in for Bishop Kelly.
Oh, and I thought we were going to see a goal, and I'd say that, but we did see a goal. Suki starting things off really strong first 7 seconds. Man, that switch up, that swap up must have just tripped him up just a little bit.
What a great play. Great touch from Zebra to get it across the net, and Suki there to capitalize.
Yeah, we only had 7 seconds of gameplay, but it seems like Legendary is going to be going out onto the field with everybody else, if I'm not mistaken. And wow, look at that Aspect starting things off with only 3 seconds on the ball. Man, both teams are just getting right up in each other's faces.
Chalk it up to a fresh start of a match. Bishop Kelly did not want to start down 1.
Yeah, and we see that first 10 seconds, 2 points, Legendary. Yeah, like I said, doesn't seem to be on that specific defense. Now they're actually going towards the ball and playing up in their faces like the rest of the team. So now we're going to be seeing a lot more rotating between Bishop Kelly, I imagine. And maybe that's going to be what they need. Maybe that's just what they decided was best, is getting somebody out on the field instead of sticking in the goal.
And Middleton going to have to adapt to this new player.
Yeah, Legendary already, even though they weren't in the goalie, already getting a good block to start things off. Suki pushing forward, trying to launch it towards the goal. Zebra backing him up. But Bishop Kelly is just staying on that defense as much as they possibly can. Ecuador with that full boost with a lot of space to work with. Ooh, but Zebra just barely missing it as it launches parallel to the goal. That is not what you want to see, especially as Legendary starts things off by launching it towards the enemy side. Ooh, but it gets hit straight towards the other side instead.
A little bit of a bump in the net. Legendary trying to get it centered. But Middleton clearing it down. Samurai taking it very quickly, but Ecuador saves it.
Yeah, I noticed him grabbing some boost at that last second. I think that's exactly what he needed to get towards the ball at that last second to be able to take control of it yet again. Legendary doing their best to hit the ball forward. Ecuador there to back him up, waiting inside of the goal, and continues to press forward with a dribble. Aspect now backing him up with a good rotation, trying to launch it towards Legendary, but isn't able to find a lot. Goes up against the wall. Legendary does finally take advantage of the little boost he has to try and launch it forward, and look at that! Ecuador getting another point, putting them in the lead now 2-1 with a minute and a half down.
Great follow-up off of Legendary's touch off the wall. Ecuador just beating Samurai. A little bit more speed, and that could have gone anywhere.
Man, I'm really noticing the resources are so important with Boost. Sometimes it's really making some good openings, and other times they're not able to reach that full potential of what they were hoping for. And I feel like Bishop Kelly is really showing why Boost is important, because they've got some really good plays, because they're always stocking themselves up on Boost. I saw that a lot from Middleton, but especially in this game so far, Bishop Kelly has been doing that.
Yeah, Boost can feel like a lifeline at times, but even without it, you're able to do some incredible things. Ooh. Aspect saving it, sending it to the ceiling, and Zebra is there to try and redirect it.
Zebra almost looking like they were blocking a point for their team. I imagine that was just a miscalculation of sorts. But it launches back towards Middleton's side as Bishop Kelly starts keeping the pressure high, launching it into this corner and just trying to find a good angle on it. Because when it's stuck in those corners, you can't really roll it into the goal from there. Ecuador getting it launched into the opposite side corner, but it finally gets thrown somewhere across the field into the center. Zebra going back for that aerial, doing what they do best, but both Legendary and Aspect launching it away. But Legendary getting taken down in a demo from Samurai, and trying to just cause that little bit of disruption.
Getting it cleared back down. Zebra does get demoed by Ecuador, but they are still stopping it. Suki gets it across, but isn't there to capitalize off of it. A bit of a pinch goes straight to the middle and into the wall.
Zebra was at such a good angle, but man, Ecuador is just there, ready to block it from that chance. And now Aspect puts it towards Middleton's goal, or is trying to keep it, get it towards Middleton's goal as they're doing this, because Middleton is keeping the pressure high, putting it right above the goal, right over the crossbar. Sugi refilling on that boost and is trying to regain control as best they can.
What a great touch from Samurai from the corner, but it gets launched right back down to Middleton's side. Suki is there to grab the boost and reset, and launches it down from the ceiling.
Yeah, it's definitely being put more, getting put away from the ground like we'd seen a little bit more in the past. Launching off the crossbar, and yet again, bouncing it straight off of it. So close, Suki doing their best to get it in the goal, but not able to find much. Legendary gets taken down by Samurai yet again in another demolition. And Zebra tries to go for the shot. They're not able to find much. Ecuador is backed up by Aztec as they push forward. Legendary with a good pinch, launching it towards the enemy side. Oh, and it's so incredibly close. Bounces off the inside of the crossbar. That was such a close chance. And Aspect getting taken down by Suki. 1 minute left on the clock. Very, very close. Middleton just needs another point if they want a chance to take it to overtime. And all Bishop Kelly has to do is make sure that they keep it away from Middleton as long as they possibly can, because that's what they're going to need if they want to get match out the overall game points.
Keeping it very even in this field. Suki is able to stop it. A little bit of a bump stopping Ecuador. Zebra able to capitalize. But this still gets sent right back to Middleton's
Look
side.
at Aztec with another good shot, getting it up to 3-1. That was an incredible aerial right there. I was not ready for that in the slightest.
What a great redirect from the pass with such little boost too.
Man, that was a good play. And yeah, now we're getting down to only 30 seconds left. Bishop Kelly's in a good lead right now. Middleton could make a good comeback if they play really, really well in these last 30 seconds. They don't have a lot of time to work with. Speaking of playing well, Suki immediately taking control and launching it towards the Zebra. Oh my gosh, so incredibly close to getting launched in, but Legendary with a legendary block. That was incredible.
Pops it right up. Zebra might be able to capitalize.
Whoa, look at that.
Carries it.
But Ecuador just using a tiny bit of boost to launch themselves up into the goal. The pressure is high. Imagine hearts are racing. Adrenaline is pumping. 7 seconds left on the clock. They just got to keep it away from Middleton as long as they possibly can. 2 seconds left. It just has to touch the ground. And so close. All they need is Bishop Kelly just to keep it away from Middleton. And there we go. Getting yet another point. Bishop Kelly balancing things out 2-2.
What a close matchup.
I do like how we saw Legendary playing a little bit differently. I don't really see people playing specifically on goalie very often. I imagine it has its place and it works well when it does. But Legendary was there helping with the rotations for Bishop Kelly, and I think that's just what they needed at that point.
Yeah.
Just having a third rotator who was there to back them up. And yeah, we are seeing, I believe the closest to the camera would be Legendary. Because I remember the other two had the nice high school esports states champion sweatshirts on. So it is nice to have all three players here in person, ready, easier communication, a lot easier to rotate like they wanted. So it's about getting that fairness like we were hoping for. We're now seeing it yet again, and I'm really glad because it's such a close game. Now going 2-2. This game will be match point afterwards.
Yeah, I believe it said 3-1 on there, but I do believe it is 2-2.
It's 2-2.
Tying it back up. Game 5.
Hey, just like we were talking about before we got started, this is a lot more even.
Like I said, I could see it going to a Game 7.
I imagine it will, actually. Unless either team gets a back-to-back point here.
And it's just a back and forth.
It is. It's so back and forth, having both sides really rotating to the best of their abilities. But now, this is going to be what sets things apart because it's 2-2. Game 5, we're just going to have to see which team plays just a little bit better this time around to really make that change and really make that difference and get themselves in match point.
The demos are already coming out early. Can Aspect capitalize? He gets the flick over the defender, but Zebra is there.
Good defense. Just launching themselves up into the air, using that jump, using a little bit of boost, and it's uncontested, but it bounces just above the crossbar. That could have been an incredible shot to start things off, but not quite enough. It is stuck on Bishop Kelly's side, which is exactly what they need if they want to make some sort of change and get that first point, but Ecuador is there ready to block the ball from getting launched into the goal. Samurai, though, immediately fights back, going underneath Legendary, blocking Aspect. They are playing so angrily right now, hitting the other cars, but not able to get any demos.
They are not wanting to get this pass. They want to keep the offense up. And Bishop Kelly is just struggling to get it away. The bumps coming through. Finally on Middleton's side.
Suki doing their best to try and make a point. A minute goes down on the clock, now down to 4 left. Legendary with a great shot over towards Middleton's side. Not quite the right angle. They wanted to get into the point, and it gets taken down. 2 back-to-back demos. Man, Middleton is really just going all out with taking down the enemy team. Oh, a fantastic block from Suki, but Legendary backs it up. The demolitions do not stop them in the slightest, and they're able to get that first point about a minute and a half into the game. And look at that, they're already making a name for themselves, getting that first point. Wow. They
almost had that pre-flip too to save it, but
I know,
they were able to shove it through.
Bishop Kelly is really the prime example of why demos aren't everything.
Very true. Already on to Middleton's side. Suki is there, but gets a good 50 from Aspect. keeping the pressure on.
Ooh, but Samurai launches themselves up against the wall, getting the ball away from their goal, but Legendary is already there, ready to get another point. I can smell that he wants that hat trick from here.
Wouldn't be surprised if he's able to find it.
But there we go, Suki backing things up, getting us 1-1 out of nowhere, going from the ceiling. We're able to see what a great shot onto Bishop Kelly's goal.
Just great teamwork there, getting the pass straight down from the ceiling, and Suki is just there for it.
Now things are balanced out 1-1 yet again, about 2 minutes down on the clock, just over. Legendary is already launching it straight towards the side of Middleton. Ecuador there to back him up, but Zebra had a really good angle, allowing him to keep it away. Legendary getting a takedown onto Suki, getting revenge from last round.
The demos are just back and forth for each of these teams.
We see another one onto Legendary, and it's kind of rough. I think Suki was trying to get that demo into Ecuador, but just not enough speed. And oh my goodness, another play from Zebra onto Bishop Kelly, now taking control, taking the lead 2-1 in Game 5. Look at that. All three of them did their best to block, and I believe it bounced off of a Legendary, but it still wasn't enough. That is tragic.
Yeah, weird save straight up into the crossbar and straight back down. Aspect tries to take control of it, but Zebra is there to shut him down. Samurai does have a chance to do something barely off of the wall and misses, but the pressure is not off yet.
Legendary stuck in the corner with Ecuador, as well as Suki and Zebra. All four of them are just trying to take control, while the other two, each remaining member on their each respective team, is just ready, because you can't have everyone in the corner, because if somebody takes control, you just can't do much about it at that point. Ooh, Zebra taking down Ecuador. I don't even know if that was intentional. I did not see Ecuador when that happened.
I don't even know how he had enough speed to get that demo.
Gravity, I imagine, was pretty heavy on that. See Zebra getting back up in the air, using the boost for that aerial dribble, and Suki immediately taking advantage, going off the wall, but Legendary, no boost needed, able to retake control of the ball. Good flip, able to launch it forward, just a little bit more speed, but it gets launched towards the goal, almost hitting that crossbar. But Legendary fully restocked on the boost. Ecuador with that aerial dribble gets launched towards the goal, but once again off the crossbar. Suki with another great save. But Aspect retakes control, launches it towards Middleton's side, but immediately afterwards it gets launched back towards the Bishop Kelly side instead. So much back and forth is happening this game.
This whole series is just a back and forth of who will take it. Aspect goes up for it.
Oh, this could be a good shot. Oh, but Samurai blocking it. Legendary tried to back him up, but not quite enough. Oh, trying to launch it into the goal, not able to find a lot. Stuck kind of in center field right now between Aspect and Samurai, but it gets launched towards Middleton's side instead. The Zebra was there, ready and waiting, and started to take control, using up almost all of that boost, just barely missing it as Ecuador is able to get a good block. And now there's only a minute left on the clock. Bishop Kelly just has to get one more point to match it out. But Legendary gets taken down by Zebra.
The ball's just up by itself. Zebra going for the speed and tries to center it down. Last man back is Suki with no boost.
Oh, this could be huge, and Ecuador balancing things out, having a very, very clean opening, and now bringing it to 2-2. We might be seeing overtime for the first time today if things continue to go this way.
Samurai did just own goal that. You hate to see it. He added that momentum, made it impossible for Suki to save.
Always tragic when that happens, man. Starting things off, 40 seconds left on the clock. Either team needs to get a point to take control of the game. But if not, we will be seeing overtime. And right as I say that, we're super close to seeing a ball. But Suki is there with a great save. But Samurai gets taken down by Legendary. Zebra tries to go for the goal. Aspect block it. Yeah, all three of them use the power of friendship. Make sure that ball didn't go anywhere. Legendary launches the ball forward, takes down Suki, and Aspect with a good shot that could be huge. Ecuador shoots it in and gets a third point, now putting them in the lead with only 11 seconds left on the clock. Oh man, Bishop Kelly has very little time left if they want to be able to take the lead and get match point. They're so close. Middleton has to do something fast.
That demo opened up the opportunity to get that goal in. And there's only 11 seconds left. It's not over yet. Middleton can get this in still.
Ooh, triple pinch, keeping things relatively centered. Ooh, Suki takes down Legendary. They're trying to take every possible advantage they possibly can before the end of the game. Only 1 second left. They got to keep it in the air if they want to be able to make this goal happen. Is it going to happen? It's so close, getting launched into the corner. Everyone is hitting it. There we go. Bishop Kelly taking game 5, now putting themselves in the lead.
Seeing
and now going to match point.
Getting them hyped up, 3-2.
They deserve that hype. Look at that. Look at the medals on both sides. Everyone was so into the game. Everyone was participating at maximum efficiency, getting those shots, getting those blocks, getting those demolitions. Everyone is doing everything they could. That was definitely the most high-stakes game I have seen yet today. That was, I was getting excited, really excited.
This is such a good matchup. The teams are so even.
Yeah,
and they just know what they're doing here.
I know. It's been so incredible how well they played together, and it's just worked out. And Bishop Kelly, that final goal was so incredible because they were just barely able to take advantage of a good situation. And unfortunately, bouncing it off of Samurai, like you said, was able to get it for themselves. And now, like I said, we're on match point into game 6. Bishop Kelly needs 1 point to win. Middleton needs to get 2 back-to-back. Either way, we're getting pretty close to the end of this semifinals game.
We might see this game 7. Middleton is going to have to step up here and now if they want to keep it going. Last chance to make it to the finals.
Getting a nice view of the map before we get started. Once again, I do want to appreciate how fast our team is able to get ready. Both teams are able to get ready just because, I mean, I imagine it's all about that adrenaline, about the excitement, the pressure of getting pushed forward, getting really close to those final rounds, especially as we get further on. We've already been started, about 6 seconds happened on the clock while we were gone. Aspect starting things off with a demo onto Zebra. Ecuador trying to take control of the ball, getting it launched towards center field. Samurai with a good block, trying to take advantage of the situation, but Aspect is there to back up the rest of his team. Ecuador with a good pinch with Suki, unintentionally launching it straight up into the sky, bouncing it off the ceiling, and Legendary notices this situation and starts taking control of the ball. Suki's able to launch it away. Ecuador gets taken down by Samurai. Lots of chaos is happening right now. So much back and forth is going on. Aspect blocking the ball, launching it straight towards Middleton's side. So much is happening right now.
Suki's able to slow it down, though. Keeps control of it. They slip it right through.
Oh, this
off the crossbar.
And there we go. Suki completely uncontested right there. Able to start things up at the first point in the first minute of the match.
Yep, Samurai got that right through the 2 defenders that were back, and Suki was there to capitalize.
Great teamwork from Middleton, but man, that was a lot of chaos there in that first minute or so of gameplay. Start things off relatively centered, just leaning slowly towards Middleton's side, but right as I say that, immediately gets taken over to Bishop Kelly's side. Suki is doing their best to keep the ball from getting into their goal. Good block from Zebra. Legendary trying to get a good shot. Aspect trying to take a good angle onto the ball. Ecuador putting it towards the corner yet again, making sure that Middleton can't take advantage of it and keep it away from their goal.
Something I want to highlight is Ecuador's aerial ball control is also outstanding. We've been highlighting Zebra, but he's on the other side, and he's almost a perfect counter.
It's good to have somebody on each team who's able to take advantage of their specific skills. And yeah, there is, like we see it there, Zebra went for an aerial shot, but Ecuador went with the aerial block. Ooh, Zebra might get a good shot blocked by Ecuador yet again. Those two are almost like rivals in this round. Going up against each other, causing each other problems, but Aspect getting a really good angle across the map. 3 separate medals in 1 shot. You don't see that very often. Look at how far that was from across half the field. Able to get that point. Man, what a great angle.
Very similar goals, just the speed of play is going up so high that the rotations are getting a little bit messy in back lines, and it just lets the ball slide right through.
Keep things going on to about 2 minutes in. 3 minutes left on the clock. Getting launched between both sides now, going towards Middleton's, as all 3 of Middleton's players actually have full boost, so they have a lot to work with.
All 3 of Middleton player in the same corner. Gets it around Samurai. A little bit of a awkward spot there. The ball is free there for Samurai.
Yeah, he's able to get a good block. Aztec doing his best to launch the ball towards the goal, bounces off the crossbar, so close, but just a very, very slight change in that angle would have gotten them that goal. Ecuador, though, gets a good angle, back up by Aztec, and there we go, another point for Bishop Kelly. Look at that teamwork. That's exactly what we want to see. That's what we've been highlighting. Ecuador setting up for the shot, and then Aztec getting the perfect angle, just barely faster than Zebra.
Bishop Kelly just capitalizing off these small mistakes that Middleton is having. They really have to figure out their game here if they want to keep their lives alive in this tourney.
Currently down about halfway through the game, 2.5 minutes elapsed, 2.5 minutes left. Ecuador watching the ball from a distance, trying to get a good opening as they refill the boost. Might get a good shot here, but Ecuador, like I was just highlighting, getting that good angle and allowing themselves to keep the ball away from Middleton. Now is able to launch it towards their side, but a great block from Suki in the air. Zebra taking advantage of that aerial control. Legendary able to go off the wall, just barely missing the ball. Samurai gets a good angle, and there we go, another point for Middleton. Now 2-2. This is getting such a balanced match so far. The further we go, we keep highlighting this, but the further we go, the more both of these teams play exactly how they're supposed to, and it's been so even, and we're continuing to see that even now as we get further into Game 6.
Such an even matchup. I really have no idea which way this could go.
I have no clue, honestly, but I'm loving that. Legendary starting things off, getting a really good angle to start off, but is just barely out of the way, blocked by Zebra. Gets launched towards center field. Samurai there to back Zebra up, but Ecuador immediately taking advantage of that flip reset into the aerial touch. See Aztec doing his best to stay in line with him.
All three Bishop Kelly players.
Ooh, that was a pinch right there, really threading that needle. Aztec taking down Samurai, Zebra taking down Legendary. Two back-to-back demolitions on both sides. Both Ecuador and Legendary ready for the block. Zebra isn't able to get much momentum with the ball. Legendary gets taken down again, but that's still not enough as both of the other players on the team are still there, ready and willing to take control of the ball and push it forward. Legendary gets a good angle. Ecuador gets taken down. Demos left and right. Good launch towards Bishop Kelly's side once again. Great block from Ecuador. High speed, high momentum. Able to take advantage of it yet again. Zebra with a really good angle, but bouncing just barely off the crossbar. Legendary getting a good dribble, but yet again blocked by Suki. There's so much happening, but this could be an uncontested shot. There we go. Aztec with a hat trick, putting themselves in the lead yet again. Look at that. That was incredible. Once again across over half the field. Samurai tried to block it away, but no. Just hit it right into the goal.
So close of being able to get that, but just not quite able to capitalize.
Wasn't a lot they could have done there.
Taking it down to a minute left. Middleton has to make something work here.
Ooh, speaking of making something work, already starting off with a point. You just called it right there. 3-3, now balanced out yet again. We might actually be seeing overtime. The further we get, the more I'm feeling confident. But man, look at that shot. Zebra just coming out of the sky, ready to shoot that ball in. Man,
no matter when you think it's over, something can always happen, and just like that, we're tied back up.
Both teams have been catching me off guard so many times in a row. I am continuing to be surprised. Speaking of surprise, I was about to say Suki, but then Ecuador surprises me with a fantastic block. They are just keeping me on my toes the entire time. Another great shot from Suki, but another great block from Ecuador. Legendary using their boost to keep it in the sky as long as they can. It's put towards Middleton's side of the field. Sugi in the air, trying to get something. Anything gets launched towards their goal, but Zebra is able to take advantage of it. Samurai puts it towards the middle field yet again. 10 seconds left on the clock.
Goes for the pre-flip, sends it towards the net, but Ecuador is there, going for his own shot. Close. The ball is going to touch. We're going into overtime. The first time we've seen Game 6. Middleton needs this game.
Just 1 point from either side. Bishop Kelly needs 1 point to win the whole thing. Middleton needs 1 point if they want a chance to win it for themselves. Oh, it's close. Both teams are playing very, very fast right now. Aztec getting a good demolition onto Samurai. It's stuck on Middleton's side of the field. That's not what they want to see right now, but Ecuador with a good aerial shot. Samurai needs to take it out of the sky, but Suki coming out of the left, being able to block it themselves. Full boost reset, almost uncontested. Legendary is going to need to be able to do something right now if they want to keep it away from the ball. But every single player is playing exactly how they need to. Suki getting a good demolition onto Ecuador. Zebra trying to launch it towards the goal off the wall. Ecuador is there to back him up. This is so high stakes, so high energy right now. Ecuador has high boost, but Zebra's there. Aspect with a good shot, launching it into the air. Ecuador might be able to go to a good angle, but aren't able to find a lot. Legendary there to back him up. Suki's trying to launch it towards their goal. They might get a good angle. Samurai so incredibly close, but it bounces off the crossbar. Zebra trying to go out of the air, but Aspect blocking them out of the sky. Samurai unintentionally locking it towards their own goal, and this could be it. It's so close. Aspect just barely doesn't have enough boost. Oh my goodness, Legendary is struggling to find that spot to get it into the goal. Ecuador is trying to launch it yet again, but it's stuck near the middle in a bit of a limbo right now.
The crossbars on both sides are stopping every defender.
The MVPs of both teams. A demolition onto Legendary, and that might give them what they need, but Ecuador is on the enemy side. Aspect trying to back it up with the flip reset, isn't able to find a lot. Legendary using the boost to their advantage, refilling it and trying to hit it off the wall and over towards Middleton's side. Suki just barely missing it as both Aspect and Ecuador start to launch the ball towards this. Could be a really good angle, but yet again blocked. This is some of the longest overtime I have ever seen. Both teams are so high energy right now, doing their absolute best, because this is Bishop Kelly's final chance if they want to win this one.
Neither of them want to give it
Oh,
up.
this could be it. This could be the one. Yet again, the crossbar blocking, but Suki takes the point, blocking it into the goal, bringing us to Game 7. What an incredible play right there. I was struggling to breathe there for a while. That was such high-octane gameplay. Wow.
The speed of both those teams at the end, not wanting to give anything up. You can see the accolades on both sides.
Piling
both teams
up,
went
man.
crazy.
I need to take a breather after that one. Whew, man. That was going back and forth over and over and over again. But like you said, we're going to be seeing Game 7.
Yeah, that
Look at that.
Tied up 3-3
Yeah.
to make it to the finals match.
And look at the energy in this room right now. The amount of people watching have doubled since this game started. And now we got so many people here to cheer. It has been such high energy, so many cheers, so much excitement. And now this is it, the final game, and whichever one of these people make it will be going on to the finals here soon.
After so many changes with subs in and out, technical difficulties, we're here.
We made it, yeah.
Neither team wants to give this one up.
I wouldn't either. This is such high energy. Game 7. Just everyone's got to mentally prepare themselves. Take a breather. I got to take a breather too.
Said it from the start.
Yeah.
Game 7.
Game 7
was a possibility.
It happened.
Here we are.
We focused on both overtime and Game 7 happened before Middleton and BK went up against each other, and both of them happened. Overtime led to Game 7.
I'm just excited to see who's able to take this last match and pull out on top.
I think I need a refuel from Dairy West milk while we wait for this game to get started.
That is completely fair.
Sorry, shameless plug. You can't blame me. The game will be starting here in a second, literally a second, and we get started. A nice pinch to start things off, and it gets launched towards Bishop Kelly's side of the field, but it gets stuck in a bit of a limbo in the center field. Ecuador refilling that boost completely. Zebra taking advantage of their skills with the aerial touches. Suki doing the same, but Ecuador is ready to block the ball, but Suki takes a perfect advantage of what they could. Able to get the first point in the first 15 seconds. That is a fantastic start from Middleton.
Full solo play there from Suki, getting the setup and the finish. The Bishop Kelly players are just in a bit of a bad spot to save that.
Yeah, but hey, 15 seconds, that's not even close to that much of the game. There's still so much time, and I'm so excited to see what happens. Perfect pitch at the start, launching it straight up into the sky. The Zebra launching themselves across the air, using that full boost that they always focus on. Suki might potentially with another good angle, but Ecuador there to block it.
Zebra missing the touch he wanted, and Aspect is just keeping this ball on the Middleton side. The shot goes on, but it's slightly off, and there he is to finish it.
There we go, another point in the first minute. This is crazy. Both teams are getting so many of these good angles.
I love seeing this just go back and forth, seeing neither team want to give anything up.
I imagine they are pumping with adrenaline right now.
You can never count one of them out.
Everyone is playing exactly how they're supposed to, doing their roles exactly what they need to. This is like some of the best gameplay I've actually ever seen, honestly. I just have to say that now.
It's what you would expect from the seed 2 and 3. About as close as you can get.
Ooh, Sugi almost uncontested with this angle. Zebra actually launching it away. That could have been a potential mistake, but there might have been something I did not see. Oh, but let's launch over Samurai. I thought that was going to be the one, but no. Ecuador gets taken down by Zebra. That was such a close call. I thought that was going to be another point for Middleton.
Crazy read for the save.
Ooh, that was a good little backflip to keep the to stop the momentum. We saw Aspect was just trying to keep it away. Legendary with a great shot. Will that make it in? It won't. Suki and Zebra both together getting a fantastic block. Ecuador tried to get up in the air, knew that wasn't enough, and got back on the ground where the ball remained. All three of Bishop Kelly's players blocking that ball from reaching the goal. Aspect now getting a good angle, backed up by Legendary. Gets launched into the corner. Suki does their best to keep it away. Ecuador with a good aerial touch, but the pinch was not able to get them that angle. Legendary with a fantastic shot, but unfortunately, Suki was just there and ready with that little jump.
Ecuador keeping the pressure on. The Middleton team is just drained of boost. Zebra trying to make something work and gets it sent all the way downfield. Legendary is there to catch it, though, and take it up the wall.
Ooh, could be a good reset, but Suki with a fantastic angle. Ecuador had plenty of space to get a good block off. It's what they needed. That was a good angle. Oh, it wouldn't have made it in regardless if he was there or not. It gets launched up into the corner. Again, it's still stuck on Middleton's side of the field.
Aspect tries to carry it. Zebra is there to block it. Ecuador pops it up for himself.
Ooh, this could be big. Oh, but Suki there with a save. Fantastic work. Halfway through the game just now, 1-1. This is such an even match so far. Both teams are playing at their highest possible levels of skill and strategy. Ooh, a good shot from Zebra, just trying to keep the distance. Zebra, speaking up, getting a shot and taking down Ecuador, trying to get a good angle. Legendary, though, with a great block, using that boost to its fullest potential.
These endless shots of solo plays back and forth. It might just be a simple pass that is going to make the difference.
It's going to be one tiny little mistake, I guarantee it. Just one little slip up or one good play. That's all they're going to need to rock things up. We're now down to 2 minutes left on the clock. Still 1-1. It's stuck on Bishop Kelly's side of the field, but they managed to launch it out of the way. Legendary with a good shot and immediately chasing after the ball, keeping the pressure high and continuing to push forward. A good block from Suki right there too.
Suki gets the redirect downfield onto the backboard. Zebra is there, but not able to capitalize. Samurai still there. Last man back against three. Is still able to save it.
Samurai just taking advantage of that boost. Zebra's got a good angle. They're going to be able to make it in, but no, the crossbar being everyone's least favorite. Right as I say that, Ecuador, Legendary nearly knocks it into their own goal. So much is happening right now, but just barely. Bishop Kelly is able to keep it away from their own goal.
There is just no getting it.
Oh, man, my heart stopped for a second. I cannot deny that. That was so scary close.
Pops it out. Suki could be there.
Ooh, minute left on the clock. 1 point each side, 1 minute left. Lots of ones happening.
It's all coming down to this final minute.
Samurai trying to take advantage of the ball. Ecuador launches it towards their side, but Suki's in the right place at the right time. Potentially uncontested. Getting matched up with the rest of their team. Nobody was there, like I said, and Suki's able to get the point. Now in the lead. Bishop Kelly only has 40 seconds left on the clock to match it out yet again. Things are getting so close, and we're so close to the end of that timer.
Like you said, one simple mistake and they were able to capitalize.
One mistake. All three of them were on the wrong side of the field. Suki had free reign with that ball.
40 seconds is just enough time to make anything happen, though.
Gets launched towards Bishop Kelly's side again. None of the rest of Middleton's there to back it up, so that angle's not really capitalized on. Oh, a good shot from Suki, and there we go. Another one getting a hat trick in this game. This could be exactly what they need. They are now 2 ahead of Bishop Kelly. This final round could be coming to a close here soon if Bishop Kelly doesn't think of something fast.
They're going to need some sort of luck and skill here. 26 seconds for 2 goals.
This is getting me really excited. Starting things off with a demo. That's not what they want to see. Suki trying to get a 4th point. Not able to find much.
Coming down to the final seconds. They can't break away. Middleton is just keeping the pressure on their side.
Ecuador taking down Zebra, but Suki could get a 4th point, and there it is. Suki just going all out, getting a record of points today. I think that might have just settled the score there. I'm not going to say anything just yet, just in case, but
it would take a miracle.
That would. That's exactly what they need. 5 seconds left on the clock. Getting started. Middleton starting it over on Bishop Kelly's side of the field. 2 seconds, 1 second. They just needed to touch the ground. It's so incredibly close. They're not going to be able to reach the ball in time. Zebra, I think they just want one more point at this point. Suki there, he keeps going. I keep preparing myself to say we're done. And there we go. Congratulations, Middleton, winning yet another game, 4-3. What incredible gameplay from both sides. Oh my word.
What a crazy series there.
I know.
Suki stepped up on that last game when his team needed him and just took it away.
As the cool kids say, he locked in.
Oh, he sure did lock in. It was like 2 minutes left, and they just took it all away. It was a great game from both teams.
Oh, absolutely. I actually do want to highlight, Middleton did win that game. It was really close. I do think Bishop Kelly, they needed Legendary to make that change because they struggled just a bit at the start. But the moment he showed up, they started making some incredible plays there for a while that I was not prepared for. So that definitely gave them a big advantage. But Middleton just continues to be dominant and continue to push forward and will now go even further as we go on into our second to last game so far today. We don't have a lot of time yet, but we might be seeing some other stuff here soon, going into an interview, going into back to the studio. For now, though, man, I just really want to highlight how incredible both teams were. They played absolutely incredibly. Such high skill levels, such impressive strategies.
That game really could have gone either way, especially Bishop Kelly dealing with those sub-ins and still able to take it to a Game 7, making every game close.
They won a 4-1 with only 2 players and then dealt with a swap over. It was so incredible, but like I said, we're going to be going back to the studio. Such great gameplay, but Audrey, I'd like to throw it back over to you.
Thank you so much, AJ. And man, like you guys said, what an insane match. I think one of the most pivotal matches in the entire tournament, too, because this is the decider of who goes to the third place determiners and who goes to the grand finals. Now, we were talking about right before we got into this, will that third player for Bishop Kelly make a difference? And it did seem to do it, but just not quite enough, and Middleton was still able to come away with it, but not without going to 7 games. That was insane, and in overtime. So we kind of saw the full spectrum of what you get in Rocket League with that matchup, I feel like.
Oh yeah, everything from a crushing Brazil to an overtime match so close it had me at the edge of my seat. It was amazing play. I'm awed by both teams. It could have been either way, like they were seeing at the desk.
I agree. Being able to come back, Middleton there winning in Game 7, being able to come back from back against the wall, down 2-3 in the series in Game 6 and pushing it to an overtime, and then being able to carry that type of momentum into Game 7 and being able to really command Game 7 is something that shows the mark of a really, really disciplined team.
Yeah, they had to adapt a lot with the way that Bishop Kelly was playing, especially as their players were filtering in. They were figuring out their strategies, and the back and forth that we saw throughout the match was crazy. You know, something I wanted to bring up, because you were talking about it before this, is that you were on the stage, watching some of this for a while before you sat down on the couch with us, and you mentioned the energy, and I'd love to hear more about that, because that's such a big part of the game, too.
No, of course. Energy is... It's the difference between a win and a loss oftentimes, and both of these teams getting to talk to all of the players, the coaches, there is so much passion flowing through all of these individuals, and it is something that makes me really happy to see as a competitor myself. It shows that these kids are excited to play, they want to win, and it means something to them, and seeing that just elevates their gameplay to a whole nother level that it may not have been there otherwise.
Yeah, and that's just such an incredible thing, especially, again, 7-game match. We got the first one. Maybe we'll see one for the grand finals, maybe for the third place, who knows? But we got that here, and now we're going into those matchups. Though before we get into those, we are going to go to a quick break because we've got some interviews and other content before we get into that third place match.
I believe. Still nothing left. Another 30 seconds has passed, but right as I say that, Ecuador getting things started in Game 2. Finally getting that first point and getting the ball rolling, pun intended.
What a perfect pass there.
Wow. Yeah.
And Ecuador able to just cap
work with Zuki getting yet another point. Now up 7-1. They just wanted to be flashy there at the end. Get that point and get those points as high as they possibly can. And then brag about it. Because,
they wanted the Brazil.
I would brag about it too, honestly.
They wanted the 7-1.
Just the little boost he has to try and launch it forward. And look at that. Ecuador getting another point, putting them in the lead now 2-1 with a minute and a half down.
Great follow-up off of Legendary's touch off the wall. Ecuador just beating Samurai. A little bit more speed.
Yeah, this could be the one. Yet again, the crossbar blocking, but Zuki takes the point, blocking it into the goal, bringing us to Game 7. What an incredible play right there. I was struggling to breathe there for a while. That was such high-octane game.
Home is where you hang your hat, snuggle up, hide out. Home is when you're with the ones you love. It isn't just a place, it's a state of mind. At Idaho Central Credit Union, our home is Idaho. We grew up here, and we're proud to help more Idahoans with their home loan than any other financial institution. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe home is where you make it.
It's me, your Idaho Central Credit Union app. Rough morning. Is that a mobile deposit? I got this. Beat it, Charlie. We're making money moves here. Cha-ching. And done.
Charlie, come on, outside.
Sorry about the mess. I'd help if I had hands. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Let me show you what I got.
With the Dairy West Fueling Station, we really wanted to create a place that our players could come and be fueled and hydrated in a healthy way, fuel their minds, fuel their bodies so they can compete at the highest level. Dairy West has really allowed us to do that, and we're excited to see what this space turns into. This is only phase 1. There's many iterations to come. It's truly unique in college esports, and we're excited to see how that continues to evolve. We're really thankful for Dairy West's support and look forward to continue working with them.
Let me show you what I got.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. Is finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great. Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. We're hanging out here in the studio, and while we're getting ready for the third, fourth game on stage, we've got some really special guests here. A group of folks from the University of Idaho's esports program who came down to really work behind the scenes and make this event so special. So I'm going to give you all some time to introduce yourselves, and we're going to get into some questions because we want to highlight how much incredible work you all have done to make this event what it is this year.
Thank you very much. I'm Wayne Ebenroth. I'm the esports director at University of Idaho.
I'm Amelia Green. I'm one of the shoutcasters with the esports program.
I'm Autumn Austin, and I currently run social media for esports.
I'm Gwen Thompson. I'm a shoutcaster and one of the broadcasters to help with the stream over at the University of Idaho.
And I am Kaz Phoenix, shoutcasting head for the University of Idaho.
Nice. Well, you guys have been incredible this weekend. Truly. You all were able to put on an incredible Smash tournament over at the theater. And, you know, we saw some highlights from that earlier yesterday. And you all streamed that actually on your Twitch last night, I believe, right? So really excited to continue to see that growth. This was obviously the first year that we took one of our state championships in person and put it away from this space. You know, doing it at a different venue. What was that experience like? What was it like getting everything kind of queued up over there and getting all those kids ready to go and compete?
Sure. Well, so we did it at the theater that was right around the corner from you guys. And so typical theater stadium with the nice leather reclining seats. We kind of spread out where the setups were, had 4 setups going for each of the 4 matches. Got 2 of those recorded, and then ran into some technical issues, but that's expected with the new facility. And then we were able to stream it last night and add the casting in and do kind of a unique casting couch type of situation from our Airbnb, actually.
That's awesome. We're seeing some footage on the screen here of how that event looked and what it was like to have all those kids in there. And obviously it was a completely full theater for a vast majority of the time. And I think we know that about the Smash community, right? When there's an event, they show out, and they show out strong. What were some of the unique advantages and disadvantages from doing it in a theater like that? I mean, I know you touched on some of the technical issues, but even beyond that, what are some of the things that make that a different experience in a positive and a negative way?
I'd like to point out, just how we arranged it allowed for people to be able to sit behind their team, cheer for their team, see that, and then just look down a little bit more and see how another team is doing excellently, seeing amazing battles. And then we also had the projector going with what was on main broadcast being recorded, so everybody could enjoy one of the games and maybe sit with a different team and then check in. And I just think that made it far more interactive, and people could just move around and talk, and it was very community building. I enjoyed it.
That's awesome. Now, I know that we heard some stories of really great camaraderie between some of the schools when we interviewed some of the Smash schools yesterday. I know the Rigby school especially was talking about how a lot of people were in their camp. Was there a certain game that stood out with a lot of energy, maybe some tension in between the teams, anything that really kind of stood out as a highlight match of the day?
Anyone? I wasn't there. So.
You were with Overwatch,
I can't really speak on that.
I will say that the finals match between it was Rigby Bora. Right? Yeah, that was really high energy. Both teams were over there behind, even though the game was being broadcast on the big screen. Both teams were over there, crowded behind their teammates. And what I thought was really cool is at the end of the match, both of the teams did a cheer for the opposing team.
Oh, nice.
Actually, which I thought was really sweet.
I love that. Any teams that really stood out to you all? I mean, obviously, Bora won a state championship. I think a lot of that comes from some really amazing individual play. Have one of the best players in the state and probably in the region. But anyone else, any other players really stand out to you, or any schools that really showed out both their gameplay or their fan support?
I had the chance, so I went around and I interviewed a few of the teams both before the tournament started and in between. A lot of people wanted to go up against Rigby. There's big competition there, but ultimately I was able to interview one of the coaches, Wood River's coach, so supportive of her team and just so proud. They weren't able to get very far into the tournament, but they put their all into it, and I really admired that.
Yeah, I think we've seen it here as well in this venue, and it's something that we see every year. You don't have to be the most knowledgeable person about this, right? Whether it's a parent or a coach or just a fan in general, it doesn't matter. How great is it to see all these parents and grandparents and family come out and support this? I mean, I think it's so phenomenal to see all these people get involved. I want to kind of delve into a little bit of the operations of what everything looked like over there. So that event, it ran incredibly smoothly. I think all of us were really impressed with how well you all were able to get it running on a quick and organized schedule. And I'm just kind of curious, how was the communication over there? What was it like, coordinating 4 games at the same time in one space like that? There's going to be a lot of noise. There's a lot of people running around. What was the coordination like, and how did you keep everyone on track?
Actually, the TO there, he was doing a fantastic job. Whenever he needed everybody's attention, he projected well, got everybody's attention, and everybody was very respectful. So they would quiet down really quick, and everybody would get organized, and then the TO was set in a centralized spot so everybody could go there if they needed. And then we had broadcast up top as well. So if anybody needed a question to broadcast, which didn't really happen, then we were available as well. And I think just making ourselves available is what made the program run really smoothly.
That makes sense. Communication is usually the way to do it. Now, if I'm not mistaken, traditionally, crew battles are 4s. This was 3s in this one. What was the difference there? Was there a different dynamic as how teams played, maybe? Or do you think that kept the speed of the event going at a significant trajectory that allowed you to get ahead? How did 3s versus 4s kind of make a difference in how this ran?
Sure. I think 3s obviously definitely are going to be quicker simply because obviously there's less stocks to be taken. I think the big change in the gameplay is that you only have 2 people that you're going to be countering with. So the strategy there is a little bit different. You need to be very quick with your decision on who you're going to be countering. So if somebody's first player is just rattling off a bunch of stocks, you need to make a decision quick, or else it's going to get out of control and the game's already over. So that's I think it increases the intensity in decision making.
Yeah, I saw a lot of team huddles throughout the day. I got a few pictures of some of them, but teams were collaborating and talking with their coaches a lot in between fights, and I think that the 3 stock really contributed to that, as Wayne mentioned.
In addition to that, having such a limited amount of opportunities for success, it really goes to show how well-rounded a lot of the players have to be, because one single mistake could cost you the entirety of all of your stocks, and then your team is put at such a large disadvantage from just one simple mistake.
Well, I mean, we've heard from the IEA folks, the Idaho Esports Association folks that have been down here and organizing this tournament, that they expected that bracket to be insanely close the entire time. And I think it was. I mean, there really wasn't too many big wins for most. I mean, I know the championship ended up being a little bit lopsided, but throughout the bracket, there was a lot of really close games, wasn't there? Yeah.
Yeah. I think outside of the games where Beluca just rattled off sometimes 9 stocks with her Bayonetta. Other than those matches, most of them were pretty competitive and tight matches.
Now, I'm just curious. Do you all play Smash pretty regularly, somewhat competitively? No. What?
I might be the only one on here that plays it competitively.
Okay. What's your main?
I go back and forth between Yoshi and K-Roll.
Okay, very nice. What do you play mainly?
I am a Sora player.
Okay.
Occasionally I switch into Cloud, but that's mostly because I'm a Final Fantasy fan as well as a Kingdom Hearts fan. So.
And then when you're not playing Smash, what do you play?
I am a solo game player.
Nice.
RPGs that's my stuff.
Very cool. How about yourself?
Well, my Smash main is Toon Link.
Okay.
Wind Waker was the first game I played, ever by myself, so I just picked it up in Smash as well. But other than that, I'm the captain of the Splatoon team at
very nice.
UI, so that's what I've forced myself to play.
Splatoon. I didn't know that was competitive. That's very cool. Very cool.
There's a pretty decently sized collegiate league for Splatoon. I think they had about 100 teams.
Holy cow!
Yeah, so...
Who's it through?
It's through CCA,
Okay.
the Collegiate Cephalopod League, and I think they were kind of started by PSU.
Okay.
Don't know the full history. It was only our first year in the league, so still much more to learn, but it's great.
That's really cool. That's really cool. How about y'all in the back?
I used to be an amateur pro player from the early days of Smash.
Okay.
I've been playing since the N64 days.
Okay, so more of a melee player then?
Yes.
Yeah?
I really enjoyed the melee. I think Brawl was still a good time, but people will lambaste me for that for different reasons. But recently, I haven't had a whole lot of time to play the newer games, but I'm a Kazuya one trick, and Sephiroth is my side guy.
Okay, very nice. Very nice.
And then I'm not really a Smash player. I've played it a couple times. I found myself either lining towards like Pit. I played C for a little bit, and then I kind of got shamed out of it by a lot of people in the police Smash community. And there was also like a phase where I played like Mii Gunner for a little bit, so that was also kind of interesting. But outside of literally anything else I could be doing, I play a lot of Overwatch and Valorant, but mostly Overwatch. I've been playing Overwatch for a good year or two now, like at least competitively. One of my favorite games of all time, as some of the audience may know. I was on the desk for Overwatch yesterday.
And you did a phenomenal job, by the way.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, no, I absolutely love the game. I've been playing for U of I's eSport Overwatch team for 2 semesters now. And it's overall been a very fun time. I am appreciative of the opportunity I've had to participate with the program because it's allowed me to discover more and more my passion for esports and competition, and just how much I love being in these spaces.
That's very cool. Well, you touched on it a little bit, and I want to dive into it a little bit. You were on the desk yesterday. You've been in the studio. I think you're going to be on the desk for some of the games this afternoon. You all have been really involved with all the production things here. There's, I'm assuming, has been quite a bit of knowledge transfer between the U of I folks and the Boise State folks as we've kind of worked together. What's that been like? How's that experience been, working with a separate production team, right? Kind of that combination. It's never easy. Everyone has their own ways of wanting to do things. How's that experience been, and what kind of knowledge has been exchanged between the two universities?
Well, I tend to look at Boise State as kind of our big brother in the esports world.
Okay.
You guys obviously have been around a bit longer than us, have some experience in doing a good number, big events in particular. You've been to nationals in a number of games. So I look at this relationship as a great opportunity for us to learn from your guys' experiences, from some of your mistakes. And then I also think of it as, okay, we're coming in with fresh eyes, and so maybe there's things like there's a Splatoon league out there, and maybe you guys have some Splatoon players that would love to play. So we might have some fresh ideas that we can possibly pass back on to you guys. So I think there's a good amount of information that we can definitely exchange and learn from each other.
I 100% agree. I mean, I think anytime that, we've been doing this this is year 8 of our program now, so anytime we get, new ideas, especially when you all are with us for more than just a couple of hours, but you're really in it, there's a lot of, that information exchange, and it turns out really cool. Kind of building off that a little bit, tell us kind of what's going on with the U of I program. What are you all doing? What are you all focusing on? And, what's next for you all? Where's the journey leading for you all?
Oh, that's such a good time to ask that question. I think I'll let Wayne lead with it, just so I want to see if he says anything that I'm not going to say.
There's probably, I could talk about this for a while, but...
That's okay. Tell us.
About for a while, there's staff meetings every week.
Yeah. So with you guys being under athletics, we're under student affairs, and so we kind of take a little bit of a different approach. We do want to be competitive, and we want to win, obviously. But for us, it's more about a wider reach from a player engagement perspective. So we had about 125 varsity and JV players this last semester.
So cool.
So there's obviously different logistics that go with that as far as PC usage, space, who we're broadcasting, a whole bunch of things like that. Which is those are great problems to have. Love dealing with those challenges. And we've got about 30 people on staff total that are there supporting those players and coming up with solutions and getting the word out about what we're doing. Yeah, so that's, I don't know, you can go ahead, Cass.
Well, outside of the kind of basic like Meta Reach stuff, we've also had some time to kind of figure out what it is that we want to be of a program outside of just trying to get as many students involved as possible, right? We're going into like year 3 technically of existing as a full university supported program. I mean, more so after some meetings that happened towards the end of the semester. But I think our program is really unique in a way that a lot of other programs aren't. Because again, we do focus on the competitive side of things very heavily, right? You know, we want our players to succeed, to be nationally recognized, and we've been able to achieve that pretty well. You know, we have a couple national titles, we have some conference titles, and we're really proud of that. And we want to continue pushing our players to be as successful and, you know, as competitively driven as possible. But also, I feel like we provide a lot of unique opportunities to just be involved. We have a very expansive staff team. I have a very big Shoutcast team under me. Our protection team in general, as well as, you know, when we move into event managing and our social media teams and our production teams and our video production teams, which is a separate team, right? We have a lot of people that are not only supporting what we do, but are willing to be involved. And I think the passion that a lot of the people who help with that, you know, that they bring to the workplace and stuff like that has been why we've been able to be so successful. As we go into the next semester of the 25-26 school year, it's, you know, it's been a lot of the same things on our mind. You know, we want to compete. We're shooting for more nationals this year, trying to encourage more people to join us and embrace being a Vandal.
That's awesome.
Did I do good?
You did great. Yeah.
Daily validation.
I think something also that we're wanting to continue to expand on, and this is why, like, this is a great opportunity for us to learn from somebody else's perspective, and working with you guys on this, is that I think LANs are a huge part of the future of the landscape of esports.
Mm-hmm.
Every semester when we get player feedback and do surveys, consistently LAN experiences are the top thing that they're looking for, what they enjoy the most. It's a different vibe, different energy, just the opportunity to shake hands and fist bumps with your opponent. It makes it I think a lot more real feeling, and so we're wanting to expand on that. That one of the conferences that we work with, we're potentially hosting a LAN event in the fall with them. That should be big news when we're able to announce that initially or officially. Yeah, and so we're shooting for 3 or 4 LANs hopefully in the fall, and then ideally the same thing in the spring. So that's something. Doing more of this, I think is fantastic for the players.
Well, that's phenomenal. Well, I may have to make my way out to Moscow. My wife and I have always wanted to go and see a game at the Kibbe Dome. So maybe one of these Saturdays we'll have to go up. Well, before we go to break, and we're going to have to go to break for a second, we do want to give you an award. This is for the best Smash tournament ran in a Smash theater. This is a Doc award. So these are coveted. These are coveted. Doc will give these out at conventions and whatnot. And we want to present this to you as well for the best Smash tournament ran in a movie theater.
Awesome.
It's beautiful. Thank you.
We will have the envy and jealousy of all the other colleges with the Doc Award.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. That's awesome.
I think it's sick.
Very nice. Well, hey, thank you all so much for coming down. We're really excited to keep working with you for the rest of the day. We're going to throw it to a break, and we're going to come back, hopefully, to a 3rd, 4th place game, and then we'll crown a state champion in Rocket League. We're really excited to see how this day finishes out, but we'll have to wait until we get done with this commercial break. We'll see you on the other side.
everyone. Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. Yes, arena, as I am not in the studio anymore, but on the desk right now, getting ready to call all the action as we get ready to jump into the third place match. Bishop Kelly versus Capital, as both teams are looking to vie for the third place title. Now, this match is interesting. You know, when we go into the grand finals, someone gets first, someone gets second. But this is the one where only one team comes away with a trophy, and so it will be an interesting match. Calling all the action, my name is Audrey Norris with Amelia Green as we get to spend some time doing the shot calling now, getting ready for this matchup. Now, right before we were jumping into this, we were about to talk a little bit about Capital. We've seen some from Bishop Kelly, but this is the first time Capital's been on the big stage. Bishop Kelly coming off of their match with Middleton, where we saw them like warming up and actually be really strong contenders.
And what a match it was. Now we have the Knights versus the Eagles. I mean, Bishop Kelly has had a strong showing so far, and I can only believe that Capital has as well. I interviewed them previously. Let me see if I can pull up those notes.
Yeah, and I mean, while you are, we can see from the schedule here, like, Capital was able to go 4-2 against Rigby, which is a strong contender for the first and second place. I mean, they are going to be Middleton's big competitors, and as we're getting ready to jump into it, of course, if you want to be a big competitor in the game, you need to know Doc's keys to the game, and in Rocket League, it's going to be punish overcommits, play walls better, use boosts wisely, and bump opponents to disrupt. All of this is brought to you by Blue Ribbon Painting. While you're here cheering for the best in gaming, let us introduce you to the MVPs of painting. With over 90 years of combined experience, we're proud to be Boise's go-to team of local multi-generational painters who know exactly how to level up your home. Ready to transform your space? Visit blueribbonpainting.net to schedule your free estimate. And as we're getting, you know, from the MVPs of painting, we're going to jump right back into the MVPs of Rocket League here, you know.
Oh, excited.
Capital going up against Rigby, now jumping into a fight against the Knights here. You know, we were just about to talk about it, but, you know, both of these teams have had some very high-caliber matchups and are now going to be testing their mettle one last time.
Based off what we saw from Bishop Kelly last time, I say we have to think about who's going to start and keep momentum. And here we go. Pinch goes off into Legendary. Up touch from off the cross.
Oh, and a quick shot there. Bishop Kelly able to get the first goal.
5 seconds. That's
5 seconds.
Actually kind of wild.
Wow, yeah, popping it over the car, you know, the player named Pop, of all things, too, as they're able to get it through the goal. Capital.
Unfortunate whiff from Might.
Caught off guard there as we go into the next kickoff here.
Off the wall, Pinch, Mike goes for it in air, taken from him by Az, I believe, and we're sent into Bishop Kelly territory. Ooh, okay, here we're right, turnaround, up and over, EQ. Is it Ecuador or EQ? Like,
EQ is good.
EQ.
I mean, hey, and he's in the air trying to vie for the ball, but it's not going to work as Pop is able to clear it away, trying to keep their advantage on that side of the turf. They're looking for their opportunity to take a shot. It's in the air. Az tries to clear it, and it is going to get through. They're going to have to be careful. Legendary is popping it over the goal. 2 commits, but safely. Might is able to keep it away from Capital's goal. They do not want another easy goal that Bishop Kelly can take from them.
Az taking it right back to EQ, who brings it into the corner for Might, and Mighty to just double commit straight for Pop to try and get it over. Unfortunately, unfortunately for them, Az is right on defense. Here we go, off the post.
Close.
Corner in, over to center. Legendary's going to take advantage, but whiffs that touch. Pop's going to take advantage, going to go off the post and double touch.
Pop able to take it home for Capital here, the Eagles. Nice clear goal and able to commit and see that they needed to follow up on the ball, bringing it 1-1 in this first game.
Ooh, I feel like this is going to be a very close match. 50-50 goes nowhere, gets that demo right at the top. Pop tries to keep control of the ball, but Az is bumping him out of the way. Markey over into the corner, into center. Legend down to Az. Az trying to get it back to center. Oh, clash between EQ. Legendary takes it down to Az.
Oh, wow, surprise demo there, but it's going to work out in the favor of the players here now. Marky Moo Bear, who's going to go by Marky from now on, long username, in the air here, trying to find an opportunity for Capital once more, but the ball is back on their side, and they are forced onto the defense as trying to find a touch on the ball, but it's not going to work out. Commits left and right from both teams. It goes center, luckily able to clear onto Bishop Kelly's side, but not as far as they'd want. Back into the air once again, Capital trying to find a follow-up, but it is not there, and they just are kind of stuck in a weird spot here, looking for their tempo, but not able to find it.
Not quite seeing that same car control that we've seen from Bishop Kelly last time, but I mean, maybe it's just getting into the groove of things. We had a little bit of a long break, coming back to it. Going up, Pop's following the ball, pops it up. Sorry, I love my puns.
No, it's going to be a great time with a name like that. And we see another shot on goal saved by Az here as they're driving it up the back wall. Legendary wants to look for the clear, but it isn't able to go through. Pop and Marky trying to take the shot, but EQ able to block the goal. Oh, a lot of commits on both sides, but nothing comes from it. Capital needs to be careful and rotate back, which they are able to do, but they're just trying to find that opening, and it is not there.
I will say, Capital is rotating back quite efficiently. It's getting them the ball back into offense much faster than Bishop Kelly is able to take it back. The ball control is certainly for Capital here. Taking it back up into the air, drop down to the ground. It's going to be in front of Pop. Pop's going to take it back to the wall. Here we have Legendary going to try and push for center once again, but it's going to be blocked by Marky. But he is persisting that battle between them, 50-50, because Aztec comes in. Now we're pushing forward. Legendary has a chance. Taken back by Marky, and we're crossing the midfield line once again as Az tries to take control of the ball. Bounced right off of him.
Az and Legendary both near the ball, popping it over players. The Eagles trying to find their opportunity. The ball is in their opponent's side, but not for long. Legendary popping it in front of the goal. But a great save from Pop there, able to keep it away. Marky now driving it down to the other side, able to get the clear, but no one is there to follow it up and commit to a goal here. As EQ and Legendary all looking for it. The score just not able to line up there for Marky.
Taking it across the wall, we're back into Capital territory. Pop's turning it around, but blocked by Az. Az is trying to get resettled, but too much stuff. Too many people trying to go for that ball. Pop and Legendary with that 50-50. Legendary follows. EQ taking it up to the air. Marky going to turn it right back around to the ground for Pop to go to. Az gets to it first, and we're going to see a fight for the ball. Now we're back into Bishop Kelly territory, into that corner. Legend's going to turn it around to EQ. EQ takes it back to the wall, and we're up. Here we go.
10 seconds left on the clock. There's not a lot of room, and the game is completely tied as he's trying to clear it up, but Might is going to stop him. Capital does not want to let this game go easy, and all of them are trying to find their opportunity. 1 second left, and we're in overtime. Right into overtime for the first game. And we're going to go right back into it. Capital pushing the ball to get the Knights side here, but Az trying to find opportunity. Immediate shot on goal, but it is saved by EQ.
I will say Pop trying to push that without much support from his team right off the bat was not the best move, but you know what? We're still here. We're still fighting. Pop is at midfield pushing forward once again. He has people in the corner, but is redirected into the side. EQ taking it up. Here we have Marky going to take the ball away down to Might. I almost said
there's Legendary, but Pop blocks it. EQ now able to drive it up the wall. The Knights have it in the Eagles' corner, and they're looking to get some people out of the way with a demo. It might bring an opportunity, but not fast enough. And the ball continuously stalled still in front of this goal. The Eagles not having to deflect another shot, but it's
Pop taking it right back with Marky. All three of Bishop Kelly have rotated back to defense. We're going to see this a long timeout here. All right, overtime. Pop taking it over. Into center. And you know what? I will say Pop was the MVP of this match. He was able to go bounce back and forth between offense and defense.
And I mean, you see it right there. A lot of good self-setups, and Pop is able to take it home for the Eagles. Capital taking the first game.
And you know what? I will say Pop was the MVP of the
I mean, look at that ball control for the side. It's not...
Pop's going to
There's not a huge difference, but Capital is able to keep it on the Knights' side and overall take way more shots. So the Knights will want to watch out as they continue into this next game.
Yeah, that was definitely what won Capital the game, probably. They were pretty evenly matched, but the amount of shots taken was what made the game.
And you know, with that many shots being taken and missed, that could make anyone stress. So if you need a break and maybe a bit of relaxing, combining the best of the day spa experience with effective therapeutic massage, check out multiple styles and expertise today from Whole Being Massage, who supports your health and well-being through holistic, personalized body work. I mean, any game like this could make you get tense, and you know, with the fact, that the massage, and you know, you can get it right out front here as they are hanging out for the entirety of this tournament, showing off their skills and helping people relax. And you know, with so many nail biters that we've been watching, we went all the way to 7 at the last game, and now we've had an overtime in the first one here. That, I feel like, is a bit of an omen for how these games are going to be going forward after this point. But as we get ready to go into the kickoff, Capital with the advantage here. The Knights will need to kind of recenter and refocus to be able to take this away from them.
I mean, Capital is putting on a great showing. It tells a lot. They were able to go against... Oh
and look
my
at that
goodness.
Right there, I know.
I'm talking too much, apparently.
Yeah, you're trying to set up the game, and Pop isn't giving you an opportunity. He's taking a pot shot there.
Nice.
Yeah, at this point, it's just a pop shot, not a pot shot.
Yes, this move is
Did he do that last time?
I think he did. First 5 seconds, and now he's gotten 4. Mighty takes the first touch, going back in for Bishop Kelly, gets the bounce off the side. Pop is sending it forward. We have Might following through. Going to be countered by... Oh, Splashies. What is this? We have a sub.
Oh, well, we've got a sub, and hey, that's going to be shaking up what's going on here, and we see that already back onto the Eagles side, popping it into the air here, but it's just not enough just yet. EQ looking for the opportunity.
Bounce off the wall, nice setup from Mighty, and gets the point. That makes it 2-0 for Capital.
Capital finding some momentum in the second game, and we see it here. It's in the air, able to follow through. Might, gets the goal, and there just wasn't enough time for the Knights to get up there and deal with it. So now going back into it, they do not want to let Pop get it.
Full control of that kickoff, but Might gets that follow through, and EQ is trying to get it out of there. Oh, but he's countered twice, passes by 2 of the Eagles. Not for Pop. Pop gets it into the corner, sending it back. Waters trying to counter him, gets past him as... No, balls in there. Crossbar.
Oh, jeez.
That was a close one. Making that gap that much bigger would be dangerous for Bishop. As I was saying, that would be dangerous for Bishop Kelly because there's plenty of time, but with that big of a gap this early.
Yeah, praise the mighty crossbar there for a second, but unfortunately, Pop not going to let that happen for long, taking the 3rd goal for Capital here.
Insane.
On his way to a hat trick, too.
Markey going for that touch. Over down. Water is going to take it from there. Nice save. Az is going to follow up as well, trying to support, but lots of clashing there. A little bit of an overcommitting allows EQ to take the ball off to the side by himself. Oh, but Pop stops him, trying to center that ball. Going to get that self set up and just carries the ball.
Hat trick.
Woo!
Yeah.
Look at that carry. He just...
This is Pop's game, and we're all living in it right now. That's what's happening here. Just taking it all the way. And with that, Capital puts their 4th point on the board. Bishop Kelly has been unable to find the point. They're going to try now, though, as clearing it to their side with a demo onto Pop. That feels like revenge, and I don't really blame him at this point. But unfortunately, it goes right back to their side. Markey going to avenge the demo there as he's right back on the field, bouncing it, trying to look for an opportunity. It's going in front of the goal, but EQ's going to clear it. They do not want to see another goal on their side here.
Tried going for that waterfall, and it did not work out for Capital. Going to be turned around here, possibly by Az. Oh, misses Markey, does not miss Might. Will Pop get another point? No, Water's not letting it happen. We have Az taking the ball back to the corner. Might's trying to redirect to center, and Az is following it into the other corner. We're going to have a turnaround here up And Markey is countering EQ only to get right past. A nice demo from Pop onto Az. Trying to clear up the offensive push here, I believe. Water going to go up, over, and we're going to see a touch from Az. Going to bounce off the side. Not quite the right aim, but Markey's going to take it right across the midfield line here. Pop's going to go against Water once again. I see Water is definitely targeting Pop from what I've seen, at least.
Yeah, trying to focus on that player who has been making so many waves in the game, and it does seem to be working. Capital has been unable to take another goal here, as the goal, they are trying to set something up. Bishop Kelly is looking for their opportunity, but they keep getting blocked by Markey. He is holding down the goal as they have to be careful on the rotate, trying to go for the shot, but just barely off to the side. EQ able to try and get a clear. It's not quite out of the woods yet, though. Bishop Kelly could be in for another shot on their goal. If they're not careful, Pop trying to set something up, but there isn't a full follow-through just yet. Might isn't able to quite connect on the aerial, but Markey follows through, going right over the crossbar. Az goes for the clear, and now it's back to the Eagle side.
Only Pop on defense so far as his team tries to rotate back fast enough. I will say their defense is able to
there it is.
Rolls it in. Just that was a little painful to watch, though.
Yeah.
I made those slow goals. It's just like because you feel like
and you can see when a car is right there. Like you can see Markey was he saw it. He almost was there, but that does put a point on the board for Bishop Kelly as we go into this next kickoff. And Eagles quickly reacting, bring it back to the Knights side here, trying to find a follow-through connection point in the air, pass to Markey, go for a shot on goal, but saved by EQ here.
Az is now taking it across. Pop is following, trying to get back to defense before he can, sends it up. Here's EQ sending it right back down for Water. Water's taking it across. Az is trying to set up. Mike tries to steal it. Does he have control, though? Not really. It takes right back to Az. Pop's trying to keep it away from Capital, and now we're having EQ send it center. Will he get it? Yes, he does, and that is a second point for Bishop Kelly.
Bishop Kelly starting to bring it back. They do not want to go down without a fight here. Yeah, just very open shot on goal. No one was there. Pop tried to cover, but did not have enough time.
I think they found the hole in the rotation.
Yeah, exactly. They found the hole in the rotation, and they can just keep that going forward. If not for Capital, 1 minute remaining left on the clock. If the Knights want to be able to take this, they need to get 2 more points on the board, but Pop doesn't want to let it happen. Another shot on the cross guard here. Doesn't go through, but they are still on the side looking for a potential shot. Az going to clear it. There is an open goal. Pop is able to rush in and defend it. The rotation still hanging on. But Water does not want to give it up.
Water has solid positioning and a good read on where Pop's going to be. He followed the ball down on the bounce with Pop and positioned him in just the right spot to block that first goal. And now Water is turning it around. Stolen by Markey, going to send it center. Might tried. It got pinched into the corner. Az tries to go off the bar into the side. Pop follows it. Going to go up. And Water is ready. We're going to see if that's ready enough, and he is.
10 seconds left on the board. Capital holding on to their point.
Might be
trying to go for one more shot. If they can get this, it might be, but it's in such a rough spot. The ball hits the ground, and Capital takes game 2.
2-0 so far.
Yeah, and I mean, the stats are getting a little bit more one-sided here. Capital taking more ball control, though. You know, I do love to see a 50-50 boost use. It's so funny when we actually hit the even numbers there.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we can also just see, like, from the shots taken, Capital has had so much more room to work with here. Bishop Kelly only really getting shots from that middle point.
It's nice to see more shots on Bishop Kelly's side, though. That means that they're trying to take a more aggressive approach. And to be completely frank, I am a pro-aggressive player. When I see any of the Vandals, or actually any team that I watch, I am going for be aggressive. I want to see demos. I want to see those passes. I want to go offense. That's
get up, take space, take space. Be putting pressure on the ball, denying those opportunities. I mean, it's a way to play, right? Like, defense gets you far, but if you just don't ever let your opposing team get potential on the ball, then that works too. And I mean, Capital's been using that strategy pretty often here as
best defense is a great offense.
You know, yeah, it's something that is said quite often here, yeah.
And back into kickoff. Here we go. 50-50 for Markey. I don't even think they touched the ball there. Straight into the corner. We have EQ ready in defense. Az is following him. Water takes it, sends it forward, but down center.
Oh, going into the air. Pop trying to set something up, but EQ is right there, able to deflect the ball away.
Here, taking it down to the ground. Very nice, graceful movements. A little bit more card control than what we saw in the first game. So I'm appreciating. I think we got more comfortable. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Bishop Kelly able to hold back Pop for a little bit longer, not getting that instant 5-second goal, but still going to start us off with that first goal of the game. Capital putting it on the board and running it right into the next kickoff here.
Pop and Water clashing in center, going for Bishop Kelly territory. Markey goes straight over Water and into the goal for a second point for Capital.
Wow, quick one right there too. I mean, when we get to see the replay there, straight, yeah, Water was almost set up and the other two were back there, but just not fast enough.
And that's how it always is, and it's so painful, just not fast enough. There's a clash with EQ and Might as Pop now takes control of the ball, bounce off the side, gets the double touch, and in to the goal for 3-0.
Wow, Capital just getting some insane momentum here. I mean, look at that, driving up the side, bounces off, sets it up for himself. You know, Pop has done that at least once per game, I've noticed, setting up the ball by hitting the back wall there, and I mean, it's working out. Bishop Kelly, no points on the board. Eagles with 3 right now.
Water does take advantage of this kickoff, but Pop is right on defense, ready. Az tries to get to it. Pop keeps it away from him. EQ goes for it, takes it up the wall. We have Might stealing it, going across midfield line. Here's Az and Water back on defense. Water taking it right back up. And Markey's following. We have Pop getting ready to defend. Oh, nice back. And into EQ. EQ is going to take that center. Good job not challenging that. There was 3 of the Eagles ready to defend. I'm glad he turned that around for a pass.
Oh, there's a lot of commits though, and it's going to be what Water needs to get that goal in. Not enough momentum, all of them stuck in the corner, and EQ sees that, it pops over Pop. You know, gets a little taste of his own medicine here as Water puts a point on the board for the Knights.
Good flick and into kickoff. Az takes that right up as Pop sends it flying back into the air. Nice aerial here. Gonna guide that right over into the crossbar with a double touch from his team. No, and it's redirected off to the side as Water now takes control. Az is gonna push it forward across the midline. Markey's not gonna let that happen. It's going up the wall. Now we're gonna follow around the corner, maybe center to Pop. Pop gets that touch. Oh, and Az is right on defense, taking that touch away from Markey.
Oh, tries to go for another shot on goal, but not able to find it. Clearing it over to the Eagle side. EQ and Az set up to look for a shot. Going to get deflected by Pop here as they're now looking for some room. Water goes for another shot on goal, and Capital is out of place, not able to defend.
Brushes against the crossbar and into the goal.
Look at that. Wow. Just sliding it right under the crossbar.
Oh, beautiful to see.
3-2, 3 minutes on the board. Safe spot for the Knights. They're not out of this just yet here, and they're starting to gain some momentum. Demo onto Markey here, creating some opportunities and openings.
Pop gonna take it right over into the crossbar. Maybe Markey's ready. Markey is not ready as Az turns it right around. Might's gonna take it to the wall, up to Pop. Pop is gonna bounce, and now we have Water sending it across the midfield line. Might's trying to keep them away as Pop tries to go for a push. EQ is taking advantage, and it rolls right in with another touch from Might, trying to make that defense. Doesn't quite work, unfortunately, for Bishop, or for the Capital.
Yeah, wow, yeah, that was a yeah, I mean, tied now too. That's the big thing. That was where my brain was going. Factory reset on that shot. Good job from EQ there to completely broke my brain as we're now going into this next one here. Completely tied. One of them needs to find the momentum, and right now the Knights have it. Goes right in front of the goal. Water trying to get the shot, but it gets cleared. Not quick enough on the draw, and it hits the side there. But that leaves an opening for the Eagles. They're trying to find it, but both shots are being cleared. Both teams are like, no. But Az finds the open goal. Able to now put Bishop Kelly in the lead.
That demo on Pop is exactly what he needed. Got that demo, got the ball, and is sending straight to the goal before Pop can even react to where the ball is and gets that point, taking the lead, as you said. I mean, this might be a turnaround.
This could be a potential turnaround. We'll have to see how they handle this kickoff. So far, the Eagles do have control. They're on this side of the field where the Knights are now on the defense here, but not for long. Able to get it clear. This might be another opportunity for a shot going over the goal. Pop is the first one on the ball, gets the touch and sends it back their way, but EQ is not about to let this go back to the Knights side just yet.
Might was a little fumbling right there, but he's following up anyway. Water's going to turn it around. Markey sending it up and into center. We have Water following as well as here we go into the corner. Az taking the ball. He's going to have support of his team. Pops over Pop. Az going forward, Might turning it right back around. They have an open goal, but they missed. Maybe that second touch. No, Markey, does he have the opportunity? They don't capitalize on that free goal, and even with that demo, that was a lost opportunity. We're back into Capital territory. Pop fighting against Water. Water wins that 50-50, and we're into the corner. Here's Markey going to make that defensive play. Tries against EQ, wins. Az is ready, but Pop is already turning the ball around and into Bishop Kelly territory. Water's going to turn it around. EQ up the wall, off the center. Maybe a nice passing play into the goal.
We'll have to see. Az is trying to set it up, but Pop clears it, keeping it away. Markey is open, but Water does not want to let that happen. They're going to try and look for another shot on goal with less than a minute left on the clock. If Capital wants to tie this up or even, take the game, they're going to need to find their opening. Bishop Kelly isn't letting them have it, though. 30 seconds left. It's a lot to do, and right now Bishop Kelly staying on the idea of the demos, just keeping people off their game and not really letting them line anything up here. Might be another shot on goal. Az tries to go for it, but it is rolled away, and now it's back in open play. 10 seconds left here now. This is the last opportunity for Capital, and I know they're trying to find it. Water trying to go for that open opportunity for one more free goal, but there is a second left, and as the ball hits the ground, that will be the end for that. Bishop Kelly getting a point on the board.
And all they need is a reverse sweep. And I say that like that's easy.
It's not easy, but looking at the stats, Bishop Kelly turned that around, bringing it much more even than it was in even the first game.
Oh, absolutely. We saw a lot more technical skill, a lot more aggression on both sides. We're seeing more shots being made. We're seeing more demos being made. And just overall play style is getting really intense. Love to see it.
Yeah, and just like the intense, just awesome things that we've been watching from this game, it's just been a real gift for us. Ideal Idaho's 529 Education Saving Plan is a great gift any time of the year. Give the gift of education by opening a 529 savings account today at idsaves.org. Ideal Idaho's 529 Education Plan.
Intense as we head into the 5th game.
Yeah, the 5th game. My goodness.
We might go to another 7th game.
We might.
That's
all I'm going to say here. That's all I'm going to say there. If we get there, we get there, but let's not manifest it,
We still have the grand finals.
We still have the grand finals. But I mean, exciting either way. All of these teams are battling it out as best they can. This is, again, the game that determines the 3rd and 4th place teams. So this is whether or not you get a trophy. And we're going to go right into it on the kickoff here. On to Eagles side.
Yeah, EQ on fire as he takes it into Capital territory. Markey turning it right back around. EQ trying to follow the ball, showing a lot more presence. This time, Az going to turn right back around. Clashes with Markey, gets the ball into the air. Might tries to get that bounce off the wall. Az sending it forward. Pop on midfield, gets it, keeps it in Bishop Kelly. Oh my goodness, that was so close as it bounces off the post, and Az tries to turn it around after that very, very close save, and we're into Capital territory, right over Pop, but not past Might into the goal. It's going into the corner instead as EQ tries to turn it around. We're seeing a lot more presence in the Capital side from Bishop Kelly. Back into the corner from Might. Up the wall, we're going to see Water on the ground, maybe. Here we go. We have Marky taking control of the ball. EQ sending it center. Clash with Pop makes it so we have a free ball. Oh, that was a bit of a whiff. That's all right. Water taking it across the side. EQ going up into the wall.
Sending it over to the Eagles, but the Eagles do not want that ball back, and they're going to add a demo to the plate as they try to find that opening here. Markey goes for the follow-up, but it's not going to happen, so Pop is able to turn it around, bouncing it against the backboard here. Do they have someone to follow up on the goal? They do not, and a bit of a full commit from a lot of players there. They are not able to make anything of the ball, and Bishop Kelly sends it back to the Eagles side. We're kind of getting a volley back and forth here, potential shots on goal, but nothing concrete just yet.
No, and as Aztec is trying to make his presence known with Water in the capital territory, that corner, it doesn't matter as Pop is sending it forward. EQ dropping back to defense with Water. They're trying to stop the ball, but it rolls in anyway. I think just stopping, I think, would have helped that.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah,
rolls. No. Oh,
bounced them out of the way. No.
Oh, Water trying to go in for the commit. This is why the double commits can be dangerous, and unfortunately for Bishop Kelly, that means a point for Capital here.
Yep, as Pop sends it right back into Bishop Kelly, but EQ is taking it down to the ground in front of the goal and bounces right in.
You know what? They wanted to send it right back, and that's okay. 1-1 now.
Even out the score.
And you know, having a little bit of an issue themselves on Capital side, just not able to read the bounce, and they get a goal on their side. 1-1 now as we go into this kickoff.
Mike takes it, Pop follows. Water and EQ on defense. Are they ready? Az takes it across the corner. Here we go. Markey stops him, but Water with the demo. Mike tries to go for that shot. A little too much power and no support. Pop still pushing forward with that demo. Is Markey going to follow up? Maybe. No, doesn't quite get it as EQ is now falling across the midfield line. Here we have Pop going for it. No, Might on defense, able to stop their push forward and Water is trying to get it. And that looked so gentle.
That was very gentle. It was. I mean, look at how much he slowed down. He was going like almost maximum speed there, and then just went, oh, wait a second. Bonk. And then got the point. So, you know, 2-1, the Knights slowing down the pacing a little bit there, and that benefited them as we're now going back to the Eagles side.
Oh, Might with a nice flip into Kelly. And rolling it right in from Markey. Is this how this game is gonna go?
I was gonna say, where'd all the technical shots go?
We're just gonna launch it into each other.
That was some interesting collision there between EQ and Markey.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, going back into the kickoff anyway, you know, 2-2.
Yeah. EQ and Az trying to take control of the ball. It gets redirected immediately as Pop takes it into Capital. Gets demoed for his trouble as EQ now takes it into Capital territory. Might's trying to turn it around. We have Az following the ball in the corner. It gets turned around. Az goes for that demo, and Pop now takes over for his team. Is he going to carry it right in? No, Az is on defense, and we have Water and Az pushing forward. Az gets bumped out of the way, but Water's still following the ball. Maybe they get this point. There's a demo from Az. There's another demo from, I believe that's Might. And we have Markey going for the ball, passes over it, Pop going for it. Now we have the Bishop Kelly players on defense. The Knights are doing fantastic with this turnaround. Look at that rotation back into offense, back into the side. We have Pop going for the ball. He has Az launching right back into the fray as Might sends it over into the Bishop Kelly corner. Everybody's there. It's kind of a cluster.
So much going on, and unfortunately that chaos means that the Eagles are not finding what they need here. Might tries to go for a shot, but Water is able to block it with 1 minute remaining on the clock, and both of these teams tied. If they don't find a goal soon, they're going to go into overtime once again, and both of those teams don't want it. Might is going to try and clear it, look for an opportunity here for a shot, but there are 2 players in front of the goal, and they're not going to find something just yet. However, Pop tries to set it up for Markey, goes for the the shot, but it's wide, very wide as and them go at it with a demo, knocking down Capital's players to 2 for just a second. 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and they try to send it to the Eagles' side, but it goes straight back to the Knights' territory, and another shot on their goal is going to be attempted. Right now, Bishop Kelly just trying to hold the line here, looking for that open goal potential. Water sees something, but Markey is there and saw it too. And now as we get close to this last 10 seconds, they need that opening if they're going to be able to find it, but they might not. Markey might looking for something. 3 seconds, bang, pop! In the last 2 seconds is able to squeak the shot in.
Pop popping that right into the goal, taking that third point, and settling the score, honestly. That is 2 seconds can make a goal, but very rarely, especially with a team on edge like this. They're not going to let that happen. And that is Capital's third game on to match point.
Yeah, we are on match point there, and you know, what a last-minute goal that was.
That really was.
I was looking at that, and I'm like, okay, well, they had 2 people commit, and they just couldn't quite find it, and then pop out of nowhere, just rockets in. That was, you know, the surprise that you always like to see, especially if you're Capital here, because not wanting to go into overtime, I would be sweating if I had to go into more than one overtime in any match.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Pop just saw that opportunity, and he took it. And it's success, straight into the pocket right there that they provided for him, and they'll be going into this match point with that confidence, but hopefully they're still a little wary because the Knights are not giving up.
Yeah, they proved that they can take a point here, and you know, you said pocket, and my first thought was that we could just make another like pop joke on it, because now it's like the pocket. Yes, exactly. It's kind of, honestly, now one of my favorite names for a player. It works very effectively, especially for what he's doing.
I know, Rocket League Pop, that's perfect.
Perfect. I know, I'm like trying to reduce how many times I say pop to describe the ball, because I have to say it so many times with his name. It's great. No. Always there. You think I'm talking about him more often than I actually am, because I'm just talking about the ball, but we're going to go into that kickoff for what could be the last game.
Pop goes for the boost rather than the ball and takes advantage, going for defense here, and it works out as Mike now takes the ball forward as redirects back in. EQ trying to take advantage of the setup. Is Water going to help out here? Maybe with that touch over. Little too high, little too much power. Markey's going to turn it around. EQ back on defense here, going to stop the ball over Markey, but Mike's going to keep it in Bishop Kelly. Here we go. We have a Knight going for Pop. EQ going to take it across midfield. Maybe in. No, we have Mike on defense. He's going to redirect it straight to the corner and take it into Bishop Kelly. Clear goal, unfortunately, for Capital. EQ was right there. And we have Might bounce off the wall. Here we go. Nice touch up. A little bit of a double commit there, but it worked out. Oh, Pop off. Nice bump. Here we go. Into the air.
And with it into the air, goes straight to Water here. But then right back to Capital, trying to find their opportunity. Nothing conclusive just yet for either of these teams. They're just trying to find the chink in the armor right now, with the rotations holding strong so far. Clearing it to the other side, going to have to recharge on the boosts there as they get ready. Saving a shot from Az now.
Bumps Az out of the way. Possibly, honestly, as you said, looking for chinks in the armor. This is going to be a far more tactical game as it is match point. Bishop Kelly's going to be a little bit more cautious. Capital's going to try and be aggressive here, as we've seen so far. There we go. Markey pushing forward. Water turning it around. They're trying to keep the ball in Capital, but it's going back and forth so fast.
As it does with Rocket League, and I mean, when we're getting through it, you know, you have to be careful here. EQ looking for an opportunity here. They try to go for the shot, but they aren't able to make anything of it, and it goes right back to Bishop Kelly's side here.
EQ launching it over. We have Marky and Might on defense here, taking him back to the corner as is trying to support Might, turning around the corner. We have EQ and Water getting ready to support that play, but Marky's taking it down to the ground. Gonna go for that midfield shot, go for that boost, as gonna go for the ball here, going up. Here EQ sending it forward, down to the ground, maybe, no, Might redirects, and Marky follows up. Water taking it up, maybe, oh, as whiffs that touch. Unfortunately for the Knights, Pop takes advantage, gets Marky to the ball. Oh, nice demo from Pop, nice bounce, and EQ now takes over. Nope, not enough, as Pop is now returning to Knight territory, as on defense is the only thing that saves them from that first goal.
We have hit the 2-minute marker, and not a goal has been able to be scored at this point. Both teams just so careful, and as I say it, we manifest that first goal. That's right, Capital able to find it. Pop it in the air with Might and Marky both going for the commit there. Could be dangerous in some cases, but it worked out in this one.
I will say beautiful setup from Pop, letting his team take that goal and trusting them to do so.
And now into this kickoff here, we see the Knights here trying to find some room. They want to get that ball,
Marky
but they aren't able to do it.
Takes advantage, and Pop taken away from Water, bouncing in front of the goal. Oh my goodness, that was such a free ball. I'm surprised no one came and took advantage of that. Az is now in Capital territory, going up the corner, going to set it up for Water, only for Mike to take it back to the corner. EQ going to try and set it up as well. They're going for that center shot. It's not working for them. They need to maybe make a few demos before trying to do that once again. Pop going to send it to Marky. Marky going to pop it back up. Oh, it's just so fun. EQ sending it back into Capital territory. Marky. Marky set it up for Water.
Look at that great setup, and with that, just as the 1 minute left shows up, Water says, not going to be our day to be losing at 1 goal. We are going to tie this up, and now we are back in that race for the next goal.
Not today, he said, not today. And Might now fights over the ball with Water. Pop takes advantage of the confusion, now launching straight to the goal. He's not gonna get it, as we have EQ sending it into the corner. EQ and Az are trying to take it, but Marky takes advantage of a free goal and takes the second point.
Capital not letting the Knights celebrate that tie for very long, able to get it over the defending players, and now Bishop Kelly down another goal with 40 seconds left on the clock. If they want to tie this and continue the game, this is their moment.
Water and Pop go for that 50-50, goes for Water. Water now taking it into the corner. Might's going to follow it. Pop's going to get that touch. Does not go anywhere. Stops momentum enough for Marky, though. Marky sends it in. Water is right there. And another clash, and Marky gets the ball. Az is now trying to take it back. Gets bumped out of the way by Pop. And we have EQ taking it down to the ground and following it straight in. Pop is not letting that goal happen, though. Sent to the side with Might. Goes over Water, but a little too far, as it does not go into the goal. Maybe, though, here with Marky, and Marky makes another point. 3 with 6 seconds left.
6 seconds left on the clock. That is a almost final nail in the coffin, essentially, for Bishop Kelly there. The Capital team has made a 2-point lead here, and as we go into what could be the last kickoff, both teams are vying for an opportunity. You know that the Knights want it, and that's exactly why Might and Marky are not going to give it to them. Capital takes the match point and are able to win in a 4-1 victory. 3rd place going to Capital. Congratulations.
Take the point and take the trophy. Amazing play from both teams. Neither let up until the very last second, and that's what we need. That and them having fun. Look at those big smiles as the game comes to an end.
And you know, Bishop Kelly had to fight their heart out there, and since they were the previous team on stage, there was definitely a lot riding on that for them, and they had to just keep it up and keep it going while Capital was the new team to show up there. So good job on both teams. Bishop Kelly had some great plays. The Knights fought their heart out, but Capital ultimately is going to be the winner here. The Eagles taking home that trophy. But as that is going to be the end of this match, I'd love to throw it over to the desk and hear their thoughts on this incredible back-to-back game.
Thank you very much, Audrey, and thank you for hosting such an incredible game. There were so many interesting things that happened, but I feel like I specifically want to highlight something that should be at least a little bit obvious to people who are paying attention. We were looking at Capital. We haven't seen them yet today. They were off in the battleground where we were hosting for other things, but we saw them for the first time, and they did incredibly well. But specifically, I want to focus on Pop. We saw his gameplay. I hadn't seen him a lot beforehand, but we saw how incredibly well he played. And I really want to hear more from you guys about what you think really set him apart from everyone else.
Absolutely. You want to go ahead?
Yeah, personally, I was watching him from the start. I was like predicting ranks-wise. I shot lower, you shot higher. And after watching every single one of those games, my opinion shot way up. Great player. He was able to just capitalize on everything, slow it down, and just play super methodic, and just it kind of works against almost any kind of player if they don't know how to counter it.
I want to build on your statement of being methodical. I wanted to highlight the fact that he is willing to let the game slow down for him. He is willing to let everybody else play at his pace of play, whether that be super slow or super fast. He is the one in the driver's seat the entire time, and I think that is something that I want to highlight much more than simple mechanics, because I've seen lots of really talented mechanical players here at this tournament so far, but he is the first one that has stood out to me that really controls the pace of play throughout the entire series.
Yeah, and it makes sense seeing that, because we were looking at stats beforehand. Capital got the first upset of the day, and they managed to take 2 points off of Rigby, which is incredibly impressive considering how good of a team Rigby is. But I do also want to highlight the fact that Doc has actually talked about recruiting him onto Boise State's team, which is incredibly exciting considering how much of a positive reaction we have to him. So seeing him on our team would be really good. Something else I do want to focus on is actually with Bishop Kelly, though. Throughout the past couple of rounds, we have noticed Bishop Kelly switching a lot of their players. We started with Messenger the first couple of rounds last time, and then we saw Legendary for most of the rest of the game, and then we saw him at the very start, and then we switched over to Splashies instead. And of course, Bishop Kelly played incredibly well, especially given how impressive Capital was. But do you think that had any role to play with how consistently they're switching players? Do you think that caused any problems, or do you think that wouldn't really have made much of a difference?
I would definitely say it definitely caused them to end up where they were at. They were playing very well as a team, but having to switch in and out with these different players makes it hard to build like that flow state of playing with the same team members on a consistent basis. If you keep swapping in and out, it makes it hard to just stay locked and actually take the win in most of these games.
I agree. In almost any circumstance, getting sucked into the monitor is something my coach always says, and being able to get sucked into the monitor is something that becomes really difficult when you are constantly going through player swaps, connection issues, anything of the sort. And Bishop Kelly having to constantly cycle through players is something that might actually end up hindering the other 2 players on that team more so than what we might think on a surface level.
Yeah, well, maybe in the future we'll see them continuing to do this idea of switching around. Maybe it was just for technical difficulties or people struggling to get there on time. But even then, given how many issues they had and even managing to have to deal with only having 2 players in their first round, they still did do incredibly well. And I'm still very impressed with how well they played, because I didn't know exactly what to expect from Capital going into this. We had a lot to work with through their stats in their previous games, but I was still pleasantly surprised by both sides. But yeah, especially from Pop showing up out of nowhere and causing such a crazy reaction out of everybody. I could hear Audrey and Amelia up on stage just constantly talking about him a lot. So it's really impressive to see how much went down. But before we get to the grand finals, we are going to be going on a break here soon, so don't go anywhere before we have this super exciting game.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. Is finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great? Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
It's me, your Idaho Central Credit Union app. Rough morning. Is that a mobile deposit? I got this. Beat it, Charlie. We're making money moves here. Cha-ching. And done.
Charlie, come on, outside.
Sorry about the mess. I'd help if I had hands. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket. Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Home is where you hang your hat, snuggle up, hide out. Home is when you're with the ones you love. It isn't just a place, it's a state of mind. At Idaho Central Credit Union, our home is Idaho. We grew up here, and we're proud to help more Idahoans with their home loan than any other financial institution. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe home is where you make it.
Let me show you what I got.
With the Dairy West Fueling Station, we really wanted to create a place that our players could come and be fueled and hydrated in a healthy way, fuel their minds, fuel their bodies so they can compete at the highest level. Dairy West has really allowed us to do that, and we're excited to see what this space turns into. This is only phase one. There's many iterations to come. It's truly unique in college esports, and we're excited to see how that continues to evolve. We're really thankful for Dairy West's support and look forward to continue working with them.
Let me show you what I got.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. Hanging out here in the studio with another fantastic interview. We've had the pleasure of having quite a few guests come through today and chat with us, and not just today, but over the last couple days and throughout this tournament. Today, we're joined by the president of the Idaho Esports Association. Let's stumble over the words there a little bit. Dalton, the director at Sandpoint High School as well, up in northern Idaho. Really excited to have you in the studio and kind of chat about how this event's gone and take a look back at what this season has been.
It's been an absolute pleasure being at Boise State. We love coming down here every single year. If it's with my team or just coming down to help run this whole thing, it's always a huge pleasure being down here. Today has gone just awesome, and I would say this whole weekend has gone awesome, and I'm really comfortable actually saying that now because, like, we're almost there, right? Like, we got one game left. We got a really good matchup against Rigby and Middleton coming up, and super excited about that. But this whole weekend, we took it, we extended it out a day, and it just made everything just seem to flow so much better. We added in a little bit extra hey, let's address these, potential computer stuff. And I think that just made our entire day just go so much faster. We were getting out of here at normal times, unlike last year, Apex. 2 in the morning, I think so.
Well, now hold on though. That may not be because of Apex. That may be because Nate can't do math.
Yeah, which was funny because that's the math teacher. Me wasn't the one that was up there doing the math. We decided the history teacher, which is all of our sports coaches, decided to be up there.
Don't come at the history majors. Now.
Oh, yeah.
I've got a history to do.
Okay. But yeah, no, this event is great. It's a culmination of the end of our year.
Mm-hmm.
And we started back in February, and we've been going almost every single week since then. And kids have been playing games. We were able to offer a new title, and we're able to just keep growing, and we're starting to get more and more teams, and we're starting to get to where we're getting some of our smaller schools, which is just super awesome. And we want to see more and more kids and players in the state of Idaho start participating with us.
Well, and let's dive into that a little bit, because this, like you said, is a culmination of the season, and there's been a lot of really good moments throughout the season. I want you to highlight some of the ones that have really stood out to you this year.
Oh man, a lot of times it's just the interactions that the players have, and it's hard for me to think of a specific time where this happened. I want to almost do a little bit of shout out to the Boise coach that showed up yesterday for Smash. Mr. Petrina, I probably butchered your last name. Sorry about that. He has very much started to embrace the idea of esports. He has just gone full in on what these kids are doing. He was just all hyped up about Super Smash Bros. Yesterday. Just absolutely loved that energy. He was positive to everybody, and that's what we always want to look towards is these coaches that are, hey, we're rivals, but hey, I'm going to help you with this. You're able to do that, have that kind of interaction that you don't see in a lot of traditional sports, I think. And so seeing these coaches, hey, great job, player, and truly mean it. Not just hey, I'm a coach, I'm saying something to you to be nice. It's, no, you actually did really well. And we have coaches that we're looking for all these different players, and we're looking, hey, who's ranking up there? And they're not selfless about it. They'll fight for their kids, don't get me wrong, but they'll also say, this kid has it going. And so I'd say, yeah, we've had just so many positive interactions with a lot of our coaches and those coaches with those kids that happen every day, and I don't always see all of them. That's the hard thing about the way that we run is everything that we do is mostly virtual. But next year we're really excited, trying to start having some more in-person events and make something happen.
I think you hit the nail on the head. So much of what is amazing about the connection between a coach and the players and what esports allows coaches and schools to facilitate with their students happens behind the scenes. And it's maybe not something that, the majority of people will ever see, and that's okay. And in fact, it almost feels intentional, I would imagine, because it's moments where students are able to grow and to learn, and they're able to make a connection with people that maybe they wouldn't have been able to make a connection to and have an impact on their life as they get ready to take the next step into college.
Yeah. And actually, I suddenly just had a thought of an interaction that I was able to witness and see occur. We had two teams that qualified for state, and they were on our Discord. And hey, we're looking for a scrim, and it's just these two random players from two random spots that are suddenly making this connection, and they're scrimming with each other, and they're complimenting each other on Discord. They didn't even have to do that. They're like, oh, we're just going to keep playing. They're like, oh man, we loved your side smash was just absolutely awesome. You really edge guard really well, or all that type of stuff. And I'm sitting there watching and go, these kids without this would have never made that connection. They wouldn't have been able to have that. And I know that's just one isolated incident. I know for me in my program, my biggest form of player loss is kids making friends, and I see it happening here all the time. Bishop Kelly and Capital, they're suddenly talking to each other and, hey, do you want to scrim sometime? And they're just having fun, and that's kind of what that's what our win condition is kids playing games, and these kids are playing together with other kids in the state of Idaho, and maybe they start coming to Idaho universities and, going ISU, U of I, BSU, like CEI, CSI. We have like all of our universities and like state colleges are starting to go like, hey, let's esports. And so I think it's going to be a lot of Idaho kids driving that.
That's what we want. We love local kids coming and doing great things at our universities, and that's really exciting. You mentioned that you saw some really good interactions here today. I think just expanding on that a little bit, what are some of the really great moments, exciting moments that you've got to see here as maybe one of your first times here as not a coach, but just in a league role and in a role of an administrator?
Yeah, it was fun. Seeing the kids whenever they win, and it's not even a win. Like I'm not even talking like we won the game. We got a goal. Like seeing that interaction is just like one of those things that always just makes me like have a little crooked smile, going, hey, that was really cool. They're just celebrating the biggest thing. And for some of our teams, like we had a couple teams that were new this year. They'd never been to state, and we have quite a few that have been to state before. And those teams, I think, they were able to rely on their neighbors to help them out a little bit, but then you're able to start seeing these interactions that they're having, and hey, we're not, like, I think some of them came to the realization, we're maybe not the best in state, but you know what? We're going to give them a fight. We're going to push them to do the best that they can, the best we can, and show we are a force to be reckoned with. We saw it in the battlegrounds all the time today and yesterday and the day before that, and in the movie theater or in the theater, of the kids just going like, it's celebrating those small wins. And I think a lot of that has to do with the coaching is, hey, celebrate those small wins, because then you get another one and you celebrate another one and you get another, and it just builds upon itself. And we've seen a few comebacks that I was like, oh, well, this game's over, and I look back over, and I'm like, oh, no, like, they came back. Like, what just happened there? Like, I was like, oh, yeah, it's in the thing, and they just suddenly go, like, no, we're going to show up, and just love to see that.
How awesome, you spoke about the battlegrounds, how awesome has the atmosphere been in there this weekend?
Oh, my gosh. Like, so this year you guys added in, like, the seating, and it made everything just so much cleaner. But also, everyone just was like able to sit back and kind of have that experience. It's almost a mini arena, without without necessarily the lights and the fog machines and all the music and stuff like that. But having that and being able them seeing their kids playing, which a lot of times you're like, well, yeah, they see their kids play at home all the time. But I would say you probably rarely see them playing in a team atmosphere. And I think for a lot of our parents, it starts to make sense. And this year, we actually are holding this the same year as our traditional sports. And what I've gotten back from the coaches is that they love that, because it brought in their admin that have always been on the fence about this and not sure. They're able to come in and see what we're actually doing. And I think that was actually a major win that we didn't really count on, like we didn't really expect, but because all the traditional sports are happening too, the principal or athletic director or whoever the admin is comes in and goes, oh, like this is actually a thing. Like this is full scale. They see the arena and they get blown away, and all of that type of stuff happens. And we've been loving the battlegrounds. Like there's a lot of cheering that happens in there, and so they have to get used to sudden loud noises that normally aren't in their game that they have to deal with. And I would say, I think for some of our players, having a crowd made a difference. I think Nampa, if they start showing up and getting it going, they might start having an advantage because they play in an arena where people can come in and watch. And just that can sometimes be quite a bit. Like, stage fright is a thing. There's literally a name for it. And even in the battlegrounds or on stage, they can get stage fright, and they got to be able to push through that.
Yeah, the amount of teams that I've seen out in the lobby having like a traditional like pregame talk and like kind of hyping themselves up and trying to get over those nerves, and seeing kids kind of jumping around like they're getting ready to go. I mean, that's so cool to see how they interact with the environment and the challenge that faces them, especially before those first-round games when it's like it's all on the table and there's a chance for them to do something historic. I mean, even down to a team like Timberline Overwatch, who came in and filled on short notice.
Yeah, very short notice. They weren't they didn't I don't know how to put that rightly, but they didn't quite make it. And then they were able to fill in, and they showed up, and they made sure that we knew that they were strong.
Yeah, they played well, and they did a really good job, and I think it's really important that we continue to see teams like that, continue to show up and have that really exciting time for them to enjoy their time here. Well, we're going to have to wrap up because we're getting ready for a state championship. But before we do, Audrey is going to give me this. Dalton, we want to present to you the best esports state championship hosted at the Boise State Esports Arena. That's this award for you.
All right.
There you go. It's a Doc Award. So there's that for you. Yeah. There you go. Add that to the trophy case.
Yeah, that will go right up, and all of my students will go, "What is that?" And I'll be able to tell them, "Yeah,
there you go.
Best esports. Here we go."
The best. You got to be specific with the name of it. The best esports state championship in 2025. In the Boise State Esports Arena.
Gotcha.
There you go.
All right.
Awesome.
Sounds good.
Well, Dalton, thank you for everything you do for Idaho esports, for high school esports. We couldn't do this without you. We're incredibly thankful for the Idaho Esports Association and all the work that you all have put in. Let's get a state champion in Rocket League crowned. We're going to head to a quick break, and then we're going to head to the Rocket League State Championship, Middleton and Rigby. It's coming up just after this.
the Boise State Esports studio, as right before we jump into the grand finals match, we have one more interview to get through, as we just came off of an incredible match between Capital and Bishop Kelly, and we have to take a moment to highlight the Capital team, their challenges, their successes, and all the cool things that happened today. Calling all the action, as per usual, my name is Audrey Norris with Amelia Green and the Capital team for this
Bishop
Rocket
Kelly
League
there.
day, as we're going to check in with them. Now, a good question I always like to start off with is, since we didn't see you on the big screen for most of the day until this point, was there any big challenging moments during this tournament that you guys would like to talk about and how you got over it?
We had the game against Rigby was way hard.
That's right. You guys went up against Rigby, which is one of the teams in the grand finals right now.
Yeah.
How was it hard? What's something that happened during that?
During the second game, my game crashed.
Oh, so not even just gameplay, but technical issues too.
Yeah, that kind of set the tone for the rest of the series. It just didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, hey, anything like that can change the precedent there. But you hung through and you were able to get all the way up to this match and take the third place. So, hung on through the technical issues.
Yeah.
Coach, is there anybody you'd like to highlight for the match?
Well, all three are absolutely fantastic. I could say something wonderful about all of them. Caden is our senior, and he is leaving us. He's been in our team for the whole time that we've been running at Capitol. And then we've got Davis here, who's a freshman. And so I get to have him for another 3 more years, hopefully. Won't let him go. And Marcus has definitely been a solid anchor in this team.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, congratulations. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Don't worry. We want to highlight the seniors. But one more question I wanted to ask before we get to that is, in that matchup between Bishop Kelly, you guys had a very strong presence through most of that, but at one point they were able to get some rounds away from you. What was the thoughts there with that? Were you nervous, or were you just no, we're not going to let this happen?
No. we just moved on to the next game and then just did it again.
Yeah, just reset and kept going. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, I mean, hey, you were able to take it all the way, and even through those overtimes and some of the craziness, you were able to get through it. So you mentioned that, we heard that you're a senior, right? As we're getting to watch some of the clips in the background from your guys' matchup, what do you plan on doing after this? Going to keep in esports, or maybe take a different direction?
Not sure. Right now I'm just planning to go to college and see what happens, but I'll probably keep playing Rocket League in the background and see where that takes me later.
Yeah, awesome. And for those of you who aren't seniors, what's the plan next year? Besides, of course, going for the gold, I presume.
Just do the same, keep working, get better over the summer, and then come back next year and try to win it again, or win it all.
The biggest challenge will be trying to find someone who's worthy of replacing Caden.
Oh, you got to find someone to step into the shoes. Big shoes to fill then?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, finding a third who's going to be as dedicated as this team has been, practicing after hours, not just on their designated days. So I know that we'll find somebody.
Well, that's awesome to hear. You guys have obviously worked hard for this win, and it's great to see that. So congratulations for your third place. Good luck in your, continued studies, and for you two who are going to be continuing on, we're excited to see where you go and if we get to see you back at the state championships another year. So we'd like to, present you your trophy to get to hold and display at your school. So that is yours to keep. And congratulations once again to you guys. You guys fought hard, and you definitely deserve it. So that is going to be the interview for Capital. We are going to, get ready for this grand final match. So thank you for joining us, and we will be heading right there to the desk to see how this concludes.
Thank you, Audrey, and welcome back to the front desk. That was a really interesting interview. I loved hearing from Capital, and they all seem very genuine, and I really like that. But that's all over, and for now, we are going on to the grand finals. We've got Middleton up against Rigby. We've been following Middleton the entire time so far today. Me and Carson have been on desk for only games with Middleton involved, and I think that's pretty funny. But now we get a good look at Rigby. I mean, we've seen them all the way through. Looking at the stats here, went up against Wood River, went 4-1, went up against Capital, 4-2, mentioned that earlier, and now they're finally going up against Middleton, who's been doing awfully well so far today, and it's pretty exciting. But Carson, I don't know, did you just have any, like, things that you wanted to point out maybe about expectations for this match, or how it's going to go down? Anything in general?
I mean, we've been watching Middleton all day, and it's been a pleasure watching because they are all great players. Haven't had the opportunity to watch any of the Rigby games, but I have been able to play against them before, and I know the skills that they have.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm excited to see how they play. But for now, the final Doc's keys to the game. In Rocket League, play walls better, sweaty comms, punish the double commit, and skins equals wins. And this is also sponsored by Blue Ribbon Painting. Let us introduce you to the MVPs of painting. With over 90 years of combined experience, they're proud to be Boise's go-to team of local, multi-generational painters. Ready to level up your home? Visit blueribbonpainting.com.
Skins equals wins. Always a good one to go by.
Hey, you gotta look fancy and you gotta look awesome while you're playing awesome. You know, it gives you that little motivational boost. I feel I want to look cool if I'm gonna do something cool. That's why I dress up for work every time I come here. Also because I have to, but I mean that's a lesser point for me. I want to look fancy.
There's always people that don't put on all the cool assets that Rocket League has to offer because it gets in their way. I'm always one that likes, you gotta make it look good, and you'll have a better chance of winning, in my opinion.
Exactly. Well, hopefully both teams end up looking really good as we get started here. I would love to see this game go on for a while because it's always the most exciting when two teams play really well up against each other. But we'll have to see how it pans out as we get started with our grand finals. Once again, Middleton versus Rigby, game 1. This is exciting. I'm excited.
Both teams have been making their way through this bracket to get this moment.
Yeah.
They want the win. They want the first place championship.
I mean, even if they lose, they should still be proud because that's still second place, and they did so well.
But let's be honest, they want the first.
Oh, yeah, I would too. I can't blame them. We're getting started here with Rigby taking control at the very start. Getting a good look at Samurai. He tries to launch it towards Rigby's goal, but it's blocked by Alls. See KX trying to chase after the ball, getting themselves fully restocked on their boost before they get pushing forward with Beans. Also supporting them, all three of them trying to rotate towards Middleton's goal, getting it pretty dang close before Samurai backs them and gets backed up again. And causes problems with KX coming out of nowhere, flying through the air to get the first point of the game, the first 30 seconds in. You can just see him right in the corner there at the start, now flying forward. I can tell in that moment he picked up just a tiny bit of boost and launched himself straight forward, getting that perfect trajectory. What a great start.
Already you can see the speed of play is going to be up for both teams here. Working quickly, getting the plays done. Alzark going in for it, but it is denied by Samurai. Getting cleared out by Zebra. KX still there, going for the double. Isn't quite able to get it.
Ooh, Beans really close, bouncing it off of the crossbar. They are just continually pushing it forward up against this goal and making it really hard for Middleton to have a break, with Alzark getting another point for Rigby. They're doing really well to start things off. A minute in and already 2 points for themselves. This is a great start for them. And I imagine a little sketchy for Middleton. But hey, we just started. They should not count themselves out just yet.
Anything can happen in this game.
No, they should never count themselves out, even if they lose, because they still cook. Samurai starting things off with a demo onto Alzark, but KX, perfect air dribble. That was amazing.
That was crazy aerial control, getting the flip reset.
Look
and
at
just
that.
Sneaking it right by.
Wow.
That has to be one of the greatest shots I've seen today.
And it's matched by the energy out in the crowd. People were cheering loud. That was crazy impressive. Middleton finally starting things off with a slight advantage, knocking it towards Rigby's goal. But KX, I don't know what is going on, but the aerial control is insane, giving Zebra a run for his money. Suki taking down Beans just at a potential for any sort of advantage here, especially considering how far ahead Rigby is. We're still pretty early on in the match, but even then they're pretty far ahead. Samurai takes down KX and very close to scoring that goal. Suki taking down KX as soon as he respawns. They clearly do not like having him in the game. Samurai also taking down Alzark. You know, it's kind of funny how the majority of their medals so far are all demolitions.
A lot of demos on
with
their side.
A-save, which I think is really funny.
But I mean, if you're in a situation where they're doing this well to start off, I mean, it's going to set a little bit of panic in you. And it seems like the general response to the panic in Rocket League is going for the demos.
That is fair. Mess up the rotations where you can.
Exactly.
Beans trying to center it.
Ooh, KX trying to find some sort of situation, but gets knocked away. Beans is there to back him up, and Samurai uses up all of his boost to get as far as he possibly can towards that ball. Isn't able to find much as he drives up onto the ceiling with Zebra taking control of the ball. Has a pretty good angle. Samurai might be able to get a pretty good shot here, but Alzark just barely blocking it. Oh, getting close yet again. Suki almost finding a good opening, but it's not enough as KX takes control. But right as I say that, Suki comes right back, finding yet another situation where he can try and launch the ball into the goal, but isn't able to find something yet again. Rigby is just going really well on these defenses.
Very empty boost on both sides here. Suki missed the save, but the ball's still going.
Oh, man.
Samurai able to get it out of there, and Zebra has a chance to take it by himself. Not gonna be able to get that second touch.
Oh,
Suki
wait.
is there.
Oh, that could have been a really good team play, and oh man, Samurai was just barely too slow to be able to get that shot in the goal. That would have been so crazy.
The ball is just hovering near both these goals. Samurai going up for a solo play.
Alzark
Gets it by one.
Ooh, off the crossbar yet again. That crossbar has been betraying Middleton this entire game so far.
Goal just needs to be a little bit bigger.
I mean, I imagine both teams would appreciate that. Still trying to regain control.
Suki gets a good bump.
Bouncing around. Ooh, Zebra just launching through the sky. Oh, it's extremely close to hitting inside of the goal, but Beans was just in the right place at the right time, keeping it away. That was such a close chance that they had to score a first point, but just barely Rigby was there. Ready to cause some problems and cause some mayhem. Samurai trying to retake control, fighting up against Beans, who's causing problems. KX launching it towards the goal, isn't able to find anything. Samurai finds a good situation to bump it into the air and away from their goal, even if just for a second. Alzark is making things difficult, but Suki's able to launch it towards midfield and now closer to Rigby's goal. With only a minute remaining on the clock, they still have to get 3 points very, very efficiently.
Going to need to step it up here and find some kind of opening to get it into this net. Zebra clears it all the way downfield and follows it all the way. Gets it centered, no one there to take the shot.
Using up all your boost is sometimes a bit of an issue because then he was way faster than the rest of his team and they weren't there to support him. Sometimes finding those rotations is really difficult.
All three of the players got stuck in that corner.
Yeesh.
Only 30 seconds left to get these 3 goals.
Yeah, but in that moment they got stuck. Rigby completely restocked on boost, but it didn't even matter because Zebra with an incredible shot off the corner directly into the goal, finally giving them a point to start this game. Man, that was such a mild tap, and Suki nearly ran into it in the process. Man, that was really, really good.
24 seconds to get it done.
Mm-hmm. Start things off well, launching it towards Rigby's side. That just shows that they're going to get a slight advantage. I was about to start saying that it was getting launched towards Middleton's side, but Zebra flew through the air trying to take advantage of that positioning yet again. 10 seconds left on the clock. They've got to work really fast. Samurai with a really good angle here, using up all of that boost to try and dribble it through the air. Isn't able to find a lot, but it gets launched into the goal, but KX blocks it just barely. All it has to do is touch the ground in the first game. Will go to Rigby. It's so close. Samurai gets taken down. Suki's doing their best to dribble it, even flipping, just trying to keep it in the air, but Alzark launches it to the ground. And Rigby takes the first game for themselves.
What a great game. Rigby really came to show out in this first game of the championship. But Middleton, they got one. It shows that they can score more.
Oh, they put up a really good fight. Like, most of Rigby's, I feel like they just really caught the team off guard with whatever it is they were doing. Even then, it was really cool. But we're also sponsored by Information Technology Corps. This stream is powered in part by ITC, partner for IT support, cybersecurity, and network solutions. When tech problems strike, ITC keeps your system running so you can stay in the game.
I'm looking forward to the second match.
I know. This is already really exciting.
The speed of play is a lot faster than most of the matches we've seen so far.
They're just keeping the energy high, keeping the pace extremely quick, very, very snappy. I feel like there's been a lot more like split-second decisions. Obviously, you see that all the time, but they're definitely having to think a lot quicker. Middleton just maybe not used to how fast and Rigby's been playing, but Rigby might have to have adapted just a tiny bit there at the start. But even then, they started off very strongly, and I think that really swept Middleton off a little bit, just with how quickly Rigby was able to secure those first few goals.
I also love being able to hear the hype from the players on stage mid-match, too.
Mid-match. That's my favorite part.
They're loving the vibes here.
We're commentating, we're yapping, and then we just hear a ton of cheering in the background, especially on that one you pointed out was like one of the best plays you've seen. It was very loud back there, and we were partway through the first game. So if that's the kind of energy we're seeing now, it's going to get wild in here after a while.
I'm excited for the rest of this series.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I expected the energy to be high, given the fact that it's the grand finals. But even then, it's still very welcome. I'm very excited to see the excitement that the crowd has, and the players, too. The coach, everyone in here.
We'll be getting into this second game of the series, best of 7. Trojans are up 1, but Middleton is not out yet.
Middleton's put up a real good fight, and I know they're not going to back down just yet. You know, speaking of dairy, I forgot to get myself a refill on my milk from Dairy West before we got started. I do have water. Stay hydrated, kids. But, you know, my shameless plug isn't really going to work as well.
We're going to get right into this second game.
Soon.
Very soon.
Imagine some mild technical difficulties. Happens every once in a while. No rush. No stresses. This isn't the final game, or this isn't the final round of the game. The final game of the series, excuse me. Here we go.
And
finally getting started. With Suki and all crashing directly into each other. I have just been delivered a chocolate milk. Thank you, Doc. I appreciate that. Getting things started here. Both teams keeping things relatively centered in the field right now. Suki already sees Alzerk charging directly for the goal, waiting inside of it, but was fortunately backed up by Samurai. Had to use up all of that boost, but even in the end, we're still able to keep it away from Rigby, so that was a very, very good play.
Zebra has control of it, getting it onto the Trojan side. Alzerk is up, tries to redirect it, but Zebra, I believe, is there. Samurai trying to keep it away.
Ooh, something I'm also noticing is Poison has swapped out for Beans. I was aware of the 4 different players, but it is good to point that out now that we have a new player on the team. So interesting to see how that might make things change up a little bit.
It's an interesting dynamic, winning around and then subbing.
I mean, they've made it this far, so I mean,
it works for them.
It works. It must. Once again, it is stuck in the center right now. We're in a bit of a limbo right now, where both teams are doing their best to try and bounce it around, but it's relatively stuck in center field. We're almost a minute and a half into the game, and it's only barely gone to either side. We've had a few shots from the Trojans so far, but other than that, it's been relatively stagnant, I feel.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth trying to get these plays done, but no one's giving up anything. KX launching it all the way down and following it, but Zebra is still there.
Aerial control, we're always focusing on that. And that is definitely something that I feel like Middleton in general does really well with their aerial control. But hey, Rigby clearly also matches that up with the plays we've seen so far. And even now with a great shot towards the goal. Suki was waiting in the exact spot it was landing. Great place for him to be waiting. But KX immediately launching towards the ball, launching it towards the center, matching with Alls, doing their best to launch it towards the goal. It's so close, but Suki just barely had enough time to turn around and whip the ball right out of the goal. That was incredibly close. And now Zebra's taking the opportunity to push forward. Samurai trying to back him up, but the pinch from KX and Poison. They were there and ready. We're able to get the ball within their goal. We're almost halfway through the match, and no points have been scored so far.
Both this team's offense and defense are just unwielding right now.
Oh yeah, I am loving this.
Poison's able to get the full boost off of this, carrying it towards the center.
Good aerial control, good dribble. Not able to get all the way there. Now Zebra's going after it. launching it towards the middle, but KX once again is in that exact place to be. All there to back him up. KX takes down Zebra in a demolition. Launches it towards the goal, just barely misses, hitting that crossbar. KX tries to go for the follow-up, isn't able to find much. It's now bouncing straight up in the air. Poison uses a little bit of that boost to try and get some sort of momentum towards the ball, but isn't able to find enough with it. Zebra there hitting it in the air again. This is like the least momentum I've ever seen on the ball for this long.
The touches just don't have the power behind
They don't. Nobody has like any boost. I saw Zebra literally turn around to go get some more. And now Samurai must have done it while I was not paying attention, because he came flying out of the air to contest Poison.
Yeah, he's getting a good 50. Alzark there to pick it up.
Ooh, great take control from Suki there. KX refueling that boost, trying to find another good situation to take it into the air. Samurai trying to take advantage of that, though. Neither of them have the boost to keep it going, though, so they both fall to the ground. And we're getting even closer to our final minute remaining, and still nothing has been scored.
You can tell Middleton changed up something, because it is working.
I don't know what they're doing. Or it was the...
pinch.
It could have been the switch out with Poison, too.
Towards their side. That is true. You never know. This game is not over, though.
Will be soon. 1 minute left. No, I suppose that depends on how long we go into overtime.
There can always be the overtime. 50 in the air goes in favor of Zebra.
Alzark regaining control, but immediately taken back by Suki and Samurai. Backing each other up, but Poison there on the defense. Zebra coming in hot, but immediately taken out by Poison. Demolitions are crazy. Alzark nearly has the ball roll into him and thus into the goal. That could have been dangerous. Zebra once again launching it towards the goal. 30 seconds left on the clock, but look at that. Samurai getting the first goal, finally putting them into lead. 4.5 minutes into this game. That was an awfully long stalemate, but finally Samurai found that one specific spot, that one specific angle, and they finally took it for themselves.
What a great bump as well.
Wow. Now Rigby just has to play hard for these last 30 seconds, because if they want to continue, well, winning, obviously, they're going to have to try and go into overtime. But all Middleton has to do is just keep it away for 20 more seconds. That's it. Suki doing a great job, almost uncontested, but Poison was able to boost pretty far into the line of fire for that ball. 10 seconds off the clock, and Zebra with another point. They are really starting to make a name for themselves in this game. Less than 10 seconds left on the clock, and they have a 2-point advantage. This is going very well for them.
They want to make sure no one counts them out of this. That might have been the solidifying goal. 8 seconds to score 2.
That's
is
be
possible,
hard,
but very difficult.
And with a demo to start things off, that might be it. The final nail in the coffin, as we've been saying a lot. 1 second left, goes towards the ground, bounces off, and Middleton taking game 2.
Tying it back up 1-1 in the series with an 0-2 win.
This is why we weren't counting out Middleton. They might have struggled a little bit in that first game, but man, I don't know what they did, but it worked really well. They were able to just constantly make it so Rigby could not get towards their goal. But then they started to get some points for themselves. They found a couple of those specific situations, so maybe that was a situation of Rigby slipping up a little bit. That could be possible.
The teams were just so even throughout the entire first part of that series. It was almost 3 minutes, over 3 minutes in until someone actually scored.
It was 4.5 minutes before the first goal. That's like the majority of the game. You do not see that very often.
They changed something up, and they're just slowly learning each other's play styles. And Middleton was able to pick up the speed just enough to counteract.
Yeah, but we're getting right back into it once again for game 3. Currently 1-1. Both teams are perfectly matched right now, and I am loving this so far. Seeing the prowess, the skills, the strategies from both teams. All the players are using every possible resource they can. Getting second place is really good, but they want that win. They are really getting after that win.
Either way, they will be going home with a trophy.
Oh, yeah.
But who doesn't want the gold?
I want the gold. I'm not playing, but I want the gold. I would never get it, though. Starting things off, Rigby with the first good tap towards Middleton's goal, and I can't here, actually. Oh my goodness. Very, very quick point to start things off in the first 6 seconds. They had me stuttering a little bit. I was like, I'm going to start cheering. No, I'm not. Wait, no, I am.
They took that loss personally.
Oh, they absolutely did. I can feel the vengeance in that shot. Ooh, a very, very centered beginning. Also taking down Samurai 2, launching it towards Middleton's goal yet again. But Zebra this time around is given a second to breathe. Matches up with Suki, able to push past KX in another point. Now on to Middleton's side.
That was a crazy shot from Suki.
I was fully ready for KX to be there, but just that slight tap as it bounced off of the back of his car was exactly what they needed to keep it at the perfect x-axis.
That was a great follow-up.
Wow.
I love to see these good plays from both sides.
Oh, yeah. Once again, starting off pretty centered, but KX coming in hot, launching it straight towards Middleton's goal. Zebra there off the wall. Very similar start to the previous round, except this time Poison nearly getting yet another goal. That was a very, very quick block there. Alzert going off of the wall, trying to just get any sort of rotation or any sort of shot in. KX took advantage of the situation, but Zebra was there. Samurai even taking down Alzert. Zebra pushing forward yet again. Samurai taking down KX using the demos. Almost being able to launch it towards the goal, and yet again, Sugi takes the second point, putting them in the lead at about the 4-minute mark. We actually might be seeing a hat trick here soon if Sugi continues to play well.
A slight overreaction, or forget it.
There's no overreaction.
No, not what I meant.
This is
over-rotation.
There you go. Yeah. Sometimes it's just those little slip-ups. We were mentioning that earlier. The tiny slip-ups or just the tiny little good plays are what they need in these high-stakes matches. Samurai launching it to the opposing corner, trying to get any sort of rotation with their team. Suki's not able to touch the ball, and that gives Alzerk a chance to take advantage of it, but Zebra is there to counteract it. Now, getting stuck on Alzerk, actually. They're kind of bumping into each other quite a lot. Not enough momentum for any demos, though. Poison finally is able to take control of the ball yet again and put it on Middleton's side of the field, but it gets put back towards the center pretty shortly afterwards.
Zebra up for the play.
Oh man, KX, I didn't even see him.
Yeah, he came out of nowhere.
Trying to take it towards the center field again. Zebra, all of Middleton is extremely high on that boost meter, giving them a pretty big advantage. They decided to take a quick step back and refill, which is probably what they needed. We'll see how it ends up getting played. That was very close, skirting against the edge of the crossbar. Alzerk taking down Zebra in an attempt to get any sort of push forward, considering they are currently behind. Only by 1 point. There's still 3 minutes left. But hey, the sooner they get to that matching the points, the sooner they can start surpassing them as well. Sugi taking down Alzerk immediately afterwards. KX and Zebra chasing after it at the same time. All three of Rigby's players in this corner. Sugi tried to take advantage of that with a shot, but it bounced directly off of KX. But now Alzerk is able to push forward really quickly, but Zebra didn't even see him rotate, was able to get around and take the ball out of his hands. Or his wheels, I suppose I should say.
Good fix.
Thank you. Suki with a triple medal. That's not something you see very often, especially when it's not a score or a goal being made.
Poison barely missing the ball there.
And then a pinch to follow it up right after, too.
Suki clears it down. KX is on the wall for it.
Everyone's chasing right after the ball. Middleton keeping their distance. Both Zebra and Sugi were prepared for Rigby to regain control, letting Samurai kind of focus on trying to get that goal. And he could have right there, but a great block from Poison. Alzerk just trying to watch the ball's trajectory and figure out where it's going to land. Isn't able to get super close, but KX, that scared me a little bit. He came in flying. Wasn't it?
Might go for a shot. Has a really awkward angle. KX is there.
Ooh, Suki, we see him waiting inside of the goal, at least for a moment, but decided to leave right afterwards, knowing that it probably wasn't in his team's best interest to have somebody hanging out inside. Ooh, good block from Zebra, sending it right into the air, but Poison going off of the wall and able to get a good interception. Now both him and KX are chasing after at the exact same time. Zebra could get at a good angle, but Alzerk was there, perfectly placed to regain control, but it's still stuck on Rigby's side as we're about a minute left on the clock.
Boost for Rigby is a little bit down.
They really got to restock. Ooh, look at that, it's even lower. I say that and I look over again, it's fully stocked. But look at that, Alzerk coming out of nowhere, matching the score yet again with only a minute left on the clock.
Alzerk just sitting there waiting for the pass. And it came perfectly, no one there to defend. Zebra and Samurai on their rotations back, not able to get it in time.
All three players were around that corner, so there wasn't a lot they could do at that point, even with full boosts. pinch to start things off, launching it towards the Middleton side of the field. Giving KX a really good opening. I thought that was going. I also thought that was going in. That was a very close call. They're able to just barely keep it away. Ulzerk does demo Samurai, though, which is incredibly dangerous, and it also bounces off the crossbar. These have been some incredibly close shots.
The control of these shots is just so clean.
Oh, man, and only 30 seconds left. 30 seconds to take this third game.
I think it'll be the next goal that wins this.
Yeah, unless something crazy happens, but I imagine we're going to be seeing overtime here in a second. Only 18 seconds left, and it's pretty centered right now. Samurai is able to keep control of it for a little bit. Zebra trying to go in for the shot, but Ulzerk had the same idea. 10 seconds left on the clock. Poison could get a pretty good launch, but isn't able to find it. Samurai using as much boost as they possibly can. They only have a little bit left to take control of the ball. It gets launched towards the center field, and we hit overtime.
Only took 3 games, 1 goal to take it all.
Exactly. And it's still 1-1 right now, so it won't put either team in a huge step forward. Ooh, KX has a good angle, but it bounces too high up, hitting the ceiling instead, and it goes in from Poison. They're like Rigby to get 3-2 and take the third game for themselves. Look at that teamwork. Man.
Pass into the bump, worked perfectly, able to finish off this game 3.
They must have had like an overtime strategy in mind, because that was some of the cleanest passes I have seen.
They were able to figure out that kickoff perfectly.
Yeah. You know, something I want to point out right now that I'm looking at it, usually you look at the 3 stats at the bottom, they're very even. And even though Middleton was close to winning, Rigby had a very much higher shot count, especially from Poison. The ball control was pretty far forward too. But even then, we're sponsored by ICCU as well. Thanks to ICCU for the continued support of Boise State esports. Thanks to ICCU, Boise State esports has won multiple national championships and piled up more than 1,500 wins. ICCU, looking after your daily balance. Visit ICCU.com.
That match was very clear. Rigby had the possession almost all game. They were really putting the shots on.
Yeah, but even then, when Middleton, they still matched it. Like, whenever they had the ball, which wasn't for that much, they had, like, perfect things happen to them. They had, like, some excellent angles, some really good situations where they were able to keep the ball away from Rigby. It was really impressive, and I'm really excited to see how it continues to pan out as we get closer. Because we're now on Game 4. Rigby versus Middleton, 2-1.
Just means Middleton's defense was very good last game.
Incredible, actually.
Taking it into OT.
Just preparing to get started. I'm getting a little excited. The adrenaline's slowly starting to make its way into my system. I'm not even playing, and I'm getting really excited.
I just like rooting for both teams here.
I know. I'm loving watching both of them play to their maximum potential, and it's incredible to see these strategies and these plays. And speaking of these plays, KX nearly starting things off with a bang yet again, but Zebra learned from their mistakes last time. And KX also clearly learned from the mistakes from those cross-map shots, going up against the wall and into the air to block it yet again. Oh, a good pass onto Samurai, just barely bouncing it off the crossbar.
Crazy pinch back towards Middleton's side. Suki is there to clear it.
Ooh, that's a good angle. Zebra taking down Poison, giving them a slight advantage. Samurai trying to give an opening, but Suki coming in the back line, able to pinch it away from Poison. Zebra going into the air, trying to get a good flip into it, but KX just a simple jump, launch him into the air, but Suki came in flying right afterwards with an incredible follow-up. That was amazing.
Very soft touch there from KX, leaving it perfectly open for Suki.
And he didn't get a chance to react. Like, he barely hit the ground when Suki came out of left field.
Suki took full advantage of that.
That was
the speed up.
Absolutely.
Faking the kickoff.
Starting
seen a lot of fakes lately.
I know. I feel like we haven't seen very much mental play in Rocket League today. Mostly just playing things exactly how they know with their strategies, very mechanical, and it's going really well. I like it. Currently in about center field as Rigby takes better advantage of the ball. Sugi is able to stop it from flying into the goal with a pretty good block, and Samurai is able to get a double tap onto the ball, push it back towards Rigby's side of the field, but Poison there up against the wall, ready to launch it forward. Ooh, Samurai taking down KX. Sugi coming out of the sky. The pressure is high right now. They also keep colliding with each other in midair, which I also think is really funny.
That's the speed going for the ball.
That was a very close call right there. KX waiting for the ball to go into the goal, but it just barely missed the crossbar there.
I'm feeling the exact opposite this game of last game. Middleton having possession.
Yeah, they have had it a lot on Rigby's side. It's been very difficult, and they continue to push it forward. A good block from Alzerk allowed him to push towards Middleton's side with a pretty impressive shot. And Poison out of the sky, taking it down into the goal, matching the score yet again. That was an incredible pass. Off the wall, and Samurai, he did his best, but it was not quite enough.
What a pre-jump from Poison.
Wow. 2 minutes in, 1 point each. Start things off about pretty centered to start this round. KX trying to push it forward, but Samurai is able to use some of that boost to launch it towards the goal. Alzerk does their best to push forward, could be potentially uncontested, but Zebra refilled completely on that boost. That's what they needed. But speaking of being uncontested, everyone got out of the goal at the wrong time, and Poison was given free reign of launching the ball straight into the goal. Look at that. I saw Suki charging over as fast as he could, but it was not enough.
It's just the smallest mistakes that are going to be the difference in this series.
We keep saying that, and it's becoming more and more apparent. Though that was a very good start. I think if nobody had blocked the ball, it would have gone straight into Rigby's goal. Though fortunately for them, Alzerk was there at the ready. KX is there to back him up, and Poison following up too. A good rotation from all three of the players. Zebra getting down there with a full boost meter, just trying to get a good opening. Samurai has a really good angle on the goal right now, just barely missing it though. Zebra using that full boost to launch it into the air, but currently it's flying across the field right now, but a great block from Suki. Ooh, Zebra taking the boost from KX. That must be really difficult for him to get past. Suki nearly launching it into the goal. That could have been a great shot, but just barely missing it. KX taking down Samurai. Things are getting very close, and Poison with a hat trick, the first one of the finals. What a great thing to have. What a good place to be in. They are currently even further in the lead. Poison continuing to get these these aerial shots into the goal.
Bit of an unfortunate touch from Samurai. Put a little bit too much power and sent it towards the center.
Oh, that's always rough, isn't it?
Suki trying to send it mid. Gets a strong pitch on the wall.
It's not very often you see the physics engine having a blast like that.
I love to see it.
Poison keeping the ball pretty neutral in the air right now. With that aerial dribble, it slowly rolls towards Middleton's goal very menacingly, but Samurai has plenty of time to react, and the ball is going directly towards the goal, but Alzerk coming out of the sky with a great trajectory on the ball. Oh, and it goes in! It goes in from all the way across the map. What an incredible shot. Look at that. That was halfway into their zone. Suki just barely missing it. That is tragic.
I don't know if Suki could have gotten it or not.
I know, that was the perfect setup. Ooh, starting things off. Samurai actually had a great angle right now, but Poison, man, immediately on it, trying, ready for any sort of good start opening shots. He's backed up by KX, and we're now down to a minute left. Middleton has to get 3 goals in just a minute. It's possible, but it's going to be hard, especially with how hard Rigby is playing. They're just keeping the offense high. Zebra there to back him up, going off the wall, playing it better, like we mentioned, in the keys. Going towards the corner, Poison's keeping his distance, watching for the perfect situation. A good pinch off of both Suki and Samurai, giving Zebra a pretty good opening, but he isn't able to keep it, given that the rest of the team was playing some effective defense.
All Rigby has to do is just keep sending it down. But Middleton's not giving up.
Yeah, they gotta play a perfect defense, and it's going really well for them. Another 10 seconds have elapsed. They don't have much time to work with. Suki trying to use that boost, but Alzerk was there, ready and waiting. We're getting so incredibly close. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. It's counting down. Zebra's really trying to take advantage of the situation. They're trying to find that opening, but it keeps counting down. Samurai trying to find a good opening, but it counts down to 1 second. Poison still hits it into the air, even if a win is secured. And it gets launched into the ground, securing Rigby their 3rd win. And now we're at match point. Yeah, we look at the ball control. We were noticing that earlier. Middleton definitely did a much better job. For like in between minute 4 and minute 1, it was like solely on Rigby's side.
The defense of Rigby, though, was just...
It was crazy.
Unbreaking.
I know, but looking at looking at the shots from some of these teams, like they were across the map and they got so many good plays out of it. That was very impressive.
Shots are always so easy to rack up. It's just trying to find that one that turns into a goal.
Exactly. And man, I don't know what it was, but Poison with those aerial shots were crazy good.
Poison was playing very quickly and very dominantly.
Yeah, and watching like at the very start of one of those rounds, I thought that they were going to get an instant clean shot into the goal, but he was already there, ready on the defense, and I thought that was really impressive.
This is series point?
Series point
in favor of Rigby. They could take the whole thing.
It's 3-1 right now. Middleton's going to have to get 3 in a row. It's very difficult given Rigby and their past experiences and what we're seeing today. It's possible, and I don't think they should give up yet. At least they should try to knock them down without a fight. This is their chance to prove that they are still fantastic players, especially as a team. I'm really excited to see how it ends up working out for them. Starting things off, going towards Middleton's side of the field. KX trying to keep that momentum going, but Zebra already starting off on the defensive and starting to go into the offensive. But Alzerk is reciprocating that idea and pushing it towards the goal yet again. Ooh, KX with some good ball control right there. But gets taken down by Suki straight afterwards. Some slight demolition to get them a good footing, or wheeling, I suppose. I'm going to keep these going. I hope you know that.
I enjoy them. Zebra getting it pushed away by Poison.
Oh, it's close.
He's able to clear it out, though. Doesn't get that boost pad to spawn.
That could have been a make or break. It's really important to know the resourcefulness and the timing and the amount of boost on all these pads. But definitely every single player has long since mastered that. Speaking of master, that was almost a masterful shot from the center field. KX taking advantage of it, bouncing off the blackboard, and Samurai somehow managed to wedge himself between KX and the ball as he was dribbling it. That was almost more difficult than making a shot sometimes. Ball gets launched closer to center field, still on Middleton's side, and a great shot. Zebra just barely blocking it. It's so incredibly close. Alzerk tries to go for the shot, but it's just barely blocked. And KX goes for the follow-up, but it still isn't enough. That was some of the closest gameplay I have seen in a while. KX, but still manages to make that comeback and get that first point of the match. Wow.
It was only a matter of time.
It was.
Rigby was absolutely putting on the shots.
That was aggressive. They were just constantly pushing forward, constantly landing those hits, not giving Middleton a single chance to breathe. Starting things off once again, stuck in the center field, but Alzerk is able to launch it towards Middleton's side. Samurai takes down Poison, trying to get just a bit of an advantage. Suki and Zebra with relatively full boost, trying to launch the ball as far as they can. Zebra putting it towards center field and finally getting on Rigby's side, and has a pretty good opening, actually. This could be really good if he gets the follow-up. Samurai goes in, but a great block from Alzerk. That was so incredibly close.
I was so sure that was in.
I was
trying again.
Too. Zebra trying to help out Suki with a good rotation. They are all immediately working their way back towards the ball. Poison there, ready to block it, and it's so close. Wedges between him and the crossbar. Isn't able to find it. Zebra following up with another good hit onto the ball, and another one, a double tap, and now a triple tap, just trying to keep it as close to the goal as possible. Unfortunately, it was above the goal, so they weren't able to get it in quite at that opportunity, but it was still great at keeping that control.
Middleton is doing a great job of keeping the boost away from Rigby.
That's definitely giving them a very big advantage, just depleting them of one of the game's most important resource, and only resource, really. And there we go, and it goes straight in. Samurai, it barely bounces off of Alzerk as it gets launched into the goal. That was so insanely close. Look at that, KX trying to block it. Alzerk tries to as well, but just barely isn't able to get the reverse momentum.
It's a great angle to hit.
Yeah, and now it's matched at 1-1 with just a little over 2 minutes left on the clock.
KX is here for the kickoff.
Yeah, just keeping things on Rigby's side to start it off. That puts Middleton in a good spot, especially taking down Poison, who has been a primary defender for their team. Suki keeping control of the ball, trying to find a good angle. Could see a follow-up here from Zebra. We see him going across the map onto the wall. That was a fantastic way to play. But Poison was able to regain control and a fake out onto him. That was a crazy good dodge. Zebra clearly wanted to get some revenge on Poison, is able to get a demo. And that gives them a pretty solid opening. Poison tries to block it, but it goes straight underneath, putting Middleton in the lead.
It was just Poison back with no boost.
Yeah, that reset actually almost saved them from that goal. But man, he tried to jump over it, but just barely almost rolled over on top of the ball as it went into the goal. Ball sticking pretty neutral to start things off. Zebra trying to gain control through the air, doing what he does best. Suki there to back him up. But it gets launched back towards center field. Poison there trying to use the wall to his advantage. Launching it towards the goal, maybe going for that double tap, but wasn't able to find much, and the other two were out of boost, unable for that follow-up. You see Samurai using the wall, trying to go up onto the ceiling where the ball is placed. KX has full boost, could take advantage of the walls. Zebra is able to do so himself because he has it too, but Poison was completely out, meaning he was basically a very low contender for taking advantage of the ball. But now Poison's able to restock and continue pushing forward. Bouncing it off the backboard, just barely. Alzrick missed that follow-up. A minute left on the clock. All Middleton has to do is keep the ball away from Rigby as long as they possibly can and maybe get an extra goal if they can.
Rigby is getting these good centers, but no one there to finish it.
I know. They've been struggling. I definitely do feel like it's about that boost. They are keeping the boost away from Rigby, and that's making it so hard for them. And look at Suki go. This could be completely uncontested. They've got nothing in the way. Samurai launching it in, getting them all the way. 3-1.
Middleton is not backing down easily.
That. They clearly learned a lot from the previous game. What a great opening there. None of Rigby was there to back him up. Middleton could take it and take this game for themselves. There's still 30 seconds left. A lot can happen, but they are not going down without a fight. Things are already starting off near Rigby's side of the field. It's so incredibly close, and Samurai already able to take the control away from Alzerk. They are just struggling to keep the ball. Zebra keeps pushing it forward. Suki going for the follow-up, just trying their best to help their team out. But KX finally able to regain control of the ball and launch it towards, just barely missing the follow-up from Alzerk. Zebra is able to use his boost to keep control of the ball. Gets launched towards Rigby's side of the field. KX going for a flip, trying to be stylish in these final moments. It gets pushed towards the goal. All it has to do is hit the ground, and Middleton takes game 5.
What a series.
That was awesome.
That map felt a lot more even in pace.
Oh, absolutely.
Teams were countering each other perfectly. And Middleton really wants to stay in this game.
I can feel the determination. I can feel it from here. Even if they know they're not going to win, they want to prove that they deserve this second place spot. But first, I want to talk about Ideal. Ideal's Idaho 529 Education Savings Plan is a great gift any time of the year. Give the gift of education by opening a 529 savings account today at idsaves.org. Ideal, Idaho's 529 Education Plan.
It's too soon to call. This game could go map 7.
It could. I can still see Middleton winning this one. Especially with how they played last time. Like,
I would love to see a game 7.
I would adore that.
And whoever takes it from there takes it. Still match point in favor of Rigby.
Things are just getting so close. Middleton, you've got a lot of ground to cover, but I can see it happening. Rigby, you're just so close. You just got to get this one game and you take the final championship. A lot of pressure on both sides. Rigby to continue showing their prowess, and Middleton to try and make that comeback and try and take that crown. I imagine that everyone is nervous right now. The players, the audience, the coaches, everyone.
Into game 6. Samurai sends it down, but Alzerk is in the midfield ready, trying to get a double.
Ooh, this could be an impressive start. Poison going for it. It's barely skimming on the edge. Oh my goodness, that was incredibly close.
Good save there from the entire Middleton team.
I feel like that was the crossbar at that point, who did their best to take advantage of the physics engine just to keep the ball out of Middleton's goal. KX had another good angle, but Zebra and Suki were already there with a good amount of boost. Samurai now flying through the air to back up the rest of his team. Suki completely restocking. That way they can rotate properly. And look at him go. getting as far towards that ball as possible. And Zebra able to get that restuck and finally start pushing forward, and Suki taking the ball out of KX's wheels.
Barely able to get a piece of it. Sending it down to the Middleton side.
Middleton
Poison is there.
Doing a great job at regulating their boost right now. Rigby seems to have learned from their mistakes last time and have been a little more, they've been harping a little bit more on getting that boost away from Middleton. I feel like it's making things a lot more even right now because we're now a minute down and no points have been made.
Both teams not wanting to give.
Ooh, a good shot, but Samurai's there, ready to back things up in the center field. Suki with a good touch, passing it to Samurai, then passing it to Zebra, who could be passed back to Samurai. But Alzerk was there. Rigby was finally able to regain control, at least for a moment.
Almost stuck in a Rule 1 there.
So close. KX missed the bump out of the sky, and that allowed Middleton to regain control. Suki once again hanging out in the center field, finding those good rotations. KX get it with a good aerial dribble. Zebra trying to back him up, a good pinch, causing him some problems. It goes into the goal, and Alzerk is able to get the first goal of Game 6, putting them into the lead at about a minute and a half so far. Finally getting things started for this match.
Good full team play there. All three commit and needed one clear, and it could have gone the other way.
Yeah, it was just that one little opening. We keep focusing on that, and it's becoming ever apparent. Ooh, that was nearly a goal to start this round off again, and yet again nearly a really good goal. Just barely bouncing off that crossbar. That was insanely close. Suki tracking the ball to the best of his ability, but currently Middleton's hurting for their boost a little bit. Now hurting for their players as Suki gets demoed. Oh, that was an incredible save from Samurai, though. Just barely keeping it away from the goal. Zebra able to use just a little bit of boost to get into the air. Launch it forward. Samurai launching it back towards their own goal by accident. Or maybe on purpose. I don't know what their plan is. But what they're doing well.
Slowing it down.
Sometimes you got to let the game slow down. We saw that in the previous matchup, too.
Keeping the pressure on Alzerk. They're keeping it in this corner.
A bit of a stalemate between the two teams right now. And right as I say that, a shot nearly hits the goal. Well, it hits the goal, but it doesn't go into the goal. And Samurai's able to take advantage of the situation, launch it towards the enemy team's goal, but KX is there, ready to retake control and using the wall to his advantage with the boost, and Suki just barely making it launch across the side of the crossbar.
Great pinch up that wall. Poison gonna follow it up.
Ooh, we see Suki using what little boost he has left to start pushing forward. Zebra and Samurai completely restocked, ready to push forward. Poison using that little boost he does have left. They are struggling. Both teams are struggling to get the boost a lot of the time. And now Poison's been taken down, resetting him to about 20.
Maybe making a few simple mistakes here, but they're able to recover.
Yeah, the time is continuing to tick down, right about a minute and a half left, and only 1 point has been scored and is in favor of Rigby. Technically, all Rigby has to do is make sure Middleton doesn't score a point, and they win the finals. So if they're just able to keep this stalemate going for the next minute or so, then they are going to be able to win. But that means Middleton has to really, really try to lock this down.
No defenders back.
Oh, putting them in a potentially good spot. Samurai with a good angle, but wasn't able to get the perfect shot that they were probably hoping for. KX taking down Samurai with a good demo. Suki's there to block the ball from being launched into the goal. Bounces right outside, very close to hitting the outside of the goal. Suki trying to get a good reset, refilling that boost and getting that distance that they might need in case Rigby continues to push forward. 40 seconds left on the clock. It's getting so incredibly close to the end.
Middleton needs something to work here.
They got to get one goal. That's all they need if they want to bring this to overtime. But the offense from Rigby is just continually going, and KX is nearly unparalleled in this shot, but he was able to get taken down.
Alzerk going for his own.
Ooh, Suki with a good block. Poison's able to score another point, and this might have just solidified the rest of the matchup. 11 seconds left on the clock. Rigby going 2-0. That might have solidified their win. I'm not going to say anything just yet.
Alzerk also scooped up that goal for himself.
Oh, he absolutely
getting that touch right at the end.
Starting things off, 10 seconds left on the clock. Rigby already keeping the pressure high, pushing it towards the Middleton side. 4 seconds left, 3 seconds. They're just trying to keep it on the ground so the timer ticks down to 0. It's right about there. We see the rest of the team chasing after it as best they can, but Rigby has won the final championship. 4-2. Congratulations, Rigby.
They have played their heart out, and they showed their skill and showed why they are here to compete.
Absolutely, man.
I don't want to say a dominant performance, but it was amazing.
It was incredible, and man, the energy is so high in the room. Lots of excitement from all the players. Congratulations from the coaches, cheering from all of the people in the audience, and condolences from us to Middleton. Congratulations to you too, and we are very proud of how far you made it, and you definitely deserve that first place, but man, Rigby really just showed up and they took that game.
And also congrats to Middleton. They also put up a great showing. Second place is nothing to scoff at.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I would be proud of myself for second place. Of course, I would have been a little sad if I didn't get first place because that's first place. But man, they really played as well as they possibly could, and it was crazy good. There were so many good instances that I saw from both of the teams over all 6 games. It was incredible.
It was a great series. It was 1 game off Game 7, but they took it all the way to 6, and it shows that they were a great final match to take it to the championship.
Absolutely. It just so much good gameplay. The strategies were switching up. Rigby switching Beans off with Poison definitely gave them a bit of an advantage. Not to say Beans was a bad player. He was doing incredibly well. But they clearly had a different strategy in mind, a different play style with Poison taking over. Maybe they knew that Poison would better counteract Middleton's play style. It's hard to say, but whatever they did, it worked, and it allowed them to secure this win.
You can see the smiles on everyone's faces on stage.
Oh, yeah. And hey, good sportsmanship. Both teams are congratulating each other. I mean, it was an incredible game. Even if one of them did end up losing, it was still some high-octane, high-speed gameplay.
I'm sure they all had a great time performing here.
But we will be going on to a break. We'll have one more thing left before the end of this stream. But make sure you don't go anywhere for a final interview.
Let me show you what I got.
With the Dairy West Fueling Station, we really wanted to create a place that our players could come and be fueled and hydrated in a healthy way, fuel their minds, fuel their bodies so they can compete at the highest level. Dairy West has really allowed us to do that, and we're excited to see what this space turns into. This is only phase 1. There's many iterations to come. It's truly unique in college esports, and we're excited to see how that continues to evolve. We're really thankful for Dairy West's support and look forward to continue working with them.
Let me show you what I got.
Home is where you hang your hat. Snuggle up. Hide out. Home is when you're with the ones you love. It isn't just a place, it's a state of mind. At Idaho Central Credit Union, our home is Idaho. We grew up here, and we're proud to help more Idahoans with their home loan than any other financial institution. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe home is where you make it.
At Blue Ribbon Painting, we're proud to be a locally family-owned and operated business dedicated to bringing your vision to life. Whether it's freshening up your home with interior or exterior painting or tackling a commercial project, we've got you covered. When you choose Blue Ribbon Painting, you're not just hiring painters. You're getting a team that's committed to making your vision a reality. Call or text us at 208-369-2583 or visit us at blueribbonpainting.net. Your project deserves a blue ribbon finish.
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app. I know this car got you through college, but check this out. In my credit, your credit score looks good. And there's a great rate on this auto loan so we can score a roomier ride. Whoa, who's driving this thing? The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket. It's me, your Idaho Central Credit Union app. Rough morning. Is that a mobile deposit? I got this. Beat it, Charlie. We're making money moves here. Cha-ching. And done.
Charlie, come on, outside.
Sorry about the mess. I'd help if I had hands. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Scott Matlock, underrated recruit, has built himself into one of the best defensive players in the Mountain West.
What would you do if you couldn't fail? Would you see every setback as a catalyst to keep going? This is the innovator's mindset, because innovation demands daring. It's finding thousands of ways that don't work, and the one that changes everything. It's when your unrelenting spirit sees the world's needs and says, I will create something better. So, what will you do? Will you let your genius run wild? Give yourself the space to be great. Set your sights on something even bigger, because we know changing the world doesn't happen by chance. It comes out of the blue.
Hello and welcome back to the Boise State Esports Studio as we get ready to continue our interviews of the top 3 teams. We just watched the grand finals match between Middleton and Rigby, and we have Middleton with us here to talk about their second place that they were able to accomplish through this. You guys had to fight hard, and that was an intense last match, you know, going back to back and even able to take a couple rounds from Rigby even after they pushed you pretty hard at the beginning. So we're going to talk about some of the fun stuff, some of the challenges, and overall the cool stuff that you guys were able to pull off. Now, you had some of the longest, you know, time on the stage, and, you know, we have a familiar face in the back with the coach who was helping us cast in the previous days. But something I'd love to start off with was you guys had a very high octane match between, like, with Rigby. So what would be the most, like, memorable thing that happened, like either a player that you want to call out or just a cool moment that you guys had going up against them?
I mean, for me, I'd say it was actually really cool being able to have a really close 6th match, and just throughout the entire series it was just back and forth. And I love these guys, and they're awesome, and I'm so happy to be on a team with them.
Oh, I'd like to shout out KX. Because that guy's crazy. And, yeah, he's like the main reason Rigby beat us, I'd say. He was always there to score the goals or to make the plays happen and stuff like that. So I think he deserves the, like, best player award or whatever, if that's a thing.
The MVP, yeah.
The MVP.
Honestly, I just came for the chocolate milk. It was really good, honestly. And I do want to give it to Zachary and Jack. Amazing teammates. I really like them. Love them, actually. KX was crazy. I couldn't keep up with the defense against his amazing shots, honestly.
Yeah, so the notable player for you guys is KX. Awesome, yeah.
Well, KX was wild.
Even better because Zebra with an incredible.
If it was intentional, get to that. The feeling of boost, were you guys trying to keep that away from Rigby on purpose?
Without a doubt. I feel like whenever you give your opponents time and space, but also boost, it gives them an advantage over you.
Yeah.
So we were trying to take as much boost away from them as we could.
Certainly effective there. Would you do that any differently, or would a different strategy on doing that work better?
I mean, for us, I'd say it's probably demos and taking their boost, because then they really can't do that much after overtime. It just, the pressure builds up from just shot after shot, and then we're just able to score off of it.
Yeah, I mean, awesome strategy to have.
Yeah, I would say from playing and, like, scrimming with Rigby, they're like a really, like, momentum-heavy team. Like, once they start going, it's like a machine. It's really hard to stop them. And then, but you get that demo and it, like, messes them up, or you take boost and they don't have anything, and it starts to crumble a little bit until they can get it back going, and that's really hard to stop them.
Nice, yeah.
I honestly agree. Their team is just it's crazy. I think the scrims with them honestly helped us a lot, trying to figure out how they play, but they kept it up even with the demos and the boost stealing, I couldn't get any.
Yeah. Great. That's great to hear. I'd love to throw it to Coach as well, hear from your thoughts, shout out players and just the game overall.
I mean, I don't think I can really shout out one person. I mean, all these guys really played their hearts out today. This is pretty much the culmination of everything that we've been working towards, especially these past like three or so months. We've been putting in so many hours, especially in these last 2 weeks, and I just can't say thank you enough to these players. They really showed that hard work pays off, and that really with the determination to win can they make stuff like this happen. And I feel like going to 6 against Rigby, that was pretty good. All I was telling them during that series was one game at a time. Even if we're down, it's one game at a time.
Yeah, words to live by, I feel like, when you're in esports, right? Just keep focused on the main game. Now, to kind of send us off here, I was just curious, are any of you seniors? No, so you're all going to be sticking around in further years. So what's the plan going forward then, besides, trying to go for the gold, of course?
I mean, my goals are to just, obviously go for gold, but also I'd say probably just trying to still have fun with it and always have that passion and love that I've always had for this game.
Yeah, keep the passion up.
For me, like the bigger picture is I go to senior year and I get better, and when I graduate, I hope to come here and play for the Rocket League team here.
Oh, you want to come to Boise State and join the team?
Yeah, because I know Dirtho's leaving the year that I graduate, so maybe I could take his spot.
Oh, you want to? Oh, so you're gunning for Dirtho's spot. All right.
Well, I mean, he's gonna be gone, so it's not like I'm taking it.
Yeah, it's true, but you're going to be taking the place of Dirtho. So, hey, I guess that means watch out for this guy next year, see where he goes with the championship, and then maybe beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think senior year I'm gonna keep at the pace over summer. I'm gonna keep intact with these guys, and just overall get better as a team, and for the gold, obviously. But I did want to say thanks to Tanner. He's pretty cute. He's an amazing coach. I mean, I love this guy. He keeps us going in the matches, and he never lets down no matter what. Even when we get scored on, he says the best and points out our mistakes so we can fix them.
Well, that's awesome to hear.
I did have one more question. How was your first LAN event?
It was amazing. I loved it. I thought I would be nervous, but
Calm and cool, collected. Excited to do it again.
I'm thrilled. I would love to do it again next year.
Can't wait to have you back.
Well, it sounds like with a coach and a team that's going to be sticking around, you guys have a good chance at coming back and rocking it. So we're excited to see you come back. Good luck in the season and where you go forward. We really want to see that happen. And, since you guys are here and your trophy's right there, we do want to take an opportunity to present you your trophy, as you guys deserve it for working so hard today. So that is all yours to go up on the case and to be recognized for, your hard work throughout this day and the entire season. So good luck for, the rest of your seasons and how this goes. We're so excited to see you at the next state championship. As we're getting ready, we will be going to a quick break, and then we're going to be interviewing the first place team.
Gets backed up again and causes problems with KX coming out of nowhere, flying through the air to get the first point of the game, the first 30 seconds in. You can just see him right in the corner there at the start, now flying forward. I can tell gets backed up again and causes problems with KX coming out of nowhere, flying through the air to get the first point of the game, the first 30 seconds in. You can just see him right in the corner there at the start, now flying forward. I can tell. Good tap towards Middleton's goal, and I can't hear, actually. Oh my goodness, very, very quick point to start things off in the first 6 seconds. They had me stuttering a little bit. I was like, I'm going to start. First good tap towards Middleton's goal, and I can't hear, actually. Oh my goodness, very, very quick point to start things off in the first 6 seconds. They had me stuttering a little bit. I was like, I'm going to start. Second to breathe. Matches up with Suki, able to push past KX in another point. Now on to Middleton's side.
That was a crazy shot from Suki.
I was fully ready for KX to be there, but just that slight tap as it bounced off of the back. Second to breathe. Matches up with Suki, able to push past KX in another point. Now on to Middleton's side.
That was a crazy shot from Suki.
I was fully ready for KX to be there, but just that slight tap as it bounced off of the back. Demos almost being able to launch it towards the goal, and yet again Suki takes the second point, putting them in the lead at about the 4-minute mark. We actually might be seeing a hat trick here soon if Suki continues to play well. Demos Almost being able to launch it towards the goal, and yet again, Sugi takes the second point, putting them in the lead at about the 4-minute mark. We actually might be seeing a hat trick here soon if Sugi continues to play well. Allowed to push towards Middleton side with a pretty impressive shot, and Poison out of the sky, taking it down into the goal, matching the score yet again. That was an incredible pass. Off the wall, and Samurai, he did his best. Allowed to push towards Middleton side with a pretty impressive shot, and Poison out of the sky, taking it down into the goal, matching the score yet again. That was an incredible pass. Off the wall, and Samurai, he did his best. These are getting very close, and Poison with a hat trick, the first one of the finals. What a great thing to have. What a good place to be in. They are currently even further in the lead. Poison. These are getting very close, and Poison with a hat trick, the first one of the finals. What a great thing to have. What a good place to be in. They are currently even further in the lead. Poison. Some of the closest gameplay I have seen in a while. But still manages to make that comeback and get that first point of the match. Wow.
It was only a matter of time.
It was.
Rigby was absolutely putting on the shots.
That was aggressive. The closest gameplay I have seen in a while. KX, but still manages to make that comeback and get that first point of the match. Wow.
It was only a matter.
Hello and welcome back to the Boise State Esports Studio for one final interview. We have the guys at the top of the entire championship today who were able to take home the gold, Rigby High School, and I'd love to do a shout out for them because this isn't the first gold that they got. They've actually been working hard throughout the state championships to get a gold in Apex and a silver in Overwatch that we got to cover yesterday in interviews. But today, we get to focus on the Rocket League team and all of their hard work to make it to the top. So, to start us off, you know, you guys had a very big final match against Middleton. There was some back and forth there and a lot going on in that. So I wanted to ask, what was the most memorable moment for you guys? Either a player or cool event that happened, or maybe something that the opposing team did?
Well, we have a new guy on our team, Poison, and he's in the 8th grade, and pretty much anytime he goes up, it's just awesome for us to see what's going to be next for us. He did such a great job today, and he helped us win, and I don't know if we could have done it without him, and that was pretty much my most favorite part, was seeing him hit cool shots.
Yeah?
Yeah, honestly, he did amazing. Watching those two, because I tried to play back and let them play their game because they're awesome. I just watched them. They did amazing. That was my favorite part. You want to say something?
Sure. Thank you, guys. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was just really fun because it was my first time, and I just had a really fun time throughout the whole series. It was just, I had awesome teammates, and it was super fun to play with them.
Yeah, I'd have to say the same. Poison, he did amazing. He did really well. Just great job.
That's awesome to hear, and I would like to let you know that Middleton actually gave out a shout out to you guys as well, specifically to KX, so just thought that would be fun to let you know. They thought that you were one of the biggest menaces on the field for them as well, besides Poison, so just give you a quick shout out. Middleton had a lot of fun playing against you guys, but that's awesome to hear. I mean, congratulations on getting here for your first time, and hey, we saw you making a lot of shots, so that's a cool thing to hear.
Speaking of shots, I would like to ask Alzark, how did that full goal-to-goal shot feel? I mean, that was amazing.
I think I remember it. It kind of was like a lucky thing for me, I think, where they just didn't get back to the goal in time, and it went straight in. It was pretty awesome. It was a good moment, bringing the score back up and bringing us back to the lead. Yeah.
Better morale.
Yep.
That's all you needed.
Yeah, I give you that. I mean, those are the types of shots that, you kind of live for, right? You get that, and you're like, I'm going to think about that for days. But speaking of just cool things, I'd love to throw it over to the coach and hear, your thoughts on the team and the players and just, anything you want to shout out.
Well, first of all, congrats to Middleton. They're amazing. They're fun to play against. They're well coached, and all those guys are coming back next year, so they're gonna be a menace. I really need to shout out my seniors. Amazing players. I think Carter KX, he's the MVP. He's amazing for everything he does, and Cameron's right there with him. They've carried us a long time since they were sophomores with Brody and some of the other guys. Absolutely love my kids. They're amazing. We have the greatest kids, and I'm so proud of them.
That's so great to hear. Now, speaking of seniors, so you two are the seniors on the team. What are your guys' plans after this? You know, this is your big final hurrah. You got the glittery gold trophy. What are you going to do now?
Well, my dad actually drills wells down in Rigby and Mackey, and I'm going to probably just go into trade, drill wells, do pumps, whatever. And I'm also going to continue playing games, maybe go to college, see what lines up for me.
You going to try and go do esports in college if you do that?
I would. Yeah, that's what I would be looking for sure.
Doing esports at U of I?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've got our U of I people here, so I guess just let them know now that you're going to think about that. Awesome to hear. Yeah, so that sounds like two of you are going to be leaving the team, but there's still plenty of you left. For those of you that are here, you obviously got the gold, but you have any plans in the future besides that? Like, what do you want to keep doing as a team?
For me, I just want to keep trying our best, and whatever happens, happens. I just like having fun playing Rocket League. So, yeah.
A thing for me is like Brody started this, and I want to keep it going since it's been three-year first place streak. I want to keep that going.
Yeah, kind of just to add on to that, you know, I love seeing my boys keeping my legacy going. You know, starting the Rocket League team strong, but it was a little rough first half of the season, our first year, just because didn't have these two on the team yet. But once we got them on the team, you know, we had 2 years back-to-back undefeated, and now we have these two carry on the legacy. Third year back-to-back undefeated. Hopefully we can keep that going, you know. So it'll be pretty sick to see.
Awesome to hear. Well, since we are going to be, you know, giving you this trophy, this is that time, we want to make sure that you actually get a chance to hold it. So congratulations on the win. This is yours to keep and, you know, to show off. You guys fought hard for this victory. And so once again, congratulations, Rigby. You guys definitely deserve to be able to win this. And for those of you that are seniors, good luck in everything that you do continuing forward. And those of you who aren't, we're excited to see you at the state championships in the future and see if you can keep that win streak going. But with that, that is all we have for today. And honestly, what an incredible final match for all of these here. So that is the end of not just the Rocket League state championships, but the entirety of these esports state championships. And what a state championships this was. So many games, so much passion from the students and the coaches and everyone a part of this. Huge thank you to everyone who helped us with this. Our sponsors made this possible. And a huge thank you to the students for participating. This is only available because you guys want to play the games, and we're so excited to see your passion. So for all of you that are home, thank you for joining us. Have an awesome day, and that's all we got for you. So enjoy the top 5 plays of the game, and we will see you next time.
Gets backed up again and causes problems with KX coming out of nowhere, flying through the air to get the first point of the game, the first 30 seconds in. You can just see him right in the corner there at the start, now flying forward. Dangerous. Zebra once again launching it towards the goal. 30 seconds left on the clock, but look at that. Samurai getting the first goal, finally putting them into lead. 4.5 minutes into this game. That was an awfully long stalemate, but finally Samurai, through KX has a good angle, but it bounces too high up, hitting the ceiling instead, and it goes in front Poison. They're like Rigby to get 3-2 and take the third game for themselves. Look at that teamwork. Man.
Pass into the bump.
Worst and only resource, really. And there we go, and it goes straight in. Samurai, it barely bounces off of Alzerk as it gets launched into the goal. That was so insanely close. Look at that. KX trying to block it. Alzerk tries to as well. The closest gameplay I have seen in a while. KX, but still manages to make that comeback and get that first point of the match. Wow.
It was only a matter of time.
It was.
Rigby was absolutely putting on the shots.
That was aggressive. They